I'm very thankful and grateful to my colleague, my Dhamma friend who just finished her uh, Dhamma sermon. So this is a continuation of what is happening throughout the day, 24/7. From mid-February, this has been continued in an effort to give this Dhamma message to the world. Uh, Originally disclosed by Lord Buddha uh, nearly 2,600 years ago. And those important and uh, pure Dhamma facts have been resurfaced with all the efforts of our Aryan Vahansi, our noble friend, trying to convey this pure message, trying to convey this true message to the world, particularly to the friends from all over the world who are keen to find out what is the truth is, who speak mainly English language. So we are trying in our best. We do not know how successful is our effort is, but we are trying in our best to convey what we learned or what we understood from the noble friend R.N. Mahase's teachings. Actually, if we were to take these facts directly from the books, we wouldn't have been able to do because we know Lord Buddha preached this in Pali language, and we have no knowledge at all about the Pali except just handful of words and the phrases. Not only that, the way that Lord Buddha has preached it, actually it has a very deep, uh, very deepness in that sayings, because sometimes Lord Buddha uses one single word, and when you expand that word, there's a detailed meaning underneath that. So, except for a person who has the inner transformation or the wisdom which has bloomed, uh, it's not simply possible to interpret what is explained in these sutras. So we are very fortunate because Aryan Mahansi has studied most of these things in detail, and he's trying to explain it to us in more simple manner. What is essential here is the deep penetrative insight. In Pali and Sinhalese, we use the term Yoniso Manasikara. What is Yoniso Manasikara? Uh, or deep penetrative insight? Uh, Going to the root, the Yoni means the root, the beginning. Manasikare means the concentration or pointing out to that. So deep penetrative insight is to find out exactly where the root is. So when you do this deep penetrative insight, only the wisdom is blooming. Wisdom is there in any human being, I assume. So it has to be sort of polished and they find it out. It's something like a gemstone, which is among the other pebbles. You have to find it first. And after finding it, you have to cut the gemstone to get the correct shape and the shine. Otherwise, it's not much different from an ordinary stone. So, cutting and polishing a gemstone is something equal to doing the deep penetrative uh, concentration to exactly find out what is this uh, truth that has been disclosed by Lord Buddha. So, truth is something single. There's only one truth common to every person. There can't be so many truths. So, truth was something that Lord Buddha found out all by himself long ago. because there were no teachers who has gone up to that level. Many teachers, there were so many spiritual teachers during that time. They all have stopped halfway simply because they were going along the path of concentration meditation. So, with the concentration meditation, there is a particular level that you can go up. Through that, that also gives a very relaxed feeling, a very obvious inner calmness. But the self is there who is enjoying. The perceiver is remained. Self is enjoying that relaxed feeling or that inner calmness. And that state is not permanent. One day that will come to an end. One day that vibration will synchronize to another vibration where very often, as Lord Buddha predicted, they end up in lower realms. So Buddhism is completely different. What Lord Buddha tried to show was that simply uh, there is no person here, there is no self. It's only a mechanism that is happening here. But that is the thought, that is the one single thought that holds us so rigidly that we find it difficult to get rid. We find it difficult to understand what it means, and we find it difficult to get rid of also. But that is the thought that you must get rid, or that is the thought that you have to understand what it is according to Lord Buddha's teachings. So these facts have been greatly simplified by our noble friend Aryan Wahanse, so that you and me are very fortunate to hear something in simple sentences, simple words, and also using some modern metaphors, which makes us very easy to understand. So why not listen and see? Why not try and see? Try this mm, uh, Buddha facts. Analyze yourself, research yourself, and see. Lord Buddha said that come and see always. Ehipassiko. Ehipassiko is a Pali term which says come and see. In Sinhalese, we say eva balawa. So come and see is the basic meaning. So you're not forced, as we know that very liberal Buddhism is a very liberal religion. No forcing, no rules or restrictions for the normal person. There are restrictions and rules for the venerables, the monks, of course, yes. But for the ordinary person, there's no forcing. Uh, so you are free to do it, but you have the obligation to uh, follow certain things, certain restrictions. That is only that an obligation that you should have from your side. Uh, we know that many people, majority in Sri Lanka, are Buddhists, but most we know that for the namesake they have this Buddhist label, but true Dhamma facts has not gone among them. Quite a significant proportion still uh, going along this material type of offerings, and also they do not realize that the most important fact that everything is a creation in the mind, and there's nothing called mind. Also, it is a flow of thoughts. It is a flow of thoughts due to the sensor functions one after the other. And the most important thing is that there's no self here. So those are the facts actually which are summarized or which are practiced in the 4 levels, 4 steps of contemplation taught by our Aryan Hanse. He has practiced these things. He has actually had so many trials and errors, and he has practiced these things for years and years before finding out that this is suitable for the person who is going on this path. And it is a stepwise explanation. So the first step is actually we had the 7 day programs earlier. First 2 days was dedicated to learn about the darshana, or to obtain satya jnana. What is meant by that? It's actually a knowledge, finding out the knowledge. What is this? What is this true Dhamma? How are the thoughts formed? And what is meant by this world is created in the mind? And what is meant by these sense functions? What is meant by this thought formation? How the thoughts are formed? And what is this self? What do you feel as self? So all those areas are covered by the first 2 days. And then the next day we practiced that the world is a creation of the mind. We will go into details of this. World is a creation of the mind is the next step. And the whole day we practice that. And the second day, third day is, the fourth day, of course, is to understand that there's nothing called mind also. There's nothing in the mind also. There's nothing permanent in the mind also. Really speaking, when you come to the deep understanding of this level, actually that mind is equal to the non-returners stage or anagami. And next step is that to understand that this is only a sense functions. Sensors are taking part, or sensors are functioning, or sensors are vibrating uh, one at a time, non-stop, at a very high speed. And it is simply, you cannot experience anything beyond these sensor levels. Uh, so that is the next day. Uh, and the last day is that actually to understand that there is no self who is experiencing these sensor functions. So it is stepwise, it is brought forward because right at the beginning, we are with the stronghold that the self is there and the world is there, and everything which comes as a thought is projected to the outside. So we expect, or we uh, experience happiness, sadness, all kinds of emotions that you can explain: jealousy, hatred, craving, all kinds of things. They all are related to something from outside. So that was our uh, impression. That is how we understood the things. Actually, this level is the one that most of the Buddhists are now following, unfortunately. So, what they try to do is that because they depend on the outside world for everything, for happiness, sadness, everything, they try to uh, have a calm person on this side. Whatever happens from the outside world, I am not agitated. I am not getting disturbed. I am spreading metta to everybody. So, very strongly, the self is preserved and the self is trying to be good. Self is trying to do lots of merits or punya visankar, and self is trying not to do the bad things, avoiding apunya visankar. But the third category, the ananya visankar, sorry, yes, ananya visankar, or the moha part, is all forgotten. That means the world is existing and I am here. I am trying to be good, tolerating all kinds of goods and bads which are coming from outside. And A good person, a good self is strongly here on this side, tolerating all the hardships. So that is where most of the Buddhists are at the moment, not only in Sri Lanka, even worldwide. Very few understand the true facts that the Lord Buddha has explained. The fact that basically there's nothing in here. There's no person, no world permanently existing. All are creations right at this moment. So Lord Buddha talked only about this moment only, now and here. That was the basic teaching that Lord Buddha said. But as sort of traditional Buddhists, we had the past, we have the future, we have goods and bads, beautiful and uglies, uh, soft and crude things, far and uh, nearby, uh, past, present, and future. All kinds of things were there for us. So that means we were going along the action and the effect pathway, which is not different from any other religion. Uh, because in all the other religions, they talk about the karma, phala, or the action and effect phenomenon. So, action and effect phenomenon is something uh, also described in Buddhism only for the category who believe that there is a world. So, some people we know, though they are labeled as Buddhists, they are following this path. That is why they are more tempted to do lots of offerings, collect as much as merits possible, something like collecting money into an account, hoping to make use of it in the next birth. So, what did Lord Buddha say when he first understood this Dhamma to the end, when he came up to the level of this status of Buddha? He went to do this first preaching to the five of his colleagues uh, who were meditating with him, who were supporting him long ago. He went to meet them, but they misunderstood. They thought that he has failed in his attempts and he's coming back to them. But they kind of discussed among themselves that we don't have to uh, show any particular respect to him because he seems to have failed from all his attempts and he's coming back to us. But when Lord Buddha was coming close by, they couldn't actually resist uh, uh, by going uh, to receive him and also offering him a respectful chair to sit. And they were prepared to listen. Lord Buddha said, listen, this is not something that we have been listening all this time. This is a unique Dhamma. That itself shows that this is not what we are hearing from the other beliefs and other religions, isn't it? So it's very clear that what Lord Buddha found himself is completely different from the other religions. So though he explained about this, uh, the merits and the sins, and he also said about the action and effect phenomenon. He very clearly indicated that this is some for the people who do not uh, believe that the world is a creation only. The population or the systems who thinks that there is a real world, the physical existing world is there, and I am a part of that physical existing world, and I am doing good things. I am refraining from doing bad things. So, for that crowd, you are prolonging the samsara cycle, and they have the effects for the actions that they are doing. That means the karma and the phala sequence. But Lord Buddha said that this is not really what I found out. What I found out was something completely different. It is the cause and effect phenomenon. Actually, that is what is meant for the true Buddhists, what Lord Buddha was trying to explain. And so, this is what we have to try to understand. We know that if you are a believer about this true existing world, uh, you will definitely get the effects of the action that you are doing. It may be good things, it may be bad things, but the most important fact that we have to remember is that this samsara cycle is so unpredictable. Even if you have done so much of meritorious work in the maximum level, your future in the samsara journey cannot be having, you can't give 100% assurance. Because we know even during Lord Buddha's time, there were some queens who did some massive type of offerings where no one else has done in the no one else has done before that. And there were emperors who built thousands and thousands of stupas, and he helped so many monks. But we know that his life, the next life, was briefly as an animal. So there are reasons for that. There are very clear reasons that Lord Buddha explained. Because this behavior or this thought is so unpredictable. You cannot definitely say that because I am doing so many good things, I will be having a very calm thought when I die. You never can predict things like that. So therefore, that part or that that uh, that teach that explanation or this action and effect is not something that you must follow. Definitely you have to leave that aside, because then we are no different from any other religion. The unique Dhamma that was explained by Lord Buddha was based on the uh, cause and effect. When the appropriate cause or causes are there, the appropriate effect will come. There's no time difference between the two. The cause and effect almost comes together. When the cause is not there, there is no effect. And at any time when the cause arises, the effect arises. And when the cause disappears, the effect disappears. So that those are the four phases related to the cause and effect phenomenon. So this is actually basically the dependent origination or paticca samuppada. In the paticca samuppada series, even though we describe as 12 in 12 names, actually all 12 occurs at the same time. And there is a cause, there's an effect, and that effect becomes a cause, and there's another effect, and that effect next becomes the cause, and then there's another effect. It's like that. So it's a series of cause and effect. Even though I use the word series, it happens right at this moment together. So that is the important thing. When we are writing, we write it as a stretched 12 separate steps. But the most important factor is that it's all 12 steps are applicable to each and every stimulus or each and every thought. So, what is the truth then? The truth is something that we have to understand. There are several rules that we can sort of talk as in a summary. Every living being experiences a so-called world with the help of the sensor functions. It doesn't mean the sensor doesn't mean that the physical component, but the physical component must be there for the function. So sensor is basically the function, and it's the sensors vary from species to species. Even among the human beings, we have slight difference in our sensors. So as I said, sensor means a function. So the function of seeing, function of hearing, function of uh, tasting, function of smelling, function of the skin sensation. So those are the functions, the five sensor functions. Then what about the thought? Thought or the mind sensation, mind sensor is a result of the combination of these five. All five may not combine for certain stimuli, but something like food, all five will be coming together. But for certain things, like if I talk about a table, then like the eye, ear, and maybe the skin sensation, those are the three sensors which are involved. So the sensors means, as I said, it is a function. How does the function occurs? There is some speed there occurring. One of the beautiful metaphors given by Aryan Vahanse is that lightning. Now, when you have the lightning, if it is just a single dot, you will not be able to notice any light. But the lightning in the sky means it's a series of light dots coming up very fast together so that you see it as a line, and that line illuminates the whole area for a short period, for few seconds, isn't it? Similarly, about the television screen, how the pictures are created, these collection of lots of dots. So if you take it individually, they are single dots, and millions and millions of dots will combine together, and then it looks like a picture there. Same thing is happening in the eye level. The vibration means it is one single spark. So sparks occurring at this level of at the eye create some form of light. Then we talk about the concept of seeing. And the other important thing is always the vibration of the individual sensor faculty happens. Not only that, that vibration becomes equal to another vibration from somewhere. And two vibrations becoming equal completes the uh, function called seeing, completes a function of hearing. So the three important things. One thing is that the physical component should be there, and the physical component, in the presence of the physical component, there is some vibration occurring, and that vibration has to be equal or synchronized to another vibration. That completes the function of seeing. But function of seeing, uh, in basically the light is created at the level of the sensor, or the sensor means the light creation of the light there. Sensor means creation of sound at the level of the eardrum. Sensor function means the creation of taste at the level of the tongue. And similarly, the creation of a smell at the level of the nose, and creation of a skin sensation at the level of that part of the skin. And other important thing is, if that so-called speed is not there, you will not feel anything. So always it is the speed that we are talking about. Speed is always there. So that is other important factor. Speed should be there. We can't talk about something without that speed, because without the speed, things will not be created. So we know the Lord Buddha's metaphor about spinning that fireball, a fireball tied up to a wire, spinned, and you can see a fire circle. You can't say there's no fire circle because you can see it. You can't say that there is a fire circle because there is really nothing, but because of the speed, it is seen as it is there. So if something vibrates at an unimaginable speed, uh, it will give rise to the real feeling, isn't it? Real feeling of existence. So this is the magic that we are caught up in. The because of the speed, uh, something is created. It looks pretty real because we are caught up in this illumination, this illusion. So all five senses are functioning in the same way. The physical component is there. There's a appropriate vibration, fast vibration, very fast vibration, and that vibration becomes equal to another vibration. And the function of seeing, hearing, feeling the taste, feeling the smell, and skin feeling occurs. And that level, actually, there is no identification, because the eye, ear, those five organs do not have the capacity or the ability to identify what it is. But there's an experience, and the subtle feeling that the light is there, is that subtle feel is there. This is the level of the self perception. So in a fine way, the self is felt. So actually, this process starts from the zygote level. We know that we have been talking about this so often. But that is the fact that you have to understand very clearly. That is why these same facts are being explained again and again and again. So everything starts from the zygote level. And there is a current, there is a vibration which is synchronized from that level. And that is coming forward as a current, dormant current. So that dormant current is there when the baby is born, which includes the self vibration also. Even that early, the tiniest baby feels some sort of self feel is there. That is the most finest level of the self. Baby feels that something is there, some sensation is there, which sort of progresses to the level of the individual senses. And when the baby is a little older, the baby feels that there is a light. Baby feels that there is a sound. There is a skin sensation. There's a taste, smell. So, like the electricity being used to produce different manifestations, depending on the equipment that you are using. If you have a radio which is working with the electricity, you can get a sound. If you have a bulb, you can get a light. Uh, if you have a fridge or a AC machine, you can get some cooling. If you have fan, again you can get some cooling, some wind. If you have a cooker, you can get some fire. So, like that, depending on the equipment, you can manifest the current in different ways. So, this is what happens in the living being, or particularly, we are talking about the human being. This is what happens in the human beings also. The current which came up from the zygote level is there. And when the organs mature, it is manifested. Manifested as a light, a sound, uh, taste, smell, or skin sensation. And still, uh, no further progress until the baby is a little bit older. So, baby experiences these things as individual things, but no identification, no description, because the each uh, sense of faculty or the organ is unable to uh, give a description to this. And how does the description occurs? How does the naming occurs? Is with the thought formation. We know that the thought formation is just a part of the normal process. You can't uh, you can't stop this process either, and you can't exacerbate it either. It is happening at the appropriate age when the organs mature to a particular level. It occurs spontaneously. These vibrations have the ability to combine together. So, when the vibrations combine, most common to combine are the sound vibrations and the light vibrations. So, the in practical way, if I say it in a more practical aspect, showing something and giving a name is the way where the light and the sound combine. That can happen even at home when the child is a little older, or subsequently at the kindergarten or the preschool, and later on at the school also. This is a continuous process. Showing something and then giving the name by a sound. So the ear and eye vibrations combine together to form a thought. And it doesn't stop at that level. Now, for example, the teacher will show a picture of a kite and say, kite. The word is given, sound is given, and the picture is shown. She might show even a real kite to the children. At home, you might remember about your children's small age or your grandchildren's. mm, uh, they are very curious about it. What's that? Sometimes they ask, Mom, what's that? Ah, that's a cart. We will say a bullock cart, which is seen in some of our Asian countries. What's that is the curiosity that the small one wants to know what it is because he has never experienced it. So there's a picture, there's a vibration of the eye vibration, there's a shape which is registered there, and the sound comes bullock cart. Now the sound and the picture combines together. And if the child has a chance to go and touch it, he might touch some parts and find that it is hard in nature also. And the child will have more perceptions. It is moving forward. It is used to take people or take goods. He might see that the people are sitting and going in there, or some goods are being taken, and there's a bull who is pulling that. And there is a person who is guiding the bull. So now what happens? He gets more and more perceptions about it, isn't it? What happens next time when the child sees the similar uh, thing on the road. Sometimes he may have forgotten because just one encounter alone is not enough to register the things. Again, he might ask, "What is that?" Or he might say, when he see, "Ah, that's a bullock cart." Not only that, all the perceptions that he had time to time about the bullock cart, different types of bullock carts, will come up as a thought. So these thoughts get sort of stronger and stronger, or becomes more powerful, reinforced. And right at the beginning, it may not have been registered as a thing, as an existing thing. But when the same thing is coming up again and again, for example, now if that child sees the bullock cart every day going in front of their house, sometimes you might remember even the sound from the distance, just a sound, just an ear vibration. Child might say, "Ah, bullock cart is coming." Even before seeing it, only with the sound, he has got a full picture of the bullock cart in the mind as a thought. And he might even go and stay near the doorstep to see it until it disappears from the sight. So, when this stimulus is coming up again and again, what happens? It gives a more sort of more reinforced, empowered thought, and that is where the perception of existence is there. So now there is a real bullock cart for the child. And not only that, wherever there is a real bullock cart, there is myself also who is watching. There is myself also who is hearing the sound. There is myself who is going to touch the bullock cart, who wants to have a closer look, go near the road and have a closer look. So now the bullock cart has become a real, and real myself is there. See how the world, one by one, the stimuli become real to the child. So this is what Lord Buddha said, that the even though it is simply the sensor functions, it's simply a sensor function, but uh, repeated happening of this sensor function gives a stronger foundation to believe that it is something real. The function of these sensors are no more identified. It is now fully coming as a thought, which is the bullock cart, which is existing, which is a real one. So this is the illusion of the mind. This is the illusion of the thought. So every every stimulus becomes real in this way. We call it teaching. We call that child doesn't know. Child has to be taught what these things are, how to do these things. And child should be able to recognize the dangers. Child should be able to all sorts of things. We say that child should be given this information. What do you mean? You mean that you make the child to believe that everything is real. So we are actually diverting the child from the true pathway to the side roads, isn't it? The the world becomes real. One by one, the items are added to the child's world, and all are due to the speed. If that speed component is not there, that creation will not appear real to the child, not only to the child, even for all of us. So, one by one, you know that the vocabulary increases, the thoughts increases, and if you hear this Dhamma at some point, even as a small child, we know that Lord Buddha's time, Lord Buddha showed this fact to little Rahula, novice monk. He was just 7 years old. And what did Lord Buddha said? Rahula, look at this reflection in this water. Your reflection. Is it true? So the little novice monk said, no. The world is also like that. What you experience as the world is just a reflection of your mind. So they were very simple words, simple phrases. But if you and me hear that phrase, would you have believed it? No, because we have got so many drushtis or so many incorrect visions already established. So we can't take those words as true. We feel that how can you say that world is a creation? I can see, I can hear, I can feel, I am experiencing the world. So how can you say that uh, the world is a creation? Yeah, because we have got so many drushtis or so many incorrect visions already hardened up. Unlike for that 7-year-old child or the little novice monk. So that is why you and me find it difficult to get rid of this already established drushtis or the wrong visions. Because of that, we can't take up this Dhamma straight away. The pot is full of uh, dirty water. So if you try to put more water, clean water to that pot, you can't get the 100% pure water. It's some contaminated water. But the little Rahula novice monk's mind was something like an empty pot. There was no already uh, dirty water in that. So he could take up what Lord Buddha was trying to explain. So as I said that this process is starting from the zygote level, it is being brought up forward, and the current is there, and uh, wherever there is a speedy vibration, there is a current formulated, a power is generated. This power gets more and more stronger when the vision and the hearing combines to form the thoughts. So the thought is more powerful. In other words, what is meant by the power, you feel that the thought is real. That power gives some life to the thought, a live feeling. You feel that the bullock cart is real. You feel that the the cow is real. You feel that the train is real. So the thought has a life here. And the thought has a life means uh, there is self perception. That means myself is there always, always. When there is a thing, when there is something alive or something real, always the self is here on this side. In other words, that feeling itself, that uh, perception itself is the self. There's nothing separate. And on top of that, for you and me, there are so many thoughts which are built up around this self perception or this sanya. Perception is a sanya. Around this self perception, you have got millions and millions of thoughts covering that. So now everything has become me, myself, or mine. Even though you do not use that word, the meaning gives that everything belongs to me, everything is around me. So that is where the world is created and you are there or the myself is there. So that is the mundane world. And mundane world is something that we have been experiencing all this time. So that is why we are here today at this moment. So these are the actually what do you feel as myself? These are the important question. This fact Aran Mahanse has been explaining so many times. So he explains that can you call this body myself? Now, if you talk about that, you know that the little child had no idea that body is myself, isn't it? The way that the children are talking when they are small, uh, they do not know that this is called myself. It's the adults. a- As adults, we are the ones who show them sometimes in the mirror and say that this is baby, this is you. So sometimes a child will mix up the words also. He will say this is baby. He doesn't know that the baby means myself. So it takes some time. He picks up the words from the adults talking. They understand this. The word myself is used to point the finger towards a self. And we know that small children sometimes, when they are hungry, they say, baby is hungry. They don't know that they should say, I am hungry. And also the interpretation of the hunger, that burning kind of feeling. They don't know actually whether it is called hunger. They say, tummy is aching. This is a common thing that children sometimes say, tummy is aching. Then the mother gives the idea, are you hungry? We will take some food, eat this, then it will be okay. Now those are again the sensor functions, isn't it? The tongue vibration, nose vibration, body vibration, or the feeling of the food and seeing the food and the name. All these things come up, and then the child realizes that the discomfort that came up as a burning feel disappears. So that is how that uh, concept called hunger and food comes to the child's vocabulary. Now he knows that discomfort means hunger, and to stop it, you have to take some food. Now, this is how the world is little by little created for the child. I am sure you will be able to remember hundreds and thousands of such examples in small children to show how the world is created for the child. But always it is the senses which are functioning, isn't it? Always one of the five senses are functioning. There are instances where things are coming up as a thought. So, thought means another thought which occurred earlier being synchronized to this moment. But that thought always has occurred from the five sensor information. So the basis is always the five sensor functions, and the collective function of them will create the thought in the child, not in the very small baby, but beyond the age of 1 year. Little by little, the thought starts forming. And by a few years of age, fully established thought collections are there. Now, the child cannot separately identifying the seeing, hearing, feeling the smell, feeling the taste, and skin feelings. Those things cannot be separately identified. Now it is a fully established thought which is coming up. The beautiful metaphor given by Lord Buddha was that once the ghee or the butter is formed from the milk, you can't find the milk in that product. So the sense of functions combine to form the thought, but when the thought is formed, you can't analyze and see the sensor function separately. If you are going to understand the sensor functions, it is through the wisdom eye, not with your physical eye. So this is what we are trying to understand in the first 2 days with uh, the knowledge component, where we describe as the darshana. So that knowledge is very much important for you to proceed with the next steps. So that is why Aryan Mahansi has put 2 days, dedicated 2 days for that, for the Darshana component. For a person who has some idea, for a person, actually, what we are doing right now is generally the 1 day programs in many centers. 1 day program means uh, the first half of the day we explain this darshana part, because most people are familiar with this now. And there have been technical difficulties for the people to come and stay 7 days in one of the monasteries. So, because of that, it has been shortened so that participation is more with that convenience. So, this basic knowledge uh, is very important, and you need to use your own thoughts to identify the formation of these thoughts, how the thoughts are formed. Actually, the thoughts have to start forming for you to understand and analyze how the thoughts are formed. In a baby whose thought formation has not started, you can't do this analysis. When the defilements come up, only you can identify the defilements, isn't it? When it is hiding, you can't identify the defilements. So that is why it is very clearly mentioned that if an infant dies, where you can't talk about defilements, the defilements are not there by that time because the thoughts have not formed. That baby is not expected to be born in a higher realm, essentially. It's simply because already there is some current dormant. So, depending on that level of current, the next birth will be decided. So, for a person to have this inner transformation, essentially the thought formation has to be started. So, when the thoughts start forming only, you can study this pattern, how it is happening, and then you can go ahead with these 4 steps of contemplation. So, Lord Buddha has said that this Dhamma can be explained at different levels depending on the person's ability to grasp it, ability to sort of understand. So it depends on the person's education, person's already having the knowledge, and for the monks or the venerables, the explanation will be in more deeper level because they are more familiar with the Pali Sutras, etc. And for a child, it will be something different. And for somebody who has a science knowledge, like educated people, like professors, etc., various professionals, they need to explain it in more with a scientific basis. So, like that, the beauty is that it can be explained from different levels so that the person who is listening will be able to grasp it at that level. Uh, so, as I was mentioning, the second step of contemplation is uh, the the fact that you have to understand that everything is a creation in the mind. What happens now is actually these things are projected outside. Uh, the We think that everything is coming from outside, but it takes a bit of a time to get convinced. The system should be convinced that everything is a creation in the mind. There is a sound to the ear. It's a thought that comes up as this is the scolding to me. Uh, there's a sound to the ear, and it is the thought that says that it is the cawing of the crow. There's a taste to the mouth. The tongue doesn't know what the taste is. And that taste is not declaring itself that I am so and so I am this taste. So it is the thought which is giving the explanation. The thought is saying that thought it's a chocolate, taste of chocolate. But for a person who has never tasted chocolate, uh, it's a pleasant taste. That may be the only thought, unknown thought, unknown taste, but it is nice. So those are the perceptions for a person who has never tasted chocolate. For a person who has tasted chocolate very often, along with the thought of chocolate, you will get whole lot of other perceptions. What type of chocolate? Is there any added nuts and fruits, etc.? I don't like this taste of chocolates, and uh, etc. So many other perceptions. Just try it yourself and see. It's just a taste to the tongue, but so many perceptions depending on the experiences time to time which has occurred. So for a small child, when you are giving chocolate for the first time, it's a taste. So as I said earlier, sweet taste, pleasant taste. Child might indicate that child wants more. And you will put the word, you will put the sound, chocolate. Do you like it? Now the child is getting a more stronger perception. He sees it. So there's eye vibration, there's a tongue vibration, there's a smell, nose vibration. The texture is felt by the tongue and the mouth inside. So there's a uh, body vibration, or the body sensor is working. So collectively now the child gets the concept chocolate. So next time, remember these things you may have experienced. Just to give the sound chocolate. Now the child gets a full picture of the chocolates in his mind, isn't it, as a thought? He will say, give me, where is it? Where? He will try to pull you from the hand and try to take you to the place where possibly the chocolate is. So this is how the world is created. So it is a thought. Can you understand? It is very clearly, everything is a thought. The sound came up as chocolate, and the chocolate was born in the mind as a thought. For you and me, I'm talking about you and me, but not for the person who has no experience about the chocolate. That person will just stay quietly because that doesn't mean anything. It's just a sound to him. A person who has never heard or never seen chocolates, never tasted chocolates, the word chocolate is not going to give many perceptions. Just it is a sound for him. But for you and me, even mouth watering will occur. Even if you do not see the chocolate, just the word itself, it is just a vibration of the ear. But you will feel the taste, you will feel the smell, you might have the mouth watering also. You will feel a picture of it, your favorite type of chocolates in your mind, and you have got the complete puzzle, jigsaw puzzle, completed jigsaw puzzle as a thought right now. That is the Purana Sanya becoming Nava Sanya. What does it mean? The old perceptions are reproduced as a new perception right now as a thought. So these are some of the examples that you can use to indicate that everything is a creation of the mind. Everything. There's nothing that you can talk about beyond this. Everything is a creation in the mind. Everything is a thought. So, in other words, you are turning the light towards a self, towards a system. So, first, you have to practice this for quite a while because we have the habit of projecting everything to the outside world. So, therefore, you have to uh, now focus it to the system. So, you can take some of the examples in the day to day practice. Uh, Now, for example, we can see the difference of the pictures that is created in your thought. We can talk about the fruit called durian. Durian is a very favorite fruit for some people. Some people hate it because of that odd smell that is coming from there. So, if I say the word durian, some people will have the picture, will feel even the taste. It's something like the chocolate, and also some form of craving. Oh, I really love it. And I just wonder whether this is the season for the durian because we know that the durian is coming up, fruits are coming up only once a year. So he has a craving. Whereas another person, he will also get a picture of the durian and the smell and all. Oh, I hate it. I'm lucky that there's nothing nearby, no fruits nearby right now. So, see the two different perceptions that occurred in the two minds. One had that craving type of perception along with the picture and all sort of all five perceptions. Other one had the perception of hating it along with the picture, smell, all kinds of things. So, isn't that clear that it is a creation in the mind? If you did not have the nose, then you wouldn't talk about having a smell, isn't it? If you were born without any eyes, then you can't talk about the picture, the appearance also. So you can test these things in different ways. If that particular organ was not there, you can't talk about that experience of the sensor. And the organ is there and the vibration is there. Now you are uh, experiencing the different things and it is coming up as a thought because the organ itself or the sensor function does not give a give an account or an explanation or naming to that. This is what is called nama rupa also. Nama means naming, rupa is a form. So the form which occurred due to the vibration, fast vibration, the form which occurred as a creation due to the fast vibration is named. So that is Nama and Rupa. So because the naming is there, the system knows that there is something like that. So if there is no vibration, there is nothing to be named. And without naming, the vibration cannot be recognized. So actually the naming and the form goes hand in hand. The naming helps to recognize the vibration or the form, and without a vibration there is nothing to be named. So Nama and Rupa are helping each other. So this is the process. So the contemplation, first step in the contemplation is to identify that everything is a creation in the mind. This happens even to the animals, but their level of mind is not so complex, very simple, and their level is not long lasting also. So the humans, as the species who have the most advanced level of mind, we tend to have these thoughts as long lasting things. Actually, the thoughts are not stored anywhere, but when the relevant causes are met, it comes as an effect. This mechanism is called synchronization or telepathization. So it's always a previously formed thought which is coming up as a new thought. We know that the words like tsunami and yes, the tsunami, it wasn't actually in the vocabulary in most of us because that was not something that we experienced earlier. It was just a sound for us when somebody said tsunami. And then we got the other perceptions along with that sound. The pictures came up as eye vibrations on the television and in the newspapers, the phone screens, and of course some people saw it when they were in those areas. So they were all vibrations of the eye, whether you saw it so called as real or whether you saw it on the TV or the phone screen or the papers, they are all vibrations of the eye. So the eye vibrations combined with the sound vibrations, and that created a thing called tsunami, something which really existed, where the perception of existence was there. And not only that, the perception of self also was there. Now we experienced the tsunami. The tsunami became a thing. Tsunami became a live thing because of the repeated bombardment of the same stimulus and having different perceptions. It became very strong and stronger. So a really existing or really existed tsunami came as a thought, and the self was there as the perceiver. So right at the beginning it was just a sound vibration, but there were no pictures. But within a very short period, the pictures, the eye perceptions were added. And now for you and me, not only for you and me, even for a child, even for a 6, 7 year old child, if somebody says tsunami, they have got quite a lot of perceptions. Now we know the word very clearly, and what brings in that thought that comes up along with the word sound vibration has lots of sad memories. I would use the word memories, but they are all perceptions in the past, sad events, all the destructions that occurred, and uh, uh, and also about the tsunamis that is happening in the other countries. All kinds of lots and lots of perceptions are there now. There's a huge bundle of thoughts or a huge bundle of perceptions now coming as one single spark when the word tsunami is heard. So like that, not only the children, we are also still getting new perceptions, and with time it becomes an old perception, and then that is reproduced whenever one of the sensors related to that is functioning or there's vibration. So this is what we are learning still. Still there are new perceptions which are coming up and producing more and more things which look real to us. So now we understand this concept of everything is a thought. But is there a lasting thought? That is the next question. That is the next level of contemplation. Second step. Is there a permanent thought? No. Now, just now, when I said the word ditva, sorry, when I said the word tsunami, uh, see what the picture you created in the mind. The every knowledge that you had about the tsunami was produced as one vibration now. And uh, was it there just a fraction of second before the word was heard? No. And now when I talk about the ditva, I'm telling you the word ditva. Uh, now a completely different picture is coming, isn't it? Now the tsunami is gone and it is replaced by ditva. Now we know, when we know the process of how the thoughts are formed, we know that it is happening at that instant and then it's gone with no time and another thought is coming up. So there's nothing permanent called tsunami or ditva in the mind. It's something with the function of the five senses at some point. It's a thought which was created, and right now that thought is again coming up as a new thought. So it's a continuous process, fast changing process. So then can you say that there is something permanent in the mind also? No. It's something that is coming up and coming and going when the appropriate causes are there, cause is there. So then you are convinced, then the system gets convinced that there is nothing permanent in the mind also. Then what happens? Yes, what happens is that just the function of the senses only. You can't put the blame to anybody else beyond the five senses. So it is the five senses which are responsible all the time, and one sensor at a time, always. Because of the speed, we do not realize that it is changing from one to the other. Now, when you are tasting chocolate, you feel that you see it, you feel the taste of it, you feel the smell of it, you feel the texture inside the mouth, and you feel you hear the sound of the chocolate when somebody is saying chocolate. While you are eating, if you say, if you have a noise, sort of uh, chewing sound, that also can be taken as a sound. Or somebody says, eat this chocolate. Now you do not realize that these senses are taking its role one at a time. You feel as if you are tasting the chocolate, you are feeling the texture of it, you feel the smell of it, and you are seeing everything is happening together. But it's not so. Actually, one sense at a time, and it's changing from one to the other, jumping from this way, that way, uh, taking turns, and but because of the speed of the vibration, you feel as if the the things, all these things are happening together at the same time. So in other words, there is no persistent chocolate in the mind. Chocolate was created right now here, and chocolate was a previous thought that was created with the help of the five senses, and that thought was reproduced here when one sensor functioning occurred. Because I told you the word chocolate, it is a vibration of the ear, but the rest of the whole story about the chocolate was created at this fraction of second in the mind. And when the attention is to another stimulus, the chocolate is gone. So that is what we try to explain. That is what Aranohasi was trying to explain, that there is no chocolate in the mind either. And what happens is that the fast experiencing of the stimulus with the five senses. So basically, wherever, whatever happens, whatever is said and done, whatever is experienced, all are limited to these five senses. We know that some animals do have different types of senses. Now, even the cockroach has a special pair of antennas, which is very sensitive to vibration of the air. That type of senses aren't there with the human beings. And we know that the hearing range is very much broad in uh, deer and hare. Those animals do have very wide range of hearing capacity to their senses, whereas we have the limit from 20 to 20,000 hertz. And also we know that the radar type of sensors are there for the bats, dolphins, etc. So like that, different animals do have the different senses, and then they experience the world according to that sensor capacity. So there's no true common word for everybody. That was our assumption earlier. There's no common true world. We do not know how to experience the so-called true world because we are very badly confined to these five senses. So the problem is that when you do not understand this fact, we assume that what we experience with the senses is really the true world. We feel that all the animals are also experiencing the world in the same way. So, can you imagine how the ant is experiencing the world? How the bee is experiencing the world? Because we know the type of the eyes that they are having, particularly the housefly and the bee. They do have a very specific type of eyes where there are lots of lenses. So from each lens they get a picture. So we have no idea how does it look like when they see. Instead of seeing one flower, whether the bee is seeing so many flowers in the eye, we don't know. But whichever the sensor function that suits uh, their life pattern, their sustainability is decided by these sensor functions. So, and we know that the colors also very beautifully Aranwas explains. Some insects sees as the things are luminous. So there everything is shining for them. So can you say that the world is made up of silver or gold? They must be seeing it something like that. And on the other hand, not only this one, you can, I mean, there are so many differences in the sensor functions. Now we know that special type of night vision cameras are used as goggles or spectacles type of equipment used by the soldiers sometimes. They can see the things very clearly in the night also when they wear it. Similarly, our nocturnal animals do have specific types of eye function where they can't tolerate or they can't see the things in the daylight. They are almost blind in the daytime, but in the night they have very clear vision. So all these examples uh, tells you that the function of the sensor decides, or the function of the sensor is the decisive factor of the experience of the world. So there is no common word. It is always the sensor functions that decides. the way that you experience the world. So, assuming that this is the common world for everybody is one of the great major misconceptions. So, this is the third uh, third level of third level in our practical experience. The the third level of contemplation. And what is the fourth level? Now, all this time we were trying to focus and see that this is a part of an automatic process. This is something that is continuously happening, and it is an automatic process. The sensors are functioning on its own. There's no controlling body. There's no self who is experiencing. So that is the last fourth step of contemplation, where you understand that there is no self here. When there is no self, you can't put the blame for blame for any person about the things that is happening. So the last day, of course, is just leave aside all this knowledge and leave aside all these practical things that you are trying to do. Just relax, and then the automatically that inner transformation will be felt. The system will feel awakened to the dream. The system will feel that awakening from the sleep, like seeing the own drama, and without a self, the drama is being played, and there's no one to observe, there's no one to experience or appreciate the dream. So this is what is called the awakening to the truth. Or what happens is, in the normal way, the senses are functioning. Experiences of seeing, hearing, and feeling is coming, but you know that there is no owner here, there is no truth in this one. And it's very clear now that this is all occurring due to the fast speed. And if the speed is not there, there is nothing to talk about a self anyway, and only the system is functioning. So gradually, our RN Vahase, or our noble friend, is trying to take us along this path uh, to indicate or to get convinced that there is no self in here. It is just a part and parcel of the mechanism only. No different from a robot who has been fed with the necessary data and fitted with the equipment to see the things, to hear the sounds, and for the movements of the limbs and the legs. So everything is fitted, and according to the program, the robot is functioning. So we are no different from a robot actually. The data which has been inserted are the old perceptions. So from the old perceptions, the conclusions are coming up. And according to the conclusions, the function is happening. Then what are we thinking? What do we talk about the self then? What is this felt as myself? So that has to be clarified. That is something that R.N. Maharshi is explaining so often. Where is this self? I talked just halfway about the self. As a small child, we were given the data, or this concept of this body is myself was included to this so-called system. So that has been brought forward, and still you and me feel that this body is myself. But what Arenuhase very clearly shows is that if you take the different parts of the body, Actually, this has been done as a meditation by Lord Buddha also. He divided the body into so many parts, four main categories: the patavi or the solidity, apo or the liquid nature, airiness, the nature of the air, and the temperature. So he divided mentally this body into those categories and said, can you find out where the self is? Can you point out to any part of this body and say that this is myself? No, you can't indicate. I mean, you can say that they are mine. They were part of my body, but none of the parts can be said as this is me. You can't say the heart is me, brain is me, but you can only say that brain is mine and heart is mine. So, talking about this, what Lord Buddha was trying to explain with that uh, meditations, where the four categories, the body parts were divided to do those four categories. And Lord Buddha tried to say that you can't label any part of them as myself. Similarly, our Aryan Maharshi also gives some more examples. If a person has an amputation of a leg or a hand, uh, so there are two parts now. Which part will you call myself? You can't say the leg is myself or the hand is myself. Then he will say, show, if he says, shows the body and say, this is myself. So each and every component part of the body, you can assume that it has been separated out from the main body. Each part you can ask, is this you? No, this is not me. But they were mine. So then your house is also mine, your car is also mine, and uh, your pencil is mine, your pen is mine, your dress is mine. So, like that, the body parts are also mine, but none of them are me. So, Aryan Vase next asks, then will you say that the mind is myself? Can you say the mind is myself? If the mind is myself, you should be able to have a good control of the mind, isn't it? You should be able to stop the unpleasant thoughts coming, and you should be able to keep only the pleasant thoughts always to keep you happy. And you should be able to concentrate on one topic when you are doing a concentration meditation. When you are doing an exam, you should be able to bring up all the facts that you studied instantly to write in the paper if the mind is you. But the mind is behaving like an unruly wild animal, isn't it? Then can you say that the mind is me? No, mind is not me. Then where is this self? You feel as if you are alive all the time, isn't it? You feel with whatever the things you are doing that self is there. So, what is this self then? Finding out what the self is very important. So, this fact actually has been beautifully explained by R.N. Mahansi, because if not for him, actually, we would have been able to get deep into this part, because we will not be able to understand from the Buddha's teachings, because we do not have that much of wisdom to understand what Lord Buddha has said, actually, because mostly it is the Pali terms, and we are very fortunate that Anand Mahansi has studied them in detail and explains it in a very beautiful manner to us. So, what is this self then? Self is actually the current which is created. The self is a power which is created along with the thought. So now it's clearer. The self is something like a current which you can't see, which you can't feel, which you can't uh, catch with any testing, or which you can't uh, identify or see with any equipment, and uh, none of the five senses will be able to recognize it. But each and every time, each and every moment where there is a thought which is really felt, which is real, uh, always this current is there underneath. The current is the one which we feel as if it is myself. So I am thinking of this. I am experiencing this. I am seeing this. I am hearing. So always that hidden self current is there. So in other words, the simple words, self is coming up in different levels. Very small baby also has a self feeling. It's a vibration only. Very non-specific, but the baby feels alive. So that is the level of the self vibration. When the senses are functioning, the self becomes more stronger. Now the baby can experience the light, sound, taste, etc. And each level, the baby feels that baby is perceiving them, because baby is experiencing that perception. So that is the second level. And more complicated is the mind level, where in a thought, myself is there. So that is a thought. So these three levels are becoming more and more finer when you go down to the self vibration level. Actually, what is lost at the Arhan state is that self vibration. So the self vibration is not there, but the sensor function will be there. Sensor vibration is there, but that self vibration or the self feel is the one which disappears. In other words, the uh, feeling of uh, feel of existence along with the feel of self are the ones which are not there in the arhat state, but the sensor field is there, because the senses are functioning until the physical body comes to an end. So some of these things which I mentioned may have been too deep, but try to take even the simpler portions, simpler things. uh, Simply, all these are uh, due to the fast speed. All these are due to the vibrations. Everything is a vibration, whether it is something solid that you feel, a chair, table, they are all vibrations, uh, packed up vibrations. Whereas the liquids, the watery things are a little loosely packed vibrations, and the air is just very much loosely packed vibrations. And the temperature is a vibration, light is a vibration, the smell, taste, they are all vibrations. So we are actually, the system means different types of vibrations only. The vibrations become equal to one another, and then it gives rise to a kind of illusion, creates something. And on that creation, the the assumption of that it is really there finally creates this self creation, self feeling. So actually the self feeling or self perception is a kind of fire. The greatest level of fire is the self view or the thought. A little less than that is the self perception. And the finest level of fire is the self vibration. So stepwise, first you have to get rid of this thought. Uh, there is no myself as a thought. Things are happening, but there is no responsible person to take the responsibility. There is no responsible person who want to take over that. So the current is the one which has to be identified. More you identify this current, it helps for the current to get less and less effective. So the true Dhamma means what Lord Buddha was trying to convey to the world was that all these are creations of the senses, and the different animal species, different living beings have their own worlds, and it's just a creation at this moment in the mind as a thought, but that thought is also not lasting. It just occurs at this moment. So what is meant by the Dhamma path? Dhamma path means uh, the path which takes you with the defilements becoming less and less, or the current is gradually fading. So then you know that you are on the path. And what is meant by nirvana? Nirvana means this fire which is there, or in other words, the defilements are completely gone. There's no fire now. So the path is the path where the system feels that the defilements are getting less and less, and the end of the path means the nirvana or the nirvana, where there's no fire at all. So what is the path? How can you achieve this? Is the importance is that only way is to understand how this is happening. There's no other shortcut for this. There's no other quick way to stop this fire. Only way is to understand how this fire is occurring. When you understand how the fire is occurring, uh, it gradually helps to move away from that. And uh, we know that Lord Buddha disclosed this long ago. But the common fact to all these things is what I just tried to summarize. And finally, there is no self. That is the main thought, the most important thought that we have to identify. And then by identifying and understanding how the thoughts are formed, that is the way to get rid of that thought, which is the reason for all these uh, other changes or other activities that is happening around that. So none of the other religions actually look at this thing from this angle. So that is why, I mean, irrespective of whatever your belief or the religion, this truth is common to everybody. Uh, so try to understand this, because these things actually, listening alone is not going to be adequate. Listening and then researching yourself, testing yourself, experimenting yourself is essential in this. Lord Buddha says that I have told the people the path to the Jetavanarame. Jetavanarame is the famous temple in India where Lord Buddha lived for a longest period in his lifetime. So he used to say, I have told the path to come to the Jetavanarame. If people are not coming here and going some other ways, what can I do? So that was a metaphor that he gave, that I can explain this Dhamma. But if people are not trying to understand and they are not going in the path that I have shown, what can I do? So that was the meaning of that. Uh, I am telling them the pathway to come to Jetavanarame, but they are going to the different directions. And another metaphor that we have heard commonly is that you can take the horse up to the water, but you can't get the horse to drink water. So more work, more commitment should be there from you and my side. Uh, we have been given the necessary guidance by R.N. Mahanse, making it very simple for us. But the rest of it is our responsibility still, because beyond that, nobody else can do, but it has to be the system who has to finish the rest of the task. So, listening to the sermons is one very important fact. But not only that, always try to revise, try to work out yourself and see what is this? What is this fact that they are trying to explain? Try to work it out yourself. You can use your own body part sometimes to test yourself. If one part of the body, say if your leg was numb because you have been sitting in one particular position for a long time, you feel that leg is numb. Touch it and see whether you can feel anything. No, you can't feel anything when that part is numb, isn't it, for some time? What does it mean? That you can't talk about the touch perception. You can't talk about the feeling of hard things, soft things, temperature changes. You can't pain. None of the things you can't explain when the skin sensor is not working. So similarly, uh, if your nose is blocked for some time, maybe you had a heavy cold, you can't feel any smell. You can even walk through an area where there's a very offensive smell. You are completely all right. No complaints, no bothers about the bad smell. You will nicely walk through that stretch, whereas the others are struggling, saying that awful smell. Oh my gosh, can't tolerate this. So, see now, all these creations is due to the functioning sensor function, isn't it? Now we know that some of the people who had COVID infection, corona infection, could not feel the taste of food for some time. So they were complaining, this is a nice food, this food I really like, but I can't feel the taste of it now. So even eating something very hot may not bother you. So, like that, you can work out yourself on various sensor functions and see how it is affecting the way that you feel about the world, isn't it? Uh, so many examples now. If a person was blind from birth, you can't talk about the light, you can't talk about the nice colors, etc. But if you became blind after some time, then as a mental picture, you have a knowledge, you have a mental picture of the different colors and the different shapes. For a person who was deaf from birth, you can't talk about the sounds and you can't talk about the 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 sounds, yes. And their speech is also affected because they can't hear the sounds. But for a person who became deaf subsequently, they have a mental picture about the sounds. They know how that sound is. So like that, you can work out. We have only five senses, so it's easily you can work out on each and every sensor and see when it is there, how do you feel it? When it is not there, how do you feel it? Like that. And the world completely relies or completely created by these five senses. We know that our vision is not extremely good. We know that there are some animals whose vision is much better than us. We know that we can't see underwater, isn't it? We have a very limited vision under the water. But for a person, but for an animal like a fish under the water, some of the fish they do have very good vision even underwater. So that is their sensor capacity. And we know that the bats, they have this radar-like uh, sensor, but they are not using the eyes very much for their guidance. Their guidance is mainly with this radar type of sensor. So what is created by different sensors is completely different. Uh, Particularly when it comes to the smaller insects, small animals, the world must be really, really different from their point of view. So, which word is true is a question. Nothing is true, isn't it? Nothing is true. We have to assume that each and every species has their created own word, and that word is taken as true. There's no way of finding out what is the really true word is, and there's no point of finding out also. There's no point of finding, and there's no way of finding also. We have to understand this possible this theory, and when you understand that it is just a creation at the sensor functions, then the way that you looked at the stimulus or the way that you were trying to experience the excitement of the senses will become less. The excitement that you were expecting from different sensor functions become less and less. Your keenness to enjoy food, the keenness to enjoy beautiful music and dancing, the excitement that you were trying to get becomes less. Not that you can't experience, you can certainly, you can experience and you can understand that certain things are beautiful, certain things are ugly, not very pleasant, certain things are uh, very irritative to the ear. Those things certainly you can experience. And also, I would use the word enjoy also. But without that fire, you know exactly what is meant here, what is happening here, knowing that you are playing the role of an actor. You are playing in your own life drama, but you know exactly that it is a drama. And the other example, the metaphor given by Lord Buddha, the mother is playing in the dollhouse with the child, mimicking everything. And mother is also happy, the child is also happy. But mother very clearly knows that this is not true. And the child, of course, feels that it is really true. The rice which is cooked in a pot is real to her. The way that she has draped a cloth is a real way of draping a sari or a candy into the child. And the way that she's preparing a cup of tea for the mother is something real to her, but not for the mother. Mother knows it very clearly. She doesn't need thoughts to remind that this is not real. It's a feel. By the feel, she has this feel that this is not true. But she helps the child. She enjoys that environment with the child. So that is how the Arhants are also. Lord Buddha said that Arhants are just counting the days to the end, but they feel very much relaxed. They are not stressed about living. They will just spend the days until it is decided about uh, the the persistence or the existence of the physical body. Until that time, they experience the world, they communicate with the world in the same way. And uh, for a person looking at him from the outside, may not even see a difference. We know that once Lord Buddha, a king who disguised himself, he was going alone to meet Lord Buddha in a different city. He has never seen him, so he didn't recognize. In one of the pilgrims' rest on the by the side of the road, Lord Buddha was there. Lord Buddha was going somewhere, and he was there. And then this king also happened to come and stay in the night in that place, because that has been one of the practices during that time. Uh, People were always depending on I mean, they were on foot for whatever the distance, and there were pilgrims rests on the way, and people will stay there in the night. More people will meet from different areas. They will talk to each others, and then they will go on their own way the next day. So this king met Lord Buddha, but without knowing, he was having a chat with him, and he didn't see a difference. So Lord Buddha was explaining some Dhamma facts, and only at the end of this discussion, the king found out that this is the same person that I have been trying to meet and I was going to meet. So, as I said, there may not be an external difference in the person who has had the inner transformation. But of course, there will be very a pleasant look and the calmness and the appearance of a very relaxed way. Those things will be there, but there will not be any unique changes to be identified from externally. Uh, so I tried to explain the basic facts of the Buddhist teaching. Uh, Same things are being repeated because there isn't a huge syllabus in Buddhism. Basically, from different corners, we are looking at the same thing, and then trying to understand the basic truth of it. So I hope I could give some message to you all, and we will come to the end of the discussion. May the Triple Gem, may the I greatly respect and worship the Triple Gem, and I worship Aryan Mahase at his feet for all your guidance and all your teachings that you are doing tirelessly. Now we know these days also you are going round in the island from one place to the other. It's a really uh, and really a journey that you are doing without showing any exhaustion. So Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Wahanse, and may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem, and uh, may our Dhamma friends who are helping with the background work also be blessed by Triple Gem. Thiruvan Saranai. topics that we were talking yesterday. We were discussing about an experience of a lady who talked in one of the other Zoom discussions. So we talked on that topic about how the sensor functions will create something as a thought, and then according to that thought, when the thought is not seen as a mental construct, and when the thought is taken as really existing, and that is what is called the ignorance, where we go along the wrong track. So that is how the world is created. Now we know that every living being has this problem where it's a sensor function which creates something depending on the type of the sensors formed, and depending on the number of sensors and the nature of the sensors, different worlds are created to different living beings. So the animals will have completely different creation, whereas the human beings will have another set of creations, and it can vary from human being to human being. Also, there could be some little differences. So all this time before we heard this Dhamma, we were projecting everything to the outside world. We thought that the light rays are coming from outside and the sound waves are coming from outside, and the other sensations also. We thought everything is from outside, and then with the help of the senses, we feel them, we experience them, and then for those stimuli which were uh, experienced were taken as real existing, and then there was defilements which followed, where there was uh, clinging or aversion, likes, dislikes, hatreds, or desires, all sorts of things followed. Now we know that the camera has to be turned inwards, because now we have realized with these Buddothpado teachings that everything is a creation of at the sensor level. This is actually what Lord Buddha mentioned 2600 years ago, and most of those facts, actually, though they were mentioned in Pali stanzas very clearly, the interpretation was a problem. Interpretation was not correct, or some of them actually were mixed with the teachings from the other religions, particularly from the Hinduism. So the pure Buddhism actually went underground, I would say. It was hiding, and only some parts were mentioned in most of the sermons that we hear nowadays. But there was a lot of confusions. Sometimes it was mentioned about something about the sensor function, and then again it was mentioned something as coming from the outside world. So it wasn't clear at all. Now, little by little, by listening to this with our noble friend R.N. Mahanse's sermons, now we know that the camera has to be turned inwards. Now it's very clear that these are creations of the mind, or they are all thoughts. And depending on the capacity of this sensor function, the hearing could be limited to a certain range for human beings, and it could be for a larger or a wider range for a dog. So the dog will hear those sounds, whereas we will not hear some of the sounds. Then the question comes, which one is correct? And then, of course, the insects, their eyes are completely different from the other bigger animals' eyes. The structure is so different. They get so many images from one eye. So it's not, I mean, not possible even to imagine what will be the picture that is created by those eyes. Then there are certain other animals who have special sensors which will pick up some vibrations, very slight vibrations, even and insects like cockroaches. And then the colors, with the human beings' eyes, we can see 7 colors, whereas some animals will see only one color. For some animals, it will be just black and white, the shades of black and white. So then you can imagine and also some senses like taste and smell are not there for some living beings. So you can see that the world is completely different from each other, and some worlds are very sort of restricted because they have only maybe one sensor. But the common thing to all of these is that feeling of being alive. So when that feel is there, trying to survive uh, in some way is the next thing. That means the self perception, the perception, feeling of existence, and feeling of being alive. So those two actually go hand in hand. And the feeling of being alive and trying to uh, be alive and trying to sort of save that life or that physical body is something that is common to all the living beings, including every insect. Uh, so these facts actually, now we know we have that knowledge, and then it's up to the system or the person to go deep into these facts and then try to understand uh, actually what is being explained in this sermon. So they are so valuable, and guidance we receive from our noble friend is immense. And it's up to us actually. Now we have heard the true Dhamma. We know that the adequate guidance is there. It's up to us to do the research and experiment and then try to understand the truth behind all these teachings. So all our Dhamma friends have joined. Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, and other Dhamma friends. I just gave a basic outline because Shani doesn't seem to be able to join today, so we didn't read the book. I just gave an outline on what we were talking yesterday. Theruvan Saranai.
Okay, Theruvan Saranai, I worship Paramahansa. We worship Paramahansa, and we try to understand this Dhamma from different perspectives. Yeah, anyone can ask a question. If Joy has a question, he can ask too. I think today morning, the topic we were talking about yesterday about a mother asking whether to buy think the thought to buy the frock, then it all, I think today morning Aranwanse touched it, not through that topic but in a different way, how it's only decided by whether the person is actually understanding the truth and the feeling the truth. That is the main rationale actually, because thoughts can happen, the taste can happen, the smell can happen, seeing can happen, hearing can happen, and touch can happen. But entertainment of these sensory organs and the entertainment of the mind or the thoughts, these all due to the ignorance, actually thinking that they are real. At the same time, it's the other way around also. How we feel alive, actually, how we feel alive is um, because of the perception uh, that we get from the stimuli. So the main, like the main way to one way to understand this is how this happens. So with the ignorance, we have taken that there is a self. We have directly taken it. I mean, there's no even before listening to Dhamma, we don't have even a problem of taking it hard. Yes, I am here. Then we have, so that is a self view, and that underneath that there is a self perception. So we feel that too, like I'm here, you are there. I am here, chair is there. Or I'm here, I'm listening to sound of or birds or whatever. So the self perception is also there, and the self vibration where you feel kind of alive. So how does this happen if there is no self? So then we understand it is the stimuli. This is very important not to miss this. If you feel the stimuli as a thing, you have this burning. That's what it is. So if there is no self, how do we feel this? That is because the stimuli is felt as a thing. But by trying to understand this, when the duality is broken, actually you feel the other side much more than before, because we are all judgmental, we are all having very opinionated notions about everything. But once this side is relaxed and no burning, you just become the other thing. So it's very, very easy. But in the long run, this can take a long time, but mainly understanding the truth is the most important thing, and actually let the feel to happen. So now, usually before we listen to Dhamma, the whole dream is centered. So the I am in the center, and the whole dream is around you. So you hear things, you are the one who would be having the perception, and but as we listen to Dhamma, the center is getting. Actually, the center is the one which dissipates. Center is the one which dissolves. Center, without the center, the whole world is beautiful. I don't know whether you can feel this. The actual the dream is still there. The feeling that it is happening here is not there. That is how I think how we can put it into words. So I'll hand over to someone so you all can start discussing. Anyone able to
Therwan
join?
Saranai, Doctor.
Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, answer. Yes, Doctor, it's very beautiful, the explanation that you gave right now, that how the cynosure was the self and how gradually it dissolves into, I mean, the everything. It becomes the everything. And your advice, let the feel arise, because it has been emphasized what one can do is only to listen to Dhamma and to contemplate, actively contemplate at the very beginning, and then naturally there will be certain instances where you see where we see Dhamma through our day-to-day incidents, and then again there was advice, even Naryan Hanse mentions it, you can't do anything about it. Now I remember, I mean, couple of months ago, even when Dr. Kokila was constantly reminding, telling us about the field, there was a time that I was like looking for the field. Why it isn't there? What is this field? So actually, we couldn't. Uh, Although you were explaining that it would rise, you have to until it will come. At times, we were little impatient also. So in the even in the sermons, the in this Lord Buddha has given a clear path. The first, the wisdom of truth, then the wisdom of practice, natural arising of wisdom. That kruta, I think it's automatically one would the self perception will diminish. So that stage after listening to Dhamma, rest of it will happen naturally. So that advice you gave right now, let the feel come, because it is always mentioned the mind covers up the field, and mind covers up the yesterday also. In one of the chapters that I read, it was clearly mentioned that nothingness of the stimulus is masked by the mind. So this has been said in numerous ways. So Dr. Kokila today give the simplest, I mean, in a nutshell, you gave it beautifully. What would happen over the years? Something when Dr. Sakun practices of Buddhism, how we practiced, yeah, we knew certain Dhamma points. I mean, they introduce certain things as insight meditation, but which is not truly insight meditation. So certain words were there, certain meditation techniques were there, but until we listened to Buddothpado sermons, nothing actually, we couldn't see the big picture. We didn't have proper path to follow. Honestly, everybody will agree, we did not have a proper path to follow. We always had doubts wherever we go. We had the real need to uh, find true Dhamma. We always knew, actually, whoever wanted to realize Dhamma had the real had felt that this life, whatever the wealth, I mean, all the achievements they have made, the suffering is there. And they mostly, in my case personally, I was so scared of death from the childhood. Because uh, my grandmother used to tell me about the death and the things that would happen after death, the hell and all. So from, I mean, at the age of 5, I was really scared of, life after death. So I wanted to, and then she told there is something called nirvana. So if you attain that, you would end the suffering. So that message was there, and somehow, I mean, all of us at some point, fortunately, got this kind of vision or the goal that we should end the suffering in this life. So it itself is so rare. So, and Dr. Kokila, I need to ask this from you. When we talk about a life field, existence wheel, and the self-perception, are all of them more or less the same? Uh, life feel, existence feel, and the self
No, the
perception
existence feel. No, Arana
feel.
said that day, one day when he joined, he nicely explained it. Existence feel will be there until your respiration stops. Existence feel is the
Right.
touch and all that. That will be there, but the life feel is not there. Life feel is different. The self perception is different. Self perception is in the form world. I mean, it has, but I mean, you can't really separate them. But
Yeah.
the feel is
Self
in the feel level, non-form.
and Dr. Self view will go away with the realization gradually, but self perception will continue to be there, isn't it?
There's no hard and fast
Past,
rule about that.
yeah, we
Self-perception will dissolve anyway.
mm,
And it will end only in an arahant.
true.
Self-perception. But it all tallies, so the self-vibration is also zero, self-perception is zero.
That's right. Like an equation on this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult if we try to like give something like that, because self vibration is something you have to feel, but the self perception is kind of a all the perceptions basically are in the form world.
Mm.
It has a kind of, at least you know, like when you say it's having a bad smell.
Mm-hmm.
It is a perception, but actual smell is a fear which you can't even talk about. But once we put a perception, we can talk about it all the time.
So, Doctor, original sensor level experience, we cannot call it a perception.
No. Okay, now
Mm.
you're making it more complex now for me also. So there are two perceptions in that. One is the basic five perception is used in the that also, because the light, you can have a perception, but light, you can have a mind perception too. So you have to be careful. So the mind sensor has a mind perception, that is a mental formation. Without the mind perception or the mind part, just the sensory organ per se can have a light perception or touch perception. Touch perception specifically, kaya vinyana, you don't really need the mental perception. So perception word can be used everywhere. So again,
It is, Doctor,
I don't
used
know how you got
interchangeably.
even that question. How did you get that
No,
question, by the way?
no, now just now when you said if it is bad smell, it's the perception, I think I got it wrong at that point on.
Yeah.
So,
What I'm trying to say is the
it was
light,
not what you were trying to say.
the
Mm.
light itself. Okay, how can I say? Okay, we'll try to say this. I don't know whether I would be good in telling this. So just imagine, without the mind consciousness, if you are feeling the light with the fast vibration, it comes to the consciousness. When it comes to the consciousness, the life feel is there. When it comes to the perception level in that, the feel of existence is there. So it's very difficult to tell these things. It's rather to feel, but because the main thing that what ignorance prevails here is not knowing that it is the fast vibration of the sensory organ. That's the ignorance there. Once you pass that ignorance, if you're aware about the full science, that if you get into that fast vibration, and if you feel that, if you knew before, like it is the fast vibration of the sensory organ, definitely the value is going to go to zero and you can feel the non-vibration. But this is something you have to know. That's where the Dhamma comes. So you know if it is just light, but this in practical life this can't be ascertained. This is from wisdom that you are ascertaining, but then when comes actual experience, it comes automatically because this is all Satyajnana or the truth. So when you know the truth, the first round is you can't separate first and second rounds. If you see it's the crow, you're seeing. If you see it is the bus, you are seeing. If you're seeing it's the chair, you are seeing. But if that mind has no power, only you might feel it. But it's very through like wisdom. So what you have to know is the fast. So there's vijnana or the perception. What is the word for that? Consciousness. Yeah. So the perception there and consciousness there, we rarely talk about it, but the same words are used. But the mental formations, that also is a perception. So chair is a perception. It's a mental perception though. So when we usually talk, we talk about the mental perceptions.
Right.
So Sudharma is a mental perception.
Yeah, Doctor, because
Dr. Sakuntala is a mental perception. But if I can hear Sudharma's voice, that is again a mental perception. But if the mental perception is fully dissolved, you might be able to appreciate the vibration. That is the tense. That is the tense. But then you understand, because of Dhamma only you can reverse this. Because you know that it is a vibration of the ear, not nothing other than that.
Doctor, we use all these words interchangeably, no? Perception, thought, stimulus, because
when usually we talk about perceptions, it's usually mental perceptions.
Mental perceptions.
But if you are talking about the other perception, we have to specifically say it is a sensory organ perception.
Clear, got it.
Because that is the direct perception. But in touch, you can actually directly feel it.
So in the perception,
doesn't necessarily need the mental formation. That's why actually it is easy to feel, easy to do it with the walking meditation. That is why walking meditation is the kind of the first foremost of all the meditative practices.
The base. Even in these 4 points of contemplation, it is the base, right? Yeah. We are not seated in certain posture.
Yeah, but yeah, because Anyway, humans, this body consciousness can be used at any point, whether you are sleeping, whether you are lying down, whether you are in the sense, sorry, not sleeping, when you are lying down, when you are sitting down, when you are walking, when you are doing any action, is because you have a body, you will have bodily sensations. So you can use the meditation at any posture. Do you understand?
Yeah, doctor.
Because Kaya
Yeah.
Vinyana is there, bodily
Yeah.
sensations are there, body consciousness is there.
Right.
So it's easy to do any meditation for humans, but it's different for any other being where the body is not a feature. There can be beings where body is not a feature. If it's like a unicellular organism, still the life is there. How? Because the life feel is there. It's very easy when you try to put into these other jeeving. What is the word for jeeving? Like
Creatures, living organisms.
living organisms, yeah, because they are living. Why are we calling they are living? Because they are living. Why? Because they have the life feel, and
They-
why they have when they have the life feel in any
vibration.
means, there's life, and there is always
Doctor, can I
chance of
clarify
change.
something regarding the body sensation since you came to this now? Now, doctor, we say like temperature, then hardness, softness, they are felt by the body straight away. But if a child gets burned due to maybe some hot water is poured into his or her hand, and then the mother says, now see, you felt coldness, but it's actually the heat. So that feeling will be the a kind of high temperature or the heat for the child. And when the child is touching some cold thing, ice maybe, mother says it's the heat. Now see you, it's the heat you felt. So that label will be assigned to that sensation. So in that way, can we say the child directly felt coldness, hotness? Aren't they the labels in some way?
Oh, Sudharma. So the perception. Now again, going back to perception.
Sorry if I am
Okay.
confusing
No.
you.
I'm not confused. I'm trying to understand how to say this because now I have to say something. So perception. Now going back to perception. Now try and see whether you can understand the perception again, because this is hovering around that perception question again. So mental perception can be anything. It can be in Chinese words, it can be you are telling mother to the foster mother, and child will never know what's the big problem. But the mother is not the biological mother. You are telling mother to the foster mother because baby didn't know. Until 18, he didn't know. And at 18 years of age, he is given the letter saying, this is not your biological mother, this is the foster mother. So what? So feel has nothing to do with the perception. That's the main important thing you have to understand here. So the feel and the perception, specifically the mental perception, has no correlation. So you can tell a child, okay, so you are trying to cheat the child now, saying that this is hot when the cold water is put. Yeah, he will go to the school and he will pour hot water with another child and say, did you feel the cold? And they will slap him because you burn me and you're asking whether it's cold. Isn't this happening to people all the time? When a foreigner comes, you tell a bad word and that foreigner goes
No,
somewhere else
excuse
and tell the
me,
bad word
doctor.
again.
Peruan
Yeah,
Saranai, doctor, it's not the point. I mean, if all of us got that perception
same
for that
thing.
cold thing,
Same thing.
hmm,
Doesn't matter.
hmm.
Perception
So if
has
that,
no place in this film. it's a perception only. So that's the problem we are trying to understand anyway. So good thing to Sudama is not the good thing to me. Good thing to us is not the good thing for Joel, and good thing to us will not be the good thing for Sakuntala. So what? So what is good? So what is bad? Okay, what is bad for someone in living like originated from European country? What is bad for him may be good for me. So what? So the mental perceptions are according to their dream. Whatever the dream, if it's matching everyone's dream, yeah, let it be. But if it's not, yeah, it's not. But the perceptions are perceptions. So imagine I'm going back to the Amazon forest. Someone is living in the Amazon forest. So imagine the tribe has about 50 people. So they believe something. They believe the sun is the god. So what? So their god is sun. That's fine. But whatever the dream is not true. Their dream is different to our dream. Our dream is different to the person living in America. The dreams can be different, or it can be similar. But the dream is not true. Basic message is that. So what you actually believed in doesn't matter, whether it's hot or cold. Doesn't matter. Feel is what it matters. Even if you call cold for the hot or whatever, if you change the whole word and maybe start living in if you start living in moon, you're floating all the time. Just read about the podcast that they did, the 3 people. So they are floating all the time. So the space, they are floating all the time. So what is the experience? So is that true or this true? Is the gravity true or the non-gravity true?
Actually, doctor, this came up when we were doing the practical program. So, what the instructions given was like when you walk, the body, the feet or the body would feel some hardness. So you might think that it is the hardness of the cement floor. So, and you would feel some coldness. The thought will come that it is the coldness of the wind. So actually, that lady was asking, no, that hardness itself, body feels something, gets a feeling or a sensation, that then I think it's the hardness. Body gets certain feel, so I think it's the coldness. That way, because she was asking that, I also had that doubt, in the sense I also was wondering before also, they can be labels sort of, but strictly our senior people, 2 of them were there, they were telling, no, you should the thought should be definitely the ground cement floor. The coldness is directly felt. Yeah, that's
We'll stop
yeah.
there. We'll stop there. So we'll try and see what we can do about that. So even the hardness is a perception, or that is what you are asking from the beginning. It's not a mental one. It is a sensory organ perception. But when you feel it as a thing, that is the consciousness, as a feel side. But the idea, whatever the ideas, are in the mental side. So this is very maybe difficult, but just you can contemplate on that. Churangika, do you think you can add something bit better?
Dr. Kokila. So Dharma, I think what you're trying to find out is that initial thing that you said, where it says that the body directly feels certain sensations, and that is solidity, liquidity, temperature, right? Because Dr. Kokila, I think when Aryan Vahanse explained those, what do you call those things? Rupa
Four
Kalapa.
great elements. Four great.
Yeah, those four great elements, and broke it down into, I don't know, 54 elements.
8. Yes. 8.
No, the Rupa Kalapa. I don't know what the English term is for that. And in that, the body sensor had less than the other sensors. For the reason, and the reason explanation was that it directly feels, or the sensations are directly ascertained or directly experienced, which is the heat, the solidity, and that kind of thing. So
But
I'm
we can
wondering
actually combine it with the mental formations.
Yes,
That's
definitely.
if you actually go to think about it.
If
But
you
if
go
you are
to
not
think about
thinking
it,
about, people are trying to think about it, then, but if the thinking part is not there, so this is the liberation of the mind we are talking about. So if the thinking part is not there, this is the complexity of this Dhamma, because the liberation of mind part is we can't really just explain it, because the liberation of the mind is something you feel, and the form world is not there, or the whole dream, you awaken from the whole dream, then it is the vibration you feel. It's not solidity, or how do I say it? It's not how do I say actually? You can't really say solidity and all that, but the solidity part is there in the sanya level.
Theron Saranai, doctor, I can little clarify it further. It was a simple thing actually. She was asking, now I perceives certain image, so the mind sensor identifies it as a tree. Ear perceives a certain sound, mind sensor identifies it as the cross sound, blah blah, and body sensor gets a certain feel. Mind sensor identifies it as hardness. Body sensor feels some
So
certain
hardness
feeling.
can be a mental formation as well as the
That's
body
direct experience.
direct feeling.
Yeah.
That's the thing that you are confusing.
Yeah. That's what I
Because you
wanted
can
to
think about the
clarify.
hardness.
Yeah.
You can think about the hardness, but you can have the perception too.
Yeah, true.
Kind
Clear.
of
That's what
the
exactly I wanted to ask, doctor.
yeah. So the because if you say now it's very cold, that's a mental perception.
True.
Feel is completely different. Feel, you can't even talk about the feel.
It's like this, Sudama, and I understand that it can be quite confusing. I think I spent quite a bit of time trying to reflect on it as well. So when Aryan Vahanse says that these are directly experienced, for example, it's very, very tricky now. For example, if the child puts the hand onto the gas which is on a fire, the burning of the skin will happen, right? I think that goes to the same thing like when that person asked in the Australia Zoom, if I take poison, won't I die? And Dr. Popula, you said yes. Now, then take another example. If you go in the winter outside, or you don't have to do that, just go in a cold wind, immediately, what do you call this, hirigadu pipeno thing happens now. The hair on your
Goosebumps.
skin stands apart, right?
Goose flesh,
And
no? Goose flesh.
goosebumps.
Goose, so goose flesh,
Yeah,
yes.
goosebumps. So you get goosebumps sometimes. Yeah, and so that's an auto reaction of the body. So those are direct experiences, isn't it, Dr. Pokida? But
Yeah,
if you
that's a
actually,
good example that you went to the baby. I actually forgot that. See, that's a good thing about having a lot of kids here. So if you go to the actual baby before starting even the mind, it is the feel. And can we even talk about anything there? Whether it is smell, whether it is taste, whether it is the thickness or the solidity or the nothing. There's no idea about it, but they feel. That's really good example. So that's the feel level. But as soon as we understand that this is solid, because we get that idea slowly, that when we touch water, we have a like a idea that it is watery and the mountain is not watery. How can we have that? That's in the mental formation. It's with everything. We have that idea that the mountain is not watery, but the waterfall is watery. So
All of them are labels, aren't they, Doctor? That's a very
Doctor,
beautiful thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Jaya.
I was just listening to this conversation, and when you all were telling this walking meditation, all we walk, and hot or cold, we feel it. So what happens is you feel the hot or cold, and the body senses the feeling of cold and hot, but it goes to the mind sensor and gives a perception that it's hot and cold, or else we
Yeah.
don't know it's hot and cold.
Yes.
So that's how it works. So just make it simple like that. The body senses hot and cold. It goes to the mind sensor, and then the mind perceives or gives a perception, it's hot.
Someone has to sell that it is the hotness, because that's what I think Sudharma was asking. What if someone says the hot to the cold one?
Cold.
So I so that's what she was trying to say. But if someone says cold to the hot, but that's like in the someone trying to cheat the other person. But what we are trying to say here, yes, what you said is correct. So as soon as the perceptions are working in a child, when the baby, it's just a vibration. That level, it's very important to understand. That's the level that has no defilements at all. But but still the self vibration is still there, but it's not manifesting as a self perception. But as soon as the consciousness is concerned, when the consciousness are working together, it comes the perception, mental formation, then mental formation. If there's a mental formation saying this is very cold, it works differently. It's not just the label, as Sudharma said, it's complicating the whole picture, because you feel it move, because as soon as the mental formations are formed, the vibration is multiplied, kind of it is augmented. And then because that is the initial part of self-perception. As soon as you feel something, if you get the self-perception, if you kind of understand. So if you say, oh, this is so cold, there's always the notion underneath that it's felt to me. That's how the self-perception arises. which is from nowhere. That's the misunderstanding here. That it's felt to me. That was the problem from the beginning that we had. So that's how the self-perception arises. That's our main target. We are not targeting the other stuff. We are not targeting the cold. We are not targeting the hotness. We are not targeting the fluidity or the liquidity or the hardness. We are actually targeting the self-perception. We are trying to understand how we got the perception that it's happening here to me. Me is a view, but actually it's happening here is the problem. So we felt it happening here in this system is because of the ignorance. But if we understand that the heavy, like a very fast vibration of the sensory organ only, then only this whole change happens. That is the third and fourth. It's all in the field side. Yes.
And even the example of a baby in the cot, they pee and they are happily swishing away the whole nappy is wet with pee, and they have no idea of liquidity, isn't it?
No,
they are
it's
in
just a vibration.
They're in a puddle of urine and they're just there. No idea of it being pee or whether it is wet even, they don't know.
What about the smell of the poo?
Yeah, smell of the poo. And then if you think about Dr. Kokala, you must be familiar with this, elderly people, they get very distressed when they have incontinence, isn't it? And then, so at that stage, all the sensations, all the formless, all the things have formed because it's the mental formation and all the connotations arising out of the liquidity, that it is urine, that accidentally they are urinating without their control because they are old now. The fact that it distresses them if they go out in a social setting, all these things, how they may attribute everything to the self, isn't it?
Yeah, and but what I wanted to highlight there, Sudharma, and what Joy said was correct. But what I wanted to highlight here is what we are trying to understand here is how did this self-perception occur? That's the whole scenario. Otherwise, we get sidetracked and try to attack everyone. You're out there, I can attack you. I mean, the story is so bizarre then. But here, what we are trying to understand is what is self-perception? If there is no self, how did we get this self-perception that it's happening here? It's a self-perception is a very strong thing. It's a very strong thing. How strong the self-perception is, how strong the self-vibration is. How strong the self-vibration is equal to how strong the self-perception is, and it is equal to how strong the self-view is. It's all kind of equal. And they subside together, kind of. It's very important to understand this.
But in order to break it down further, you have heard, I'm sure, Sudhamar and Vasi saying to all of us that I think yesterday or day before, so he said it, if not for the sensor, we don't even know there's a vibration. I think he said it yesterday.
Yeah.
That was so, it was really one of these are the things that unfortunately, it's his guidance that is so valuable because it gives a whole other way of vidarshana in reflecting on that point, isn't it? That if not for the function, if not for the sensors, how do we know there's vibration? And and then that, the example of the general anesthetic, if the body is subjected to a general anesthetic, then there's no sensation at all. So then what happens there? These are the points of reflection.
Yeah, the self vibration is not in one place. It's not hidden in one cell or anything. It's just like, the good example I can take is the iCloud. Can we try and find out where it is? It's kind of like that. So it's very important to understand the self-perception is the same. It's not, so the understanding mind is the same. There's no mind, there's no body organ as such mind. It's just kind of the same way as, that's why people are still struggling. The scientists are still struggling because no way you can catch it. It's very difficult to catch it because one can only catch it through the mind. You can't really catch it outside. But they can now understand that even the quantum physics are now aligning with this stimuli. And this co-vibration or the synchronization or the telepathization. They are talking about that. If something is vibrating here in the quantum physics, they talk about it. If there is a similar vibration, like in a different world even, they're the same. They are the same. And that's the same phenomena that how these things happen. And even how we see light is the same phenomena. If there's a vibration in the eye, it's a synchronicity of the vibration that you understand as light. But the actual real is the vibration. But after the perception arises, we have so much connotations, we have so much explanations, it's not the word per se though, it's much more deeper than that, because the words come later. Because if you just talk about the words, you are forgetting the young, even the the worm can't talk, worm can't hear, worm can't see. Worm has only the bodily functions, but still they have the self-perception. How? So it's just that because of the body or the perception that it's happening here. So yeah, it's I think they are just by contemplation. I don't know whether you can. I think it is through experience you can actually get these things, because you can touch something very cold like ice and see it's just the function of the skin. That's all. That's how you can do the contemplation, not by thinking.
Yeah, doctor, it's a sensation as well as a label, isn't it? That's the answer we can give for that. If you think it's a label, feeling anyway is felt, no, by the body.
Yeah. Why are you using the label word?
Label word, that is the first point of contemplation, no, doctor. Now for the eye perceives billions of things. So the label comes tree, country, America, so Dharma, all those.
You have to be very careful in that. You have to be very careful. I don't know whether RNC uses the label word. You have to be very careful if someone is using that, because it's not limited to that. Because
label in the sense name assign, that identification part. Because at some point somebody introduces.
Identification part has a lot of things. So the mental formation of a tree has everything there. You just have to feel this. Tree is not only a name.
I do understand, but doctor, for the beginners we have to follow that, no? That Shabda Varna.
I don't use that. I don't use that. I say that there's a sound, but I don't say it's a label, because I don't know whether it's there's three kinds of vibrations coming together. to form the tree. It can be the vision, it can be because teacher might show you the palm card of tree, then she might tell you that it is tree. Not only that, because the most difficult part people ask is, if I touch my mother, I feel that mother is alive. That's the most difficult aspect of this Dhamma. That was the question that Suranka asked a long time ago about the waterfall, how alive we feel when we stand near the waterfall. And that's the main question that was asked about the mother too. So if we just talk about the label, that can go towards kind of this the life feel, and the mind is complicated. Mind, just imagine when I say love. Oh, is that just a name?
Doctor, in the first point of contemplation, please correct me. Actually, today, if there's no time, tomorrow you will be able to explain it for me. Now, the thing is, in the first point of contemplation, that we believe that if they practice it properly, they will liberate from the external world. And everything is the thought.
No,
Actually,
no. Yeah. I know. Yeah. You can say that, but you hear a sound and you say mental formation says it's a cross sound. Simple as that. It's simple as that, no?
So here also same thing they apply. Now
Yeah,
body
but
gets the feeling, but the mental formation says it's the hardness. That she was actually continuously telling that.
that's if
That's why I
that
understood
person
it.
is that
Yeah.
is if that person is thinking. But the perception can be there even without the mental formation of thinking this is hardness, this is hardness, this is hardness, this is hardness. We don't think like that now. But still, perception is there within the dream. It's in the dream. So this is becoming so there's form world and the form world. It's a dream. It's the whole dream. And when you talk about the whole dream, the perceptions are there. If you liberate from the dream, perceptions are not there. It's only the feel.
Dr. Gokila?
Yeah.
I was just thinking to ask this question. Now, we were talking about the self-perception and coming out of the dream, right? So we discussed about this no self kind of thing.
Yeah.
No self, right? This I component is not there. We have no self. And once we were discussing that the outer world is also not there, it's nothing there, but we perceive it as something is there. So if we have this no self-perception or no self-feeling, can we get
that
a clarity
something
of
is also
this?
not there.
Yeah, something is also not there.
Yeah, 100%.
So
That's
when
the
we
feel
live,
part. That's the feel part. That's where the difficulty is, because it's very difficult to explain. That's the feel part, because something is in the feel part. Something is definitely in the feel part. You feel something, kind of, it's happening here. The vibration is here. That's what the baby felt as well, because baby didn't know anything about that this is bad smell, or even this is a smell that baby didn't know. Because even to say it is a smell, you have to have some kind of perception. But then that's the feel level. In that feel level, yes, you feel as something. And even that's some, because that's why the baby can't understand nirvana at all, at any point. Because the baby has to become an adult and understand that this vibration happened only because there is sensory organs. The baby has sensory organs. That's why there is a feel. Definitely, that's the point. Baby can't understand that, but baby becomes an adult. Then the adult hears this Dhamma and understands, okay, you feel something, and then that something is the vibratory nature of this sensory organ. That's all. And it's so simple. But we make it so complicated because our mind is complicated, I think. I think that basically our mind is so complicated, we complicate the thing. But if you really understand this whole story, what we are trying to say is, yes, the baby feels something. So the self-vibration is there. Baby can't do anything about it. Baby can't get rid of it. No. Worm can't get rid of it. Animals can't get rid of it because they don't have a beautiful, this mind for you to have this ability to contemplate. But the humans, only humans have this ability to contemplate. So when they become adults, there's mental formations, they have the ability to contemplate, and then through that, they pierce the stimuli and understand, okay, there's a feel. And that feel is only because there is a sensory function, speed, vibration of the sensory function. Am I clear? Or I think Joel asked in the last question was about that something. That is very correct. That is very correct. Because the baby feels something.
So it's like basically you go into this awareness of your sensory functions before it goes to the mind sensor, and then when you're aware of
No,
it,
mind sense. No, it's the other way around. So the mind becomes unimportant, or you know that the mind sensor is just there, you don't give any value to that. Then you pierce the mind sensor and then go to the feel, and then you pierce the feel because you know that the feel is only sensory function. That's, you go from outside to inside, not from inside to outside. Is that okay? So that's why we start the contemplation by
It's
outside is not true.
It's almost like you're removing the program. The program is the mind. The program is the mental formation. So you see the truth in that. The program falls away, and then how does the program work with raw data? So just think about raw data like the basic sensory perceptions. I don't know if that's a good example, but just trying to relate it a little bit more practically.
Did you get it, Joel? The one I was trying to say, because we never start from the core. You can't, because you haven't come to the core. You have to start from the where you are now, because we are now here in the as normal people feeling that chair is there. So we start from there. We understand that the chair is actually a perception. We are not doing anything to the chair, but we just understand. It's a wisdom. We understand that the chair is a perception. And then the next level is we understand the perceptions are actually vibrations. And then when we get into the vibratory level, we understand that the vibration is just the rapid vibration of sensory organ only. That's the 4 steps basically. Is it okay, Joel?
Thanks, doctor.
Yeah, okay. Did you get it, Sudharma? I think you might have to contemplate this as well. Because if you make it...
Doctor, I got busy and I couldn't listen to the last bit of it. I will listen to it, Doctor, on YouTube.
Yes.
Doctor.
Yeah. The last bit is, I think, important, isn't it, Surangika? That just get it simply rather than making it more complicated with all the label and stuff. Yeah.
Teruvan Saranai, Doctor.
Teruvan Saranai. Yes, Surangika, you can add something if you want.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන්.
That's fine, Doctor. I think we are running out of time now.
Yeah, Dr. Sakuntala was silent all this time. Can you add something, Dr. Sakuntala? I think
Yeah,
he's taking
actually,
some rest. No,
because
I'm joking.
as Joel said that he said something like there's nothing outside, but it's just I wanted to tell was that you can't say there's nothing outside. There must be something, but we don't know. There's no way of exactly finding out also what is there outside. Whatever is created by the senses is taken as real. So we have to accept whatever is created by the senses, and then that is what is projected as outside world, isn't it? So
Yeah, so that's where the misunderstanding is.
yeah.
Yeah. Mm. Yeah. So I think we are running into the 4 o'clock Zoom. So we will hand over the Zoom to 4 o'clock Sinhala prior to the Zoom discussion. So we worship Aryan Wahanse with so much gratitude for his noble friendship and guidance to understand about the non-vibration. And thank you all Dhamma friends for joining today. It's having beautiful discussions about how and thank you for participation. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Thank you, Dr. Hope.
Thank you.
Page number 88, paragraph 2. But if you live day to day with the realization that there is nothing outside, that they are only thoughts without moving forward on your path to reach the top, then you will remain stuck only with this part of the realization, and you will never move forward to realize the next 3 stages of the spiritual path. The path from one stage to the next stage is different. In order to attain the stage of an anagami, you have to maintain your awareness and use your wisdom to analyze and see if thoughts are true or not. When you see that the thought is also a lie, that is when your path to attain the stage of anagami starts to clear up. Unfortunately, a person who is a sotapanna can also fall into the trap of living in the Lokottara Samadhi. If he gets attached to the Samadhi, then he would not be able to proceed on the path to Nirvana. You can be a Sotapanna and yet be trapped in a false view, Drushtiya, which can hinder your progress in moving forward to attain other stages. Therefore, you should either learn to apply an effort to see the truth in the thought and proceed on the path to attain the stage of anagami, or you should get advice from a Kalyana Mitra, someone who has already realized the pure truth, so that you can proceed on your path to nirvana. You have to find a practical way to be on the path. Even when you are on the path to attain the fourth and the final stage of becoming an arahant, you have to quietly keep seeing the thoughts that come and go. At this stage, when you are on the path to become an arahant, you have nothing to do except to watch the thoughts that come and go. This path is well explained by the Buddha in the Oga Tarana Sutra. While you are on the path to become Sotapanna, you need to put some effort to become a Sotapanna. When you are on the path to become an Anagami, there is a bit of an effort you need to apply here. You need to observe how you let go of your thoughts. Seeing that there is nothing in a thought is also known as the Animitta Samadhi. Therefore, son, everybody.
Shani. Uh, Thank you for reading the book for us. 2 pages from the True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, and starting the session. We all worship Aran Mahansa at his feet. Teruvan Saranai Aran Mahansa. And Teruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. We warmly welcome you to this English Zoom discussion, 2:45 to 4 p.m. from Sri Lankan time. So we have been slowly, little by little, we have been trying to understand what is this path, what is meant by path, and what is the nature of the thought, what is meant by mind. Actually speaking, we had different understanding on these words, and the explanations we had were different previously from various sermons that we heard earlier. Little by little now, some form of light is shed to clear these matters. In these 2 pages, we heard about the 4 levels in the path of Arhant to reach the state of Arhant. If I clarify that in a different way, what Aryan Mahansi, our noble friend, says is that it's not something like passing an exam and moving from one grade to the other. It's actually a very gradual process where these things are happening automatically when the person or the system understands the basic truth of Dhamma, how the thoughts are made, how this feeling of self-perception comes up, and the fact that it is only a system. So when a person is on the path, it's described that the first level is what's called the Sotapanna, where in that level, the system understands that outside world is not true. Not that there is nothing outside in the world. What we understand with the help of this sense of formations, with the sense of faculties, is not exactly what is there outside. There's no way of finding out what is exactly there, what is the true world, because the different animals or the different living beings have their own worlds created by the senses. So Sotapanna and then The other level described here is the anagami. Anagami means you clearly understand, the system clearly understands that there's nothing solid called mind also. So it's a flow, continuous flow, and a very rapid flow. And the last state is the Arhat state, where there is some persisting tranquility, persisting lightness, and persisting, everything is persisting, and there are no defilements at that level. So as I said, even though the 4 different levels I explained, this is particularly in Theravada chapter, the 4 levels are described, and the last level is the Arhat state. But in Mahayana, there is a slightly different teaching, which our noble friend has explained in the Deshana, where the person, when the system understands that there is no truth in these thoughts, that means the thoughts are creations, so thoughts are just mental construct. When the system understands this as a very clear matter, the value which is automatically tagged to the stimuli or the thoughts disappear, or that gets dissolved. And as a result, every stimulus or every thought that occurs is taken and understood as something, an illusion or a creation. So the weight or the discomfort that occurs when the thoughts are true, when the thoughts are taken as true, is no more there. So maybe we can take the discussion forward. We can discuss something according to what we read, or something else if there are any questions from our Dhamma friends. Teruvan Sarnai Kokila. Teruvan Sarnai all Dhamma friends.
Teruvan Sarnai. We worship Paramanse for his guidance and welcome everyone. So I would add something to that. The book thing that we were reading, the topic that we were reading about. The whole path starts actually with the feel. So the feel, what we feel first is how much defilements we have, how much power we have, and that power starts to dissipate or starts to gradually fade. And that would be the path from beginning to the end. There are certain kind of areas that are highlighted. That's all. The main thing to understand is you have to have a clear idea how much vibration is you, like how strong your self is, how strong or how much power you have in your tense. So after understanding that, it would be gradual reduction of that power, and it just those levels actually is explained in such a way that reducing of your power, the stages, and finally what happens is the life field is not there, but the every function will be there. So that power we are talking about, or the defilements, or the burning, or whatever the word we use, is not there, but the sensory functions would be there. So the mind will be working as normal, the eye will be working as normal, the ears will be working as normal, the sensory the skin, the nose, the tongue will be working as normal. So this is the bit of a challenge to understand how much power you have in the taints, or what is the power behind this sensory organ. So that's the kind of challenge. So otherwise, this path, as some of the Lord Buddha's time also, most of them actually got that idea. This is just reduction of your mana, or reduction of your what is the English word for mana, by the way? Mana. What is the word used in our books?
That's Dr. Conceit.
Oh, is that conceit? Okay.
Yeah. But something I don't know. In English, of course, we use conceit for that extreme pride, unnecessary pride. But here it's something, I don't know, combination of egoism and pride. The meanings are little different of the
I
word
don't
mano.
think any of
Yeah,
those words are
yeah.
matching,
We
because
want. Yeah,
it's
we
a
are
kind of,
unable to capture the proper meaning with the English
yeah, but we can
words.
use both words, so ego or conceit kind of thing, because that gives some idea. So from the beginning, if we feel that that is what we are going to feel, and that is what is going to actually go to zero. So that's what the Mahayana was about. And Theravada kind of had this demarcations in this road. It's like there's one road. There's definitely only one road, and you have several kind of maybe huts. So why it is important to understand that there are several huts, I would say, kind of several stoppages, would say, like these are the stagnating areas, I would say, basically, because once a person feel much better in one stage, they can actually stagnate in one stage. This is very natural. Without the noble friend's help, I think the usual way of mind is to stop wherever it is feeling comfortable. So once you actually feel that the outside world is not true and just a perception in the mind, it's so calm. So you might get addicted to that stage. But when pushed by the noble friend, you might be, okay, none of these things are true. What am I getting so happy about? So then you understand that even this whole entire dream is not true, because you can't be just happy in the dream and nothing is affecting me, so I'm so happy. But the whole dream is not true means you have to wake up from that. So that path is different. So I think these stagnating paths are those points that we talk about, stream enterer, the once returner and non-returner and arahant. The main road is actually from stream enterer to the arahant. Which is stagnation happens everywhere, because but this is all in feel. You have to be very careful, because this understanding is in Satyajnana. So the truth is in well before that. Truth has to be there to even feel anything. So once you feel something, you feel your own vibration, you feel your defilements, you feel your power, you feel your pains or whatever, the burning. So then it starts to reduce. That's the path, and when it comes to zero. How? Because it has happened before. That's all. So anything to add? Anyone can ask a question. If someone wants to ask a question, anyone is, so you can always ask it, because we are just explaining few things before we enter the like a discussion. Surankai, do you want to add something until someone joins the discussion?
Dr. Gopilan, my friends. Not on that particular angle, doctor, but this morning I happened to just by chance listen halfway, tune in halfway through into a question, and maybe Dr. Sakuntala or Sudama, if you were listening to that, you can correct me. I think it was the morning 5 o'clock Zoom where a mother was asking about, I think she wanted to buy some blouse or something. She got a feeling of desire to buy a blouse. And then I think she felt guilty or something and thinking that this was the I coming up, the self-perception. And I think she called the Zoom for some advice. And one of the replies, I don't think I heard everything, one of the replies was that, what's wrong with hearing? What's wrong with going, if you want a blouse, what's wrong with that? Now, because I think ultimately what was trying to be said was that, whatever that is being done or said here, ultimately there is no self. So now that part of it, I think we've now progressed to a point where we realize that there's this different ways of tackling that question depending on what stage
Yeah,
the
the different
understanding
ways
is,
of
isn't it?
tackling,
Yeah.
different ways of tackling, yeah, 100%.
So at that point, I wasn't entirely sure whether that mother was at that stage, and this is also the importance of the person explaining, also being in the field and being able to telepathize and feel to a certain extent where that mother is coming from in terms of not only the thought pattern, but the words and the feel and, the way she, what do you call the word, vitakka, the way she describes it as to whether that was actually getting generated from a...
Well, if I can add something to that, Surangika, just now, because you brought it up. A question comes to the mind saying, if I buy the blouse, is it myself? That itself, that question itself is half-hearted, like unknowingly, or not directly, indirectly, actually showing that she has the idea of self. So that's the thing that's really tricky. So answering that question is really tricky. So the answer is really right when you say no, but at the same time you have to, I think, explain a bit more that that whether that mother is fully aware about the satyajnana or the truth, because it's really difficult. I mean, unless we hear it here and now, it's very difficult to understand whether she actually has the truth in line, isn't it? It's very difficult. Yeah. So the answer is no, because there is no self in whatever the way that is, because whatever the way there is no self. But the problem is
You can't give that
Defilements are there.
message too early, isn't it?
Defilements are there. I mean, the self-view can be broken. But when the question comes in that angle, then doubt comes whether the self-angle is really understood. And this comes to the question I got in Australian Zoom, the sing-along. If the mother is not there, I mean, even Joel has not asked these questions. I mean, Joel is much more in the field side, I feel, because that there was a question, if the mother is a thought, someone can even harm the mother, and will there be a anantarika papa karma, or the really wrong sins? Or if there is no poison, what happens if someone drinks it? Kind of, this so shows that how tricky this application of this truth is going to be. How tricky of delivery, even delivery, delivery of this truth can be so tricky. That because we don't know what the others are getting. So when we say the first step is to understand the outside is a perception, immediately if someone stopped there, they are never going to even understand the full truth, because the full truth is feeling the no self. Full truth actually starts there, feeling no self. At just in one thought, that's the full truth. But then you start listening to one point and you're like, yes, I got it. And you're like, no mother, no son, no flower, no chair. It's going to end really bad, where you will be more powerful. Your this conceit or the ego will be so powerful. You will be there, but everyone else will be not there. So that's the argument they are trying to actually bring out and understand. It's for understanding they're asking. But even these angles, we have to be aware that these angles can come up. So when someone asks which frock to buy, that gives a angle that this path is mistaken, because this path is to go to the zero self vibration, not about the controlling the outside appearance or the ability or the function. Because we can maneuver, or we can really, like change our applications. We can change the way we live easily. We can change the way we live. We might not go to the shops forever and have so much ego inside. Well, there are people who are living as clergy, or the monks, or the venerables. They never go and buy things. So they go for alms. They beg for alms. Still, how can you judge by that? You can't judge by that, can you? This is so intimate issue, like how much ego you have. So if we lose the plot, that's the thing that some people are, trying to talk about an incident. Why we try to bring it up? That's a part of the dream. Why are you even interested in that part of the dream? Because the whole dream is not true. So whether you buy the good frock or the bad frock, if you really understand the whole thing as a whole, If you miss it, yes, you miss it. But that's the problem of us, actually. I think the delivery problem, where we have our inadequacies, where we are trying our best to give it, but then we might not. And when the delivery is going to be faulty, the understanding may be faulty. But it happens to everyone. I mean, we may try our best, because it's according to the field we go. Sometimes you might say it fast. Yeah, sometimes you might say it so softly. Sometimes you might say it with scientific stuff. Sometimes you might say it with some simple stuff. But whatever, the message is just one clear message. What? There's no self. So, but the problem is, when you try to say that, people take it different angles, and they will go home without any message at all. Sometimes that can happen too. I think we are just learning here. I think that's the important thing, that we are learning here, how to deliver this beautiful message. Because if you take it half away, you can really get bitten by the serpent. Because, as I think we have talked about this before, if you actually get it half, okay, the outside is not true, it is just a perception, you can do whatever. That's not the point here, because that's the only one part of the whole thing. Then if you understand, the final point is, there's no self. And when there's no self, actually you become the other person, because this subject-object duality. And when the duality is gone, because you have respiration, because you have your sensory organs are working, definitely the stimuli is going to be there. It's going to be very subtle, but still it is going to be there. The consciousness is there, but the perception is there, but they are not falling anywhere. That's true. Isn't it, Suranka? It's really interesting and really tricky, and you can't
Yeah,
even...
I think it was very tricky. There were lots of people attempting to explain the Dhamma to that mother, and each of them gave really good points. And I think finally, Sudharma or Dr. Sakuntala, you can contribute. I'm sure you would have listened to the morning discussion. But the thing is, the question is, it's true what Aran Vance also says right from the beginning, even for the points of contemplation, where we say the outside world is only what we think.
That's why recently Aran Vance is actually focusing on ego now, but much more than before. Because all the people are stopping somewhere.
Yeah.
You're stopping in just like in middle somewhere, and think that it's done. It's really tricky. And when we try to explain also, because of our faults, wrong message can go. Because anything can happen, and we really understand that.
Yeah, I think that's what finally Asanti was trying to explain, about the fact that there is no self here. Whatever that comes to the mind, it's just a thought. And attribution, why is it that that thought is being attributed to the I, to the me? And that was the point that she was trying to raise there. So in these points of contemplation, the first and second kamatahan and so on, the background fact that this is non-soul Dhamma must be there as a base, definitely. But the way Aran Vance brought people on this path gradually over the last few years, also there is almost like a planned process, isn't it? Because the mind is so tricky. You overload the mind and then it can go to the other end, isn't it? So if one, and that is why Aran Vance has introduced the self-vibration, the power in the vibration, all these things little by little, because as there
Otherwise, no
is,
one will listen. Even people
yeah,
will get overwhelmed.
get overwhelmed. And so a biased one needs to know that ultimately, I mean, there is an understanding that every step and finally the last step is the realization that there is no self here. True. So that whole process and the ultimate outcome needs to be understood. But if one is still stuck and fixated on the outside world and trying to figure out whether it's a thought or an actual reality object outside, and if that mother is in that area of and then if the blouse and the urge to buy the blouse and a real longing and a desire for the blouse comes up, the trickiness is that uh, is it a solution to tell her there that there is no self? Ultimately, in the background, true, it has to be there. But at that point, the current has to be understood as this is the thing that is the raga, desa, moha. This is the craving. This is the delusion, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's actually, yeah, you're right, Dr. Hofler, the way you explained it, it's very tricky. And that's why RM answer is, I think, the best to go with the feel and
The
feel
thing
the
is,
mother's talk, isn't it?
if that mother has listened to Dhamma for a long time, Aryan Vahanse also might go in that direction, because that's what he usually does. Like if someone
True,
has
yeah.
listened to Dhamma for about 4 years, he might come up with the idea, what are you talking? It's a thought that whether to buy a computer or not is a thought. And whether you buy it or not is a different matter. It doesn't matter if the power doesn't, if there's no power in that thought. But who can predict that?
Yeah.
It's only through that vibration. Actually, when someone asks the question, is through that person's, that the heaviness of that is the only way that you can understand that is completely either it has to go from beginning. Long time ago, I used to try and understand Naranahanse, where when he is being asked a question, he starts from scratch. I was wondering, well, the person asks a question, but he went from like all the way to the beginning and started telling from the beginning to the end. And I was wondering, now I understand, because if he feels that the beginning is faulty, he starts from the beginning.
Yeah.
Because there must be some fault somewhere to think that that means she hasn't understood the mind sensor. But the understanding mind sensor is anyway difficult.
Yeah.
Because that's what Joe asked, how can I prevent a thought coming? And did we have a clear-cut answer? No, because it's trying and understand the thoughts are just thoughts, and thoughts can come, but they are not actually true. It's just a part of the dream, and the dream is actually a manifestation. There is light. It's not true. There's a manifestation, yes, because the eye is there. There's a manifestation of light, yes, true. And there's there's a manifestation of sound. And when they vibrate together, there's a thought like, shirt or frock. And now we are scratching our head and trying to understand which one to buy. That's not the point. Point is from the beginning. Even the light is not true. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Dr.
Yeah, when the light is not true, and the sound is not true, and the touch is also a manifestation of this skin sensor, that all becoming to become a chair or like a frock or shirt, this whole dream becomes like it's kind of a joke, but we live in that. We are not angry with the this dream. We are not despising the dream. We are not even getting attached to the dream, because when you go to the other direction, you're like, if the mom is there, why should I look after her? That's not the point. It completely ruins the point. We are trying to get rid of the power here, not anyone else's power. You can't do that anyway. So when your power is zero here, you will be looking after everyone anyway. How can you harm anyone if your power is not there? How can you hurt anyone like that? How can you blame anyone? If you're really blaming someone, it's just to get that vibration to non-vibration. Otherwise, would we like even talk like that? No, there's no need. I mean, imagine shouting at a kid. Yes, you shout at a kid to tell them if they are not listening, don't jump from there. So what's the problem? Is there a big problem in that? There's no problem in that. You're shouting from like very high note. You're telling don't jump from there. So what's the big problem? Is there a big problem? No. But the thing is, if the problem is whether that person is fully aware or fully not aware about this process, the full Dhamma. But the question itself shows that there is some lack of understanding. It depends on the question, actually, how it is worded.
Yeah.
Actually,
It's a very careful path to traverse, isn't it? I think we'll give the room for Joel
and also Aryan Hansa says some people's vibration are so low, they come to the Zoom and we kind of misunderstand them. But Aryan Hansa says no, that person's vibration is lower than the preacher. Isn't it like a situation where that person who is talking should be able to feel the vibration, whether it's higher or not. But the best person is Aryan Hansa. Yeah. Anyone can add anything to that?
Thiruvan Saranai, Doctor. Thiruvan Saranai, Surangika and all Dhamma friends. Namaskar Karami. Yes, Miss Surangika, I actually left before that lady asked that question in the morning Zoom, but later I heard what they were trying to do was to convince that there had never been a self. And Aryan Hansa also says, as you all said, that if you think it was the self, then it was the self. If you don't think it's just the system, it's the system. So as both of you explained, it's very important to know a bit about the person's understanding and the vibration, the level, as Dr. Kokila mentioned. So Aryan Hanse, of course, he does this chit-chat thing, no initial, so he can feel that the level of the person at once. So he gives he goes to the beginning or whatever the points that should be explained, he does that. But other presenters, of course, have that problem of catering to, putting the, giving the best answer for the person. But here, I think this lady also has listened to sermons for a long time. So what Asanti was trying to explain is like there had never been a self, same thing, and others also did. And Dr. Kokila, we meet a lot of such ladies in these face-to-face practical programs also. So there is a danger now if we try to say it's the system, to someone who has joined the, who has listened, hasn't listened to sermons to uh, get this message, the
It's
philosophy,
it's it's a
yeah,
danger everywhere because
it's
most of the mums may have not actually felt the non-vibration. So we never know. So the doubts are there. So until the doubts are there, this problem can go on and on. So that is the risk everywhere. And when we say that, that is what the question was that was in asking me Australian metmal thing. If the poison is not there, how come person die after having the poison? If the mother is not there, um, what are you thinking about? Anantariya Papakam. So
but
these questions are indirectly trying to lead to the other side, putting the Dhamma to the outside. So
and
there's a risk, and always tell, no, this is a system, this is the system, this is the system. But only
and
that self knows, only that person knows how much vibration you have. Yes, Sudha.
And doctor, now the people have the habit of taking them as learning a certain subject. No, they have trained the mind to get these facts. They do not let the wisdom to arise. So they are in a hurry. They take them as facts and they believe, okay, now I know this. That's all these questions also. Now, can we then uh, take poison since there is no self? Then what would have all come? When they just take them as facts, no, they do. And in the morning there are, like in practical program, 3 hours are assigned to discuss Dhamma. So e- every day we start with this radiant mind thing, how the soul is created, and how that part is very important. Even though we discuss it 101 times, still they are not fully convinced that there is no self. And what happens is, when they do the first point of contemplation, the self is there. Okay, outside, now they say I perceive that, they, I mean, we don't let them say them loud. Oh, and even we ask them not to talk to themselves, even just to contemplate, see it within. We always instruct, but still, with a strong self view, they can do all 4 points of contemplation, as you explained. Because before getting into each point of contemplation, again we have to remind them the story that we discussed in the morning, that there is no self and that it is a system. So now the 6 sensory faculties are at work, and so see how, whether the eye perceives a tree, or where does that label come. So you have to see it within. That explanation should be done over and over again. Otherwise, uh, unknowingly, even we do everything with the self. We, although we have listened to sermons, sometimes we believe we have now realized it, but still we are also doing things with the self view. So in the morning Zoom also, another mother asked, now when we take wind, I don't see all Ditta Sutta Mutta, all sensory faculties are having, merging into, uh, finally to create this stimulus or the thought. So they think that is another example to show that they just take them as facts and look for, now taking the stimulus, they are trying to analyze how come taste in this, if it is the combination of ditta sutta mudda, where is sutta part here, the feeling part, body sensation is there, but still tongue and this nose, smell, and then sound. So that way they try to uh, understand it only through the facts. So when they, as you say, go by the feel only, we can understand that this is not the syllabus. That's what Ranwase always
Yeah.
highlights also, that it is not the syllabus. You have to see it through
I think
yourself.
I think the
Yes, sir.
feeling part is the best thing, because if you actually understand Dhamma and you start feeling your sensory organs, because you have understood Dhamma and you start feeling whatever, and then you understand that the sensory functions are working without you, basically it will match up. It just match up. You can't really do that. It just has to match up at that particular point. So, Joel, what do you think about this? That we are actually talking about the, kind of scenarios, which happens in different Zoom discussions. What do you think about it? But I think you kind of fluctuate between the mind and the feel. I think that's what I felt. But it can change. It can definitely change, but it is usually like that, because your mind get very powerful sometimes, and sometimes mind is not powerful at all. It can keep fluctuating like that, so you can really feel the difference, isn't it? I don't know whether he's free to talk. Anyone can.
Yes, doctor.
Yeah.
I was just listening to the discussion, and I was just thinking that what that lady asked, whether should I buy a frock. So the basic point that Aryan Vansa always says is, you have these 5 senses, and your sixth sense is your mind.
Yeah.
So all these senses are still craving and liking things, and
Yes.
that's why when she saw the frock, the eye went to the frock and it vibrated and it created a thought, can I buy it? But she was not aware of that vibration. She was going into that thought and giving
100%,
value.
100%. Yeah.
She was
I salute
giving
you. I salute you for that.
she gave the value to that thought and made it a big thought and came and asked that question in the Zoom.
Yeah,
But she
true.
didn't recognize the vibration in her eye, or the vibration that came from someone else. Even a person next to her can say this frock is nice, and that sound that came to the ear with the eye went as a thought, and she wanted to buy it, and it changed as a craving. So if we can, be alert on our senses and know these senses are still wanting something and recognize it, I think this fire and stimulus will just go down. If I'm wrong, just correct
Yeah,
me. Thank you.
no, I think you are correct. It's really good. Actually, what happens is this entertainment of sensory function will go down, and it doesn't mean though that if you are tasting something, you will completely taste it. You can completely taste it, but there is no one actually entertaining that. So it's really interesting to understand this, but you have to feel this. That's a big thing, the understanding and the feeling. But the way you explain was really good. So because an arahant actually feels everything as normal, they feel it really well also, because there's no power, there's no self struggling, craving, antagonizing, or nothing. So they feel the sunlight really well. they hear the sounds really well. They can feel everything, but there's no craving. Isn't that beautiful? There's no antagonizing. Isn't that beautiful? I mean, I can't really, I don't know. My words are not enough to say how beautiful that would be. Like, isn't it? I mean, what do you think? Other friends can add on. I mean, it's so beautiful. I don't know how Lord Buddha found this, but it's so beautiful. The trying and understanding that the sensory functions are fully there, and the thoughts are also coming fully there, and you can understand your abilities are still there, and nothing is the problem, but just the burning is not there, the self is not there. So yeah, I think what do you think, Suranika, of that Joe's explanation?
Yeah, I think that was a beautifully put rendition and interpretation, Joel, which is why Dr. Kokila says that you are really taking big steps towards understanding this pure truth. That was very well put, and I'm sure everybody on this Zoom appreciated the way you understood and rationalized that whole experience of that mother. And just like you said, it can be from the sight and the eye vibration, it can be from the sound, the ear vibration, isn't it? Because somebody can just say the word, can you remember that frock you saw on that, the window on that shop? And then immediately, without understanding the whole mechanism, that lady can immediately think about, and the mind will go immediately to the outside, immediately picture the frock that was on the mannequin on that shop window, all that, and believe that thing to be true without really understanding that all that happened there was the sound vibration, and then this whole thing manifesting into a thought which she was like completely oblivious to. So yeah, I think there is a word called Niramisa Preetiya, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? I think all Dhamma friends felt it in the Zoom when we heard you were interpreting that, because we all felt that happiness of someone actually understanding the Dhamma and putting it so well. So thank you very much for that. I think what Dr. Kokila was trying to say is, and that's the beauty of this Dhamma, the senses are experienced with in the same way, and it's the savoring that is not there, isn't it? The tasting is there without the tasting. Isn't it? It's just amazing. The taste of the pineapple is still the pineapple. The taste is also recognized as the pineapple, but there is no savoring. There is no. The word in Sinhalese is vidinava, isn't it? Sometimes the Sinhalese words seem to be more appropriate. I think the closest is savoring, isn't it? Even Sudharma, correct me if I'm wrong. That savoring has the connotation of craving within it, isn't it? And that craving is absent. So the food is still the food. The food doesn't turn into ash or something in the mouth, it doesn't taste like ash or something. If there's a well-cooked meal, the well-cooked meal will be understood. The senses, the taste senses will still taste it as such. But is there a craving? No. Is there a savoring? No. That is what is the beauty of this, and all that is how through that pure understanding of this Dhamma, pure understanding of the fundamental functions of the senses, which has been completely obliviated by the mind taking control, the mind being so powerful from our childhood days that we have forgotten the feel. And the feel that was taken as self-vibration is now giving away to non-vibration, the non-self vibration, where still the functions of the senses remain. And therefore, what is perceived through those sensors manifesting there through the speed still exist. But what is the beauty of it? The beauty is the vibration, the self-vibration, the self-view, the attribution to the I, the me, the my is gone. And with that comes the freedom, with that comes the liberation, isn't it?
And also I had to add, we were talking about the non-returner or the anagami, the word was used. We can add here, actually, what happens is if you awaken from the dream, you actually feel everything, but the difference between an arahant is and the non-returner is there's still the the kind of attachment to that awakening, it's a very subtle thing though, like liking the state of being in that situation because there's no much burning at all so that's how subtle this part becomes. Because the person will be actually feeling so light because none of the dream components are really affecting that person. Because the person is actually awakened from the dream, but still you feel something. You know that something is the actual liking the not liking. You can't even use that word because it's a feel. Like feeling the lightness itself has that particular very minute kind of craving. So you can understand how this gets so minute in the end and how rare an arahant would be. It's so beautiful to even think about that, but thinking doesn't help. Imagining doesn't help because we know that we have to actually be with the normal friend and try and understand what he's trying to teach us. And more you feel the non-vibration because there's no him there. Actually, there's no him there. It's a non-vibration. So the more you feel the non-vibration, the more easier to actually become the non-vibration. That's what the noble friends help is, not by advising. It's just by giving the chance of another person to vibrate into his non-vibration. Because there's no self there, there's no man there, there's no person there, there's no God there, there's no Brahma there. What Buddha said. No, because that's why he used the word Buddha, because there was no word to be used at that time. So he used the word Buddha because at that time of that era, the Buddha was used for liberation. Yes, sir.
And doctor, like I was thinking why Aryan Mansa always goes to the basics to touch on this sense of faculties. He goes on telling the same thing.
Yes.
Even our sense of faculties do not accept a change. It doesn't like to
It is
change.
normal. Yeah, it is normal. It will fight.
It doesn't like to change. It likes to crave. It likes to get what it
That's
wants.
fine.
And
Don't fight. Just let
so
go.
I think he always reminds us to our mind sensor, go back to the basics and remind what I said you about your sensors, and be alert on your sensors, and don't give in to your sensors.
Yeah, but
I mean,
it's really a very intricate point again, because you can't fight very hard. You can't fight. You can't have no fight. It was said by Lord Buddha once. Why you haven't had these feelings yet? He asked from Buddothpado, I think. And he told multiple things which I can't remember. But one thing was, don't take too hard the stimuli, don't take too hard. The other one is, don't take too lightly either. So that we have to have a kind of a balance where we try and understand this Dhamma as well in a balanced way. Otherwise, you can get frustrated. So the balance is really important. But I think because you are kind of talking to us, I think you are taking it. So once, if we feel like that you are trying to get it too harsh, then we kind of say, no, Joe, just it's okay. And then you're like, oh yeah, it's okay then. Then you know, like, because system can play either way. System is really a playing thing. It's a kind of I don't know what the English word I can use for that. It's really plays. It gives you so much stuff, like once you might say, oh, then if there is something like that, I want to achieve that. Will that happen? No, because you want to achieve something. But then if you say, then I can't achieve that now. Okay, then I'll give up. You can't give up also, because there's that doesn't work like that. Because if you try to give up, that means again there is some kind of repulsion, and again the ego is the thing that is going to get more and more. So it's a very fine balance that we need. Very fine balance, and you have to find the balance yourself, because it is unique to your vibration, the balance, and unique to everyone. But the help of the non-vibration is very important, and help of the noble primes is really important. So if you lose the track, you'll be put back on the track, and you just float in that track, because there's no doer. If you try to do something, the doer comes up and the ego goes up. And if you try to give up also, there's someone trying to not do something, the ego comes up again, because it's just like that. It's so subtle, actually. It's very beautiful, but it's very subtle, so that even we struggle, yeah, we can do what we can do. And I think,
Saranai, Doctor. Now, when Joel said that Aryan Hanse always repeats, the basics, because he knows how difficult it is for us to fully understand that it is a system, not a person, because we have somehow believed that there is a person from the birth, from the day that we saw the self through a mirror. There was a self for us. So that's why he is constantly reminding that it is a system, and the mechanism also he explains. And the other thing, Dr. Kokila, now an awakened one also, we can't, now if we take the same scenario, that lady goes to buy the frock, so we don't know whether she has understood Dhamma, or whether she has fully awakened to this, or a new person. But at that very moment when she is going to purchase it, another lady comes and picks it up. So then only the person can realize whether the external world was real to me or not. So if a fully awakened person feels as if the one who just bought it and happily withdraw, with nothing to withdraw, just it won't matter at all. But for a person in the mundane world, it could give a kind of shock, oh my god, or check whether there are other dresses of the same design or something. So then only we can understand the level of burning, or the value we have assigned to that thought. So it's a very beautiful.
even that changes, Sudharma, even that changes.
Yes.
Just imagine if you see Aryan Hanse go into a shop and ask for a white shirt, and
Yes,
the shirt is not there in the real size or something, and he asks, can I have this size? And there's one, like, imagine it's not linen type of thing, and then he asks, do you have this because the polyester ones are not really good for this, sometimes the heat or something like that. Just imagine. And can you actually keep looking at that scenario and
No.
to judge? So it is really, you can't really judge by any of these activities that there is self. So you can't really tell in that way, because it's unique to that person, that whether the person feels alive or not. If it's
Yes,
an
doctor,
arahant.
that person only knows that, no? If now when you
Yeah,
face
you
such a
can't judge by
situation,
outside.
exactly, if you can come back without any burning, of course, we can still, I mean,
So the
see that
burning has different meanings. So
meanings.
that's
Yeah.
the problem here. So the final burning is this, we call it burning, but it's
So
really
subtle, so
subtle.
subtle.
Yes, because it's a alive feel we are talking about. So when there's no alive feel and just the I'm talking about an arahant. We are not talking about just the path. People are in the path. We can't really compare that to an arahant. But what I'm trying to say is a perfect example of an arahant. There's no alive feel, so you can't really say anything whether he is shouting, saying Puchapotila. You can't really say Lord Buddha has fallen into the defilements again. You can't, because there's no alive feel. So this is the problem of this whole thing. If we keep judging by the actions, if we keep judging by the words, if we keep judging by the thoughts, it's really difficult. No one can actually feel it. I think the only I think Lord Buddha is the best in feel. So who has mastered the field would be able to actually say whether the person has the non-vibration or the not. But the non-vibration is so subtle. Low vibration is okay. Low vibration you can say. I mean, what we can really understand is if someone's vibration is above us, we can understand that. Low us, it can be tricky, isn't it? Yes, sir.
Okay, very beautiful. Thank
I
you
was
so
just
much.
thinking that we haven't heard from Dr. Sakunsada. Do you have anything to say?
Actually, that story I didn't listen. I couldn't complete
That's okay. That's okay.
listening to
But
that.
did you listen to us?
And yeah. That story about that incident. Actually, I must congratulate Joel because he's catching up the things so fast. I mean, he didn't have any his background on this subject was zero, I would say, compared to us who have been listening to this for years and years. But he's catching up the points very quickly. So as he said, the person going to, I mean, the lady's sensors were functioning, and the eye vibration and ear vibration, whatever which worked there, and there the mind sensor, as a product of the mind sensor, she would have felt liking also. And as Surangika and as you all explained, that if somebody came and sort of took that away, and if that was the only from that design, and if that lady lost it, missed the chance of buying it, then you should be able to identify the fire which would have come. That is the point where you can differentiate uh, the stimulus becoming a thing. And otherwise, I mean, having a likingness or having sort of a desire to buy it alone cannot decide whether it
The
is a
desire
defilement or not.
word itself
Well,
is
the
correct.
word may not be correct. Yes.
The desire
Because
word
even,
is
yeah, I
very
know,
strong, because
strong, yes. Mm.
we can't have desire without self.
Yeah. even Lord Buddha's stories, we have heard that he had certain things that he liked and the things that he didn't
No,
like.
yeah, the
Yeah.
thing is, he told this forest is so beautiful, but the problem
Yeah.
is,
That's right.
as I said, he can say that. He can just
Yeah,
say
he
that.
can say that when the monks were having some arguments among themselves, and when Lord Buddha couldn't settle it, and he didn't sort of, well,
That's the
I would
feel,
say he
yeah.
didn't like that, yeah, like that situation. So that was his feel, but there was no fire or sort of
That's the
fire
problem.
within him. Yeah, that is the difference, isn't it?
That's the
Yeah.
problem where this alive feel is coming to the thing where we need to kind of, the understand, because the it's not even something we can understand. It's something you have to feel. That is the whole thing, because with a life feel like in something and without a life feel like in something is completely different. Yeah. So I
So
think,
it is something that is felt to the system, isn't it? Because no
mind sensor
outside action, yeah, no
is,
outside
that's
action will indicate exactly what has been going on in that system, the level of current.
the mind sensor specifically can be happy or can be sad. Mind sensor
Mm.
functions would be there, but we have to understand there are some which will vanish. The Masurukama, what do you call that? I don't know. The what is Masurukama?
Stinginess.
Stinginess will not be there. The what are those specific ones which will vanish? Like
Jealousy will not be there, isn't it?
yeah, there are several things that vanish early in the path, and then
Yeah.
slowly it will come to the. I mean, it will just until you awaken from the whole dream, or uh, be aware that every stimulus is just a perception, and the perception is not true level. When the whole dream is not true, that level, there's no much much to consider at all, because it's not true to them. It's very tricky
It's
to
something like
even.
functioning, yeah. Something like functioning in two layers, isn't it? Because the superficial layer will be sort of, I mean, communicating with the people or whatever. But the deeper level, I'm just taking this as an example, deeper level will persist as calm as ever, whatever is happening
Yeah,
with the
yeah,
stimuli.
yeah.
Yeah,
Are we running out of time?
yeah, I think we have come to the end.
Okay, yeah. So we will conclude our session today. We worship Aran Wahanse as usual for his great noble friendship, and thank you, Aran Wahanse. Thank you all Dharma friends for coming in and getting involving into beautiful Dharma discussion where everyone will actually benefit. Not today, maybe in 100 years' time, we don't know. So thank you everyone, and may Triple Gem bless you all.
තෙරුවන්
Thank you,
සරණයි
Theravada
ડોક્ટર
Saran.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි
Thanks.
ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ
Good afternoon, everybody. Everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 86. Even though you do a lot of meritorious deeds by giving food to temple, do a lot of good deeds to gain a lot of merits, still it does not stop you falling into bad worlds after your death. The point is, if you have not entered the supramundane plane, which is the Lokottara Bhumiya, the chances are that you will fall into bad worlds or hells. If you believe that things outside truly exist, that will lead you to Bhavel, and you will go on in samsara, following the cycle of rebirth and death. Unless you have realized the philosophy of the Buddha, you cannot be called a Buddhist. Anybody who has already realized that this world is an illusion, a lie, he or she can be called a Buddhist, Bauddha, or Baba Buddha. You need to practice going on the path every day. At the beginning, try to bring your mindfulness to any of the four postures you would be at that moment. At the beginning, you need to apply effort to go on the path. The journey on the path to Nirvana begins with the effort you put into it. Once you realize the pure truth, you will remember that at the beginning you had to apply a lot of effort to start the journey on the path. But later, as you go on the path, you realize that once you reach a point in your mindfulness and in your spiritual development, the rest of the spiritual development takes place automatically. You would automatically see the thoughts effortlessly. You would not get distracted by the thoughts. You would let them go. Before your spiritual development, you had applied a lot of effort to practice how to let go of the thoughts that you receive at that moment. It only shows that it is very important that you practice letting go of the thoughts in order to proceed on the path to Nirvana. You should also know that the path to become a Sotapanna or stream enterer is different to the path one has to follow to become an Anagami or a non-returner. There are four stages of attainment in the supramundane plane. They are Sotapanna, Sakurdagami, Anagami, and Arahant. To attain each stage, you have to follow a different path. Sotapanna Margya is like a path going up a mountain in search of Nirvana. And on your way to the top, you arrive at a plateau. This plateau is similar to attaining the first stage of Sotapanna. This means that have realized the truth. Therun San, everybody.
Everyone, Sanai. we worship Aranahise for his noble guidance and welcome you to the English Zoom discussion. Welcome everyone who has joined already. I think Dr. Sakuntala is busy today with the programs, live programs, which is happening in Metmal monasteries. So we'll continue the discussion. It's I think Ranmanse also mentioned in the morning Zoom morning Zoom as well that we should talk about the Satyanana as well, which we do. Actually, we do that. We can talk about it as it comes. Anyone is free to ask a question as well. So I'll just give some facts here while someone asks a question. So when someone asks questions in the Zoom discussion, we realize that the angle we see here is can be very, it's different from each other. Like the way they look at Dhamma can be different. It's okay, but it's very important to understand the no-self Dhamma is actually, we are not going to understand just that the outside is not existent and the thoughts are not true. Actually, that's not the only part. It's mainly understanding that the self is not existent. The thought of self actually happened because we got a perception of self. We feel that we are here. So there's a feel, there's a perception, and there's a big view that I'm here. We're actually trying to find out how this happened. That's the whole idea of Dhamma, nothing about other things. So we have to keep this in the background, otherwise we might lose the idea that why we are discussing these things. So mainly we discuss these Dhamma points mainly to understand that the self-view, self-perception, the self-vibration, or the burning is actually it's there because of a reason. We are trying to understand why it has happened. If there is no self, what are we feeling? Then we understand through Dhamma that Aranmatsi has explained that it is mainly the stimulus which we feel as existent. That's how that we have this feel of existence or alive feel in here. So this is very important. If we lose that basics, the base, it's if you keep understanding without that base, there can be actually problems because you will get more powerful, and someone who doesn't really care about others, or someone who doesn't feel the others or the world, the nature will may happen. So the main thing is here, the why we discuss this Dhamma is we are trying to find me. Who am I? So when we try to understand that, we understand there is a thought that I'm here. Yes, that's true. Definitely. We have a thought that I'm here. then how did that thought happen? Is because there's a self-perception that we have like an idea or a perception or a we can't say anything similar words for that. We have a perception that we are here. There's always that duality. So there's a feel too, like you feel something here, like a vibration. So how this happened is our investigation. How did this happen? So when the vibration is there, when the self-perception is there, when the self-view is there, definitely this get more and more reinforced every day, and then very easily you get carried away. So if something happens, it comes as they did this to me, or that person did this to me, or that company did this to me, or that bank did that to me, whatever, or this nature did this to me, or the other way around, I did this to them. This is my fault, or I shouldn't have done this way, or I should have done this in a different way. So there are so many thoughts around I because of the view. So it get magnified every day, and this ongoing thing happens till your respiration stops. So in your 20s you might be thinking about some stuff, and in 30s you might be thinking about another stuff, whatever the stuff that you feel important, and 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, if someone is alive at 90s, yes. So there are so many things that revolve around myself. So if it's very old age, you think about what will happen to me after the death, or how they will do my last moments. What will they do to my body after my death? How will I be healthy? How will I be healthy? How can I maintain this health? So many things. Or you might feel envy of others. I can't even walk, but others are walking. I can't even talk. Others are non-stop talking. I can't hear the music. I can't see properly. Even the taste is bad. My skin is so wrinkly. But the world is ongoing. The world hasn't stopped, even though I feel like I'm stopping. So the story goes on. Story goes on and on. Is there anyone to ask a question?
Doctor, I'm Joel here.
Oh yeah, okay.
Hi. I wanted to ask how to practice this thing, letting go things. How to practice it, doctor?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll talk about that. So letting go, there are two ways that people do that. Letting go in right, so the wrong vision is that the belief that we are here, I'm here, others are there, the chair is there, I'm here, my friends, they are there, I'm here. You know, that complete wrong vision is with the wrong vision also we can let go. So how can we do that? We just let go, like I wanted to buy a car, but I let go of that. I just bought a bike. It's cheaper. It's very easy to ride. Yeah, you just let go of that car idea. You can do some other stuff too. Like I got an idea about a girl. I felt the girl is not the right, and I let it go because I didn't feel it's right. So you got a plate of like some food, and you felt it is going to make you sick or make you actually fall sick in future. You just let go of that. Or there is a recurrent idea that is coming. You know that gambling is not good. But it keeps coming, and then you rationalize it in your brain. Gambling is not good. Okay, I'm not going to do that.
Terasana.
Terasana had an answer.
Kokila, my brother's daughters here, my sister's daughters, Australia.
Okay, had an answer.
Yeah, here. Is my yeah, so what's Hiroshi is the name. Is the three sisters here. My sisters' daughters. Yeah, I like that that subject. Can you talk that? Yeah, so we are talking about meditation, inside meditation. Now discussion is going with my daughters with inside meditation. She's, I know this girls like this inside meditation and the inside silence. They don't like the rush. It's nice. That's the Dhamma otherwise. Kokila,
Yes, sir.
you're the doctor also. What's your subject?
Physiotherapy.
Physiotherapy. It's okay. You talk. It's your ideas.
Hello, I'm Hiroshi, physiotherapist.
Hi.
So in Australia.
Also, we're from Australia. My sister's here too. She's a speech pathologist. Hello.
Hi.
We were talking
What
about
did you say? What did you say? The stays?
a speech pathologist.
Speech pathologist.
Oh,
yeah.
We were talking about inside calm and tranquility and that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
What did you understand?
What did you understand?
Did you actually understand something, or you're just in the process of trying to understand?
I think it's a mix of both. I think we understood that life is so busy that you don't realize that meditation can happen all the time. I think that's what Sudhamama explained, your uncle.
Kokila is every moment inside meditation is there, no Kokila?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's okay. That's how discussion is going. What we are doing is no matter our day-to-day activities is normally happening, but inside meditation is there. No Kokila?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. No, inside meditation is not the concentration meditation.
Yeah.
Not the subject, not the syllabus. It's our life.
Every day, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, mundane meditation, right?
Yeah. Inside our, we are in awareness.
Yeah.
Inside.
Spiritual awareness.
Yeah, spiritual awareness.
With everyday activity. Yeah.
It's normally way our lives is going.
Yeah.
Inside meditation also there. That's why Buddha's, especially Buddha, never heard before Dhamma.
Yeah.
To explain the 5 teachers after became a Buddha. Siddhartha Tapasa became a Buddha. It's okay. she can hear. But Buddha explained. Normally, our life is going, but not sadness or suffering. Why? We know nobody is here. System is working. Our senses. eye, ear, nose, and mouth, and the body feel is the five senses, and the mind also other senses. Mind sense also we are not doing automatically is the working. Right. But we are thinking we are doing everything. But nobody is here. No one is here. No doer is here. System is here.
Yeah, like the
That
subconscious.
system, yeah, systematically is happening.
Subconscious.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's all happening.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's the inside meditation.
Mm.
That's the inside meditation.
So your senses.
Yeah.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah, that's talking are very interesting. These girls also know this, but they are not talking about the Buddhism only. But they are talking normally. They style. They
Yes, sir.
our that's very important, Kokil.
Yeah.
That's very important. No religion. We are not talking about the religion. The
Yes,
Dhamma is the nature
100%.
like that. Yeah.
Younger generation, they don't talk
Yeah.
about the religion anyway.
Yeah.
How old are they?
Yeah, it's okay. You can see how old are they. It's okay, Kokila. You can now see. You can see.
Really?
It's okay. It's okay, Kokila.
Yeah.
Yeah. 3 sisters and she. She's the younger, and she's the second, and she's the third.
Okay.
Yeah. You see that?
Yes.
Yeah, Kokila. It's okay.
Yeah.
Now age, you can tell the age. Yeah. Yeah. Now you can tell the age. Yeah.
I'm 24. 26.
26.
I'm 70.
70. It's okay, Kokila.
Yeah. Their
Nice, no?
generation, yes, 100%.
Yeah, younger generation. Yeah.
So, so it's very interesting, this Dhamma in a, like, if anyone...
Where are you, Australia? Where are you? Gold Coast.
Oh, really? Okay.
Where are you, Kokila?
I am towards Wollongong, down south from Wollongong also, like,
Wollongong, south.
yeah, down south.
Down south.
From Sydney.
Sydney.
It's south, Shoalhaven, that area is called.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'm a general practitioner.
Brisbane. Yeah, my sister, they are in the Brisbane. These daughters, they are working, no? Yeah. The subject, what is that subject is talking? I very interested in that.
Speech pathology.
Is speech therapy. Speech therapy and the physiotherapy. Do you know?
Yeah,
Do you know?
I know.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
I know, I refer to them.
It's okay.
I refer patients to them.
Doctors refer
to it's okay. Nice to meet, no? Suranka, where are you there? Suranka?
Surangika
Yes,
maybe
I'm
in
Brisbane.
Brisbane.
Terasa Suranka, where are you in Australia?
I'm in Brisbane, Aryan sir.
Brisbane. Suranka, are you Brisbane?
Yes, Aryan sir.
My sister also Brisbane, no? They are in Brisbane. Which part? Yeah. Yeah, my brother is here. It's okay. Yeah, ask him.
Which part of Brisbane?
Just slightly north in the northern suburbs of Brisbane, just half an hour's drive from the city.
Okay, what's suburb? Chermside?
Boondall. It's called Boondall.
Boondall. Yeah, I know. Shopping center near the airport.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay. How long you live there?
I've been here for 3 years now.
Okay. All right. You come to temple or Gunda temple?
No, I go to Forest Lake, Ajancha Monastery in not Forest Lake, sorry, Kolo, Dhammagiri Forest Monastery.
Okay. We are close to the Gudna temple.
The Gudna one, yeah. I've heard of Gudna, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, very nice temple.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, Ranka, it's okay. Where's this, our Sumit, where's Kokila, the Australia?
Sunit is in Sydney,
Sydney.
Yes. Sunit is Sydney.
Yes.
Yeah, it's okay. What do you think about Melbourne the day before yesterday, no? Yesterday, no?
Yeah, I listened to that the whole day.
Discussion, yeah.
I was
nice,
involved in that. Yeah, it was nice. It was nice.
Nice. It's okay. Okay, Kogila, keep going. It's okay. I'm now stopping my side. It's okay.
Okay,
because we are going the discussion. It's okay, Kokila.
Terang Sanaya.
everybody.
So going back to our question of letting go, so we'll go back to that. So the letting go, as I was starting to tell, letting go can happen in normal way, that the way that we knew, you know. I have let go so many things because maybe I wanted another thing, or because I thought it may be harmful. So that's common sense, by the way. That's common sense. So we have some common sense. We let go of things. Someone is worried about the lung cancer, they might let go of smoking, you know, like something like that. But this letting go that we are talking about is actually nothing related to that kind of common sense. This is actually more deeper than that. This letting go happens automatically by just knowing that these the truth, basically the truth that actually Joel is very into. Because the truth is, this dream is not true, even though we are in a dream. Really beautiful dream, it can be ugly dream, it can be tired dream, it can be a terrible dream sometimes, or whatever it is a dream. So who would like to actually be in a dream and get deceived by a dream? No one, no human being. If they are really aware that it's a dream and you are really getting carried away by in a dream, you wouldn't like that. You would like to wake up, isn't it? So we are talking about waking up. We are not actually talking about letting go in other ways. So again, how can you let go? So the letting go, imagine that understanding them, how you feel lighter, how you feel that eternal tranquility, how you feel that super awareness, how you feel that super happiness, or the unbelievable loving and kindness that we were talking about that day. How come that happened? So the usually we are not aware about anything like that, but after hearing this Dhamma, you understand this dream. You understand that the outside is actually a perception in our mind. And when we try to understand the mind, we understand it's just like a spark. It's a vibration. It's a vibration. So you keep understanding how these things work. And are you trying to let go now? Really? Are you trying? If you really understand that this dream is a dream, are you going to like really hold on to things in the dream? You might use them. I mean, you're eating because you have a body, so you keep eating. You have you have to keep it clean. You have to be in the society as a having like a good appearance, and you have a pattern that you had before, so you might be doing something that you used to be doing. You get up in the morning and you have a routine, so you might be doing the same. But are you actually deceived in that dream? Not really. So if you actually awake, you feel, now we are trapped in the dream, you feel that. But if you feel awakened, you're not actually in the dream, but you kind of become the master of the dream. Before we were in the dream, we were acting in the dream with so much agony, so much sometimes happiness, so much anger, so much sometimes empathy, but sometimes hatred, sometimes jealousy, sometimes you're happy for the other person. Yeah, it's a roller coaster. But the problem was you were acting in that roller coaster. You were inside that dream. You were inside the film. But once you awaken from the dream, are you actually trying to let go? No, this happened because of truth. You're not actually trying to let go, because if you try to let go, this becomes a problem, because you try to let go, the person who is trying to let go becomes very prominent. That's like the before, because you wanted to let go, so you want to stop smoking, you try to stop smoking, you are trying to do something, of course, because it's beneficial for you. You feel sad and you're trying to make things correct again because you want to feel happy. That's because you want to feel happy. But the eternal happiness or the tranquility doesn't come like that. It's actually coming in, even if you are sad, you will have that happiness. You will have that tranquility. Even if your body is damaged due to some accident, you will be still happy. You will still
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi, the great sage of our time, the most valuable and highest intelligent and highest wisdom having our Aryan Mahansi. That is why the most valuable spiritual teacher at this moment in this world for each and every human being must have listened to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's Dhamma sermons. May Aryan Mahanse live long to spread this Dhamma through every corner of the planet Earth to end the wheel of suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. I am presenting now the true Buddhist philosophy Lord Buddha revealed 2600 years ago and again fully awakened by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, showing a clear and steady path to overcome the sansaric journey. That means the wheel of rebirth and death created in the human mind, and to feel the super awakening to the moment. This is the continuation of Sermon 10, self-translated Darshana Samapatti, true Buddhist philosophy, preached by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse 5 years ago. As far as you all have listened to this Buddothpada PeoTV Dhamma sermons and the true Buddhist philosophy, I used to translate and describe for a certain period. Everybody now can understand this true Buddhist philosophy is the ultimate foundation of this path to realization. That means path to realize the ultimate truth, the bliss of Nibbana. In this world, 80 billion people are there, living there. But other than Aryan Mahanse, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, nobody has revealed this true Buddhist philosophy for nearly about 1,000 years, because it was hidden after Lord Buddha's Parinibbana, and the Ajanta University destroyed the Ajanta University, and all those true Dhamma has vanished. So from Mahavihara bhikshus in Anuradhapura, Buddhaghosa, the Hindu priest, Buddhaghosa priest came and set fire to the Sinhala Tripitaka. That was the end of the true Buddhist philosophy. From that time up to now, nobody has revealed this true Buddhist philosophy, but this true Buddhist philosophical knowledge is still there in the Sutra Pitaka, but nobody is bothered to understand and realize, then spread it, open up into this world, because most of these monks are based on some cultural Buddhist religion, based on different wrong views, such as Mahayana, Theravada, Hinayana, all those types of definitions they have, and they were not bothered to open up this Tripitaka and find out the true Buddhist philosophy. So after trying nearly a period of 30 years, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, after meditating in so many years, one-pointed meditation, the Samatha Bhavana, finally Aryan Mahanse found Samatha Bhavana will never ever give any kind of realization, any kind of redeeming from this samsaric journey. Thereafter, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse was studying the Tripitaka and found the true Buddhist philosophy in that Tripitaka Deshana, mainly on Sutra Pitaka Deshana, and correctly revealed into the world. So now, without botheration, we are able to find out the correct Buddhist philosophy, because without listening to this, without reading to this true Buddhist philosophy, nobody will ever nobody can ever enter into the path of realization, because it gives the true Buddhist philosophy shows what is the actual world. That means world is not outside, it's created in each and every person's mind, and how the mind works, how the thoughts are creating, how these perceptions, millions of perceptions are reaching the human mind through these six sense system. Then how these perceptions are divided into names and forms, then how they are abide and create thoughts, how these thoughts are transforming into consciousness. The main problem here is there are power. This universe is a power hub. So we are also a tiny speck of power vibration. So in this vast universe, everywhere, each and every moment, what is happening is vibration of power and transformation of power. So all the perceptions are having power, and all the perceptions coming through this six senses system and creating thoughts, and those thoughts have thought power. Then when they transform into consciousness, and consciousness highlights according to our aimed objectives with high power. And when there is consciousness, so many thought processes are happening on one objective thought. That is how the sansaric journey creating. There is the birth and the death happening. So this is all these things are created. All these things are described in the true Buddhist philosophy, and the underneath power of those thoughts, that existing power, we human beings are thinking we are existing because the thought power has a existing power underneath that. So existing feeling is there for each and every human being, and not all that. With the existing feeling, each and every human being is trying to keep what they have. So that is the self view and self vibration, always trying to keep the things around each and every human being. Because of that power of existence and power of possessiveness. That means the power of existence shows I have this, that, and everything. So one person is always trying to keep his things for him. That is the self vibration, trying to keep what he want with him. That is the self vibration. And self view is there because always the thoughts gives an existing feel. So all these are described in the true Buddhist philosophy. So without knowing this true Buddhist philosophy, though it's called as true Buddhist philosophy, actually that is the true nature of this human nature and the true nature of this universe. So each and every human being should know what is this true Buddhist philosophy to understand the correct situation of human mind and human world created inside the mind, and the suffering, how the suffering begins, and how the self is creating. So understand these things. It's very clearly shown as true Buddhist philosophy by our Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, the most enlightened spiritual master on this earth at this moment. Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is showing us Vidarshana meditation, not Samatha meditation. Through Vidarshana means always finding out how the creation of thoughts are occurring and disappearing. So Vidarshana is the only way to overcome the suffering of sansaric journey. So, as Lord Buddha said, and Buddhothpado Aryan Mahanse's revelation, Chittena Niyati Loko. We should look at this Dhamma wording. That means the world is created in the mind. The world is led, governed, created by the mind. World is in the mind. No point of talking about the other side, outside, because projecting the other way around is the mind. Lokavidu. We call Lord Buddha also Lokavidu because the seeker who is winning the world is the person who winning the mind. He is called Lokavidu, as our Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. Redeeming from the mind will happen after knowing the creation of the mind. That is very clearly described in this true Buddhist philosophy by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, how the redeeming from the mind will happen after knowing the creation of the mind. You should find the creation of the mind. That means if you can see the instant mind properly, that means the mind creating at this present moment and how it is creating and vanishing. If you can properly see that, you will understand that the mind is coming from the past memory store. Yes, as we described earlier, all the perceptions, all the thoughts are coming from the past memory store. Coming from the past memory store. Because the past memory store there is full of data. Data entered from the childhood. So that database base is there like past memory. So each and every moment, each and every instant mind is coming from the past memory store. This you can see if you can just see through your mind. That means if you can, for a moment, if you can just sit and relax and just close your eyes and keep your awareness to your mind, then you can feel the thought appearing is coming from the past memory store. An objective thought is appearing from the past memory store. That means everybody is living in the past. Everybody is living in the past. Nobody can find anything other than the past. You know, you can just test this and see. If you are working in an office, when you start working, at once your mind goes to school. Somewhere your child is learning. So the child, the school, that memory came from the past. And that again you are working. Then again your mind goes to your home. The home is closed at this moment. There is nobody in the home. So you are thinking, don't know what is happening in the house. So like that you can just wondering. But see that thought. When you are sitting in the office, the thought of home is also a past memory. So all the time you are living in the past. At once your memory, your thought can go to your village, faraway village, and you may think about your school days, where your parents lived. So again your thought is coming to this position, and sometimes after it can be go somewhere there to the moon or to the Mars, even to the foreign country. Like that it can always rotate. So you can Still examine and see, other than past memory store, there will no any kind of thought is appearing to you. Everything is past memory. That is why Lord Buddha said, Avijja Pachya Sankhara. That means ignorance gives rise to mental formations. Because of the ignorance, mental formations are happening. Here, the ignorance means the way of looking at this thinking pattern and the world based, mind based world. You are always with the wrong view because you think there is a person living in this body, but it is a complete lie. According to Lord Buddha has revealed by showing 32, divide this body into 32 parts. In any of that part, there is no me there. And sometimes you may think the mind is you. No. If the mind is you, you should be able to keep the mind according to your wishes. But mind is not like that. It's giving you so much trouble. If you want to relax without uh, so many thoughts, can you say your mind? Can you say the mind, please don't send me thoughts. I want to relax. No. If you are trying to do this samatha meditation for few minutes even, thoughts are appearing without an end. So that means the mind is not you, because mind is giving you all the time, mind is giving you wrong informations. If somebody is completely working according to the mind, that will be a big disaster. Sorry. Because mind is the biggest evil lie. Sorry. You have. Sometimes mind say, I want that kind of food. I want to eat that food. I want to eat ice cream. I want to have a biryani. Always asking this and that. So if according to your mind's wish, if you are acting and giving those food every day to your body, what will happen? In a short period of time, you will get sick. That is why Lord Buddha said, Avijja Pachya Sankhara. Due to ignorance. Ignorance gives rise to mental formations. All the time, there are millions of mental formations appearing in your mind due to ignorance. If you see the internet, if you see the television, if you listen to the radio, there are so many people with so many wrong views. Some are talking about politics. Some are talking about war. Some are talking about some other thing. So, due to ignorance, there are so many mental formations are appearing. If you catch those mental formations, you will never have a peaceful mind. That is why Lord Buddha said, Avijja Pachya Sankhara. Ignorance gives rise to the mental formations. Sankhara Pachya Vijnana. Mental formations give rise to consciousness. Yes. Mental formations comes through the, due to the ignorance, come through the six sense system. as perceptions and creating thoughts with power, thought power, perception power, then transforming into thought power, then it comes because of those mental formations, consciousness is creating due to thoughts. So consciousness have more power than the thoughts. Then mental formations give rise to the consciousness. So when consciousness is there, that means the rebirth and death cycle is circling very fast because so many heaps of aggregative thoughts are creating without an end. Then Lord Buddha said, Vijnana Pachya Nama Rupa. So, what will happen? Because of the consciousness, conditions the arising of mind and body. Yes, because of the conditions, the arising of mind and body creating. That means the wheel of samsara. Because of the consciousness, rebirth and death cycle is working now. So, consciousness conditions the arising of mind and body. Then that means you are dying and born again dying and born again due to this consciousness. Then Vijnana Pachya Nama Rupa. Yes, mind and body. Nama Rupa Pachya Salayatana. So, because of this mind and body condition, the six sense faculties are happening. Yes, the samsaric journey is continuing. Because of the mind and body conscious condition, the six sense faculties are creating. Then Lord Buddha again said, Salayatana Pachya Passa. When the sense bases are present, contact the meeting of same or sense organs, objects and consciousness arise. Yes, that means your six sense faculties. Again, it's creating. So your eye can see, eyes getting pictures, forms. That means when you see a form, at once it's synchronizing with the eyes. The eyes and the light, due to light you are seeing the eyes, the light and the object. All these three are synchronizing into one vibration, and you see a form. So like that, your ears and the vibration of your eardrum and the sound, all these three are synchronizing, and there's one vibration of sound is creating there. Likewise, eyes, ears, body, skin, nose, mouth, tongue, every touch is happening according to those synchronization system. So when the sense bases are present, contact the meeting of sense organs, objects, and due to those six sense creations, consciousness arise again. When you see a picture, your eye consciousness says, "Oh, it's a beautiful picture. We have to see that again." If you see, yes, like that. So the sensation of attaching is coming with the consciousness. that will the trouble starts. Like that, consciousness is happening in each of these six sensor bases. So salayatana paccaya passa, then passa paccaya vedana. When there is contact, it gives rise to feeling. Yes. When there are touching, contact is happening in these six sensor bases, it gives rise to feeling. What kind of feeling? Sometimes attaching, sometimes aversion. Like that, different kinds of feelings are coming, and that will give you that feeling is giving you the suffering. That means if you can see, while you are shopping, you can see a nice frock, but it's very expensive and you are unable to buy it. Then what will happen? Then actually the touch of the eyes is contact of the eyes shows you that nice frock, and you are unable to buy it because insufficient money. Then that feeling is a sad feeling, like that. Then yang vedeti tang sanjanati. What is felt becomes the basis for perception or recognition. Yes, there are so many things around, but when you feel what is felt becomes the basis for perception or recognition. You will recognize only what you felt. Yan sanjanati tang vitakketi. Lord Buddha is describing. What is perceived becomes the object of thought. Yes, what is perceived becomes the object of thought. So, on that object, thoughts are appearing. Yang mitakketi tang prapancheti. Whatever one thinks about, that one thought tend to multiply into mental elaborations, leading to complex mental constructions. Yes, that is what happening inside the mind. Yang vitakketi tam prapancheti. Whatever one thinks about, that one thought tend to multiply because of the consciousness that is happening. Whatever one thinks about, that one thought tend to multiply into mental elaborations, leading to complex mental construction. If you happen to think about one thing, what will happen? There are so many patterns of thoughts are appearing in each and every angle. If we are thinking about a leader, a country leader, some type of thoughts are appearing. Oh, he is very good. In the other side, he is a rogue because his history is like this. So his name, his parents, his religious background, like that, each and every angles, there are so many thought patterns are appearing. That's why it is saying this. It's very true. Whatever one thinks about, that one thought tend to multiply into mental elaborations, leading to complex mental constructions. Yam prapancheti tang vijanati. What the mind constructs and expands upon becomes the field of one's knowing or awareness. Yes. What the mind constructs. Yes, you are aware about what your mind's construction according to your mind constructions and expands upon. Yes, becomes the field of one's knowing or awareness. If we take an example about a doctor, that doctor's mental constructs are mainly depending on the medicines and the how treatments and patients and things like that. So the human body and everything. So according to that, what the mind constructs and expands upon becomes the field of one's knowing or awareness. But this is the process of sansaric journey. Yes, Lord Buddha said, but this is the process of sansaric journey, the wheel of rebirth and death. This is how the sansaric journey is creating. You can break the mind at a certain point and take it away. Knowing what was felt, this mind matching with the past memory, achieving Nibbana by realization. Yes, we have to realize what is this mind, how the thought process is occurring, and how the mind-based world is creating, and how and there is a activity process and the mind process inside the body. We have to differentiate those two. Thereafter, we will be able to find out the action mind like that. And we have to do the 4 practices, 4 contemplations shown by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse to understand there is nobody here, there's no self, there's no self here. This body is only a machine made by the universe, like a tree. There is no much difference, but this human being have a good brain and he is able to think. He should think about living this sansaric journey because the suffering is like a wheel always. Suffering is coming behind. Therefore, each and every human being should be able to overcome this sansaric journey according to Lord Buddha's teachings and the revelation of Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. One who realizes this will redeeming from the mind. Yes, one who realizes this system will redeem from the mind. He will find the anidassana vijnana, non-manifesting consciousness. Yes, that is the most profound thing in this path to Nibbana. That means anidassana vijnana is there. That means when we understand the thought patterns, we understand the perceptions, when we understand the names and forms, and when we understand how the names and forms combined and making a thought, and how the thought is transformed into consciousness, and how the consciousness is giving thoughts without an end. When we understand this process, and when we understand there is nobody, no self in this body, slowly, our thought process is slowly slowing down. And at a certain point, we will be meeting this non-manifesting consciousness. That means when we hear Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's true Dhamma, about more than 12,000 videos in this YouTube, and you can through Buddothpada PeoTV, Zoom and YouTube channel, you can listen to this Dhamma 24 hours. That means every day and 24 hours. So you can understand, you can redeem from your mind. When redeeming from when you understand these thoughts are useless, and when we listen to this true Dhamma, the true path to Nibbana and the true Buddhist philosophy, the true Buddhist philosophical knowledge will be in your mind, and it will release you from those thought processes, and you will slowly understand non-manifesting consciousness. That means if you see something, your mind is not going to attach to that, or not going to detach from that, or it's just passing away. If you see something, if you can just see it without attaching to it. Still you can see it, it is beautiful, but you are not attaching, because of now you have this non-manifesting consciousness. Sound is also like that. If there are so many songs we can hear as human beings, different in different languages, we can hear so many songs. We can hear and we can feel it, but without attaching it, or without grabbing it, or without any difficulty, because of the non-manifesting consciousness. We can hear then that song and we can feel it. That's all. When it's over, and it's over, we are not running behind it to have it again, to listen it again, like that. Your mind is not running at that again. That is what the non-manifesting consciousness. That means your consciousness is not attaching with anything coming through this six sensor system. Still you can have a tasty meal, you can taste anything, but you are not suffering from this taste, because you don't want to eat too much, and you don't want to have it again. That having again feeling is not there, not coming. That is the marvelous reach of this spiritual stage, the non-manifesting consciousness. Even if there is a nice smell, you can just feel it. That's all. You are not attaching, or you are not uh, detaching also. If there is a bad smell, it's just coming and going. You are not having, you don't have any kind of aversion with that bad smell, because it's just a smell, and just having, it's there and just it's vanishing. So without any trouble you can stay there, without any mental problem you can live. Because if you touch anything, you can sit on a very comfortable chair, you can sleep on a very comfortable bed, but you can enjoy sleeping, enjoy sitting, but you are not attaching, because your consciousness is not attaching with that bed or that chair like that, because you have non-manifesting consciousness. So Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is showing us the correct, following a correct path and achieving this non-manifesting consciousness where your body and mind will be fully relaxed and you can enjoy life without having any kind of attachment or any kind of detachment, aversion or nothing like that. That means you will be overcoming your defilements such as raga, dvesha, moha. That means delusion, hatred and lust. Lust, delusion and hatred. So you will be free from defilements and mental impurities also. That means you have a very calm and good healthy mind and body, because you are not getting angry for anything, or you are not running behind anything to satisfy your six senses to have pleasure. What is there, you can have it. What is on the table, you can eat it. Whatever you have, you can wear it. Whatever you have to go, you can go by bus or by walk or by an aeroplane, anything, no matter, no problem. In any way, no, you are not bothered. That is the most important thing in this human life, that is living a peaceful life. That is why Lord Buddha is giving this kind of Dhamma, Viññānaṁ Anidassanam Anantam Sabbato Pabang Etta Apocha Patavi Tejo Vayo Nagarati Etta Diganta Rassang Va Anakulang Subasubang Etta Namancha Rupancha Etta Etang Uparujjati Viññātena Nirodena Etta Etang Uparujjati. Consciousness that is not something that can be seen, pointed to, treated as an ordinary object of perception. Consciousness that is not something that can be seen, pointed to, or treated as an ordinary object of perception. That is what called this non-manifesting consciousness. Infinite, extending everywhere, boundless radiance spreading everywhere. Anantam Sabbato Pabang means infinite, extending everywhere, boundless radiance spreading everywhere. These are the mental states describing by Lord Buddha and further explaining by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. Etta Apocha Patavi Tejo Vayo Nagarati. Here are the water and earth elements. Fire and air are not grasped, not held, not fixed. Fire and air cannot be grasped or held as something fixed. Yes, everything around us, all these elements are also vibrations according to true Buddhist philosophy. That is why it is said Here are the water and earth elements. Fire and air are not grasped, not held, not fixed, because fire and air and all the elements cannot be grasped or held as something fixed. Etta digancha rassangva anakulang subasubha. Here there is the long and short, unweighed, beyond good and bad, that which is unmeasurable and beyond good and bad. Yes, we are exceeding good and bad through this ultimate path to Nibbana. Here are the names and forms. Etta namancha rupancha ette etang uparujjati. Here are name and form. Here this comes to an end. Yes, names and forms are coming to an end. Here both name and form arise, and here they come to an end. That means through this path to Nibbana, after this non-manifesting consciousness, both name and form arise, and here they can come to an end. Viññātena nirodena etta etang uparujjati. With the cessation of consciousness, here this comes to an end. That means with the cessation of mind consciousness, here this comes to an end. When consciousness ceases, here this whole process comes to an end. Yes, this when the mind consciousness ends, all this whole process comes to an end, because when the mind consciousness is not there means there is only non-manifesting consciousness. So there is no catching. There is no catching by the eyes. There is no catching by the ears. There is no catching by the tongue. There is no catching by the nose. And there is no catching by the body skin. So with the cessation of consciousness is happening, cessation of mind consciousness happening due to the arising of non-manifesting consciousness. Therefore, when the mind consciousness here comes to an end, ceases, here this whole process comes to an end. How nice it is. This seeker will never meet the sun or moon. Yes, because this seeker in this path to Nibbana will not meet the sun or moon. Everything are thoughts. Thoughts are not true. He will not meet anything in this world, because he knows the mind, world-based mind is only a projection. So we are living with thoughts formed with words and perceptions. Yes. So this seeker will never meet the sun or moon. He will not meet anything in this world. He will redeem from this world. This seeker will redeem from the mind-based world. Sun and the moon are also in your mind. This so-called eternal immortality is in the place where is no sun and moon. Lord Buddha preached. Yes, Lord Buddha preached. Because we are living in a mind-based world, with all the perceptions, All those perceptions are just perceptions. So this eternal immortality is in the place where there is no sun and moon, Lord Buddha preached. Yes, we see a shadow of the sun. We see a shadow of the moon. We see everything, every perception, shadow of each and every perceptions. That means we are living in a shadow world. So in that shadow world, nothing is existing. That is true. Lord Buddha is telling, and Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is clearly explaining that. Atti Bhikkave Tadayatanam Bhikkhu, there is such place. Bhikkhu, there is such place. Yattana Patavina Tejona Vayo. Na Akasanyayatana na Vinyana na Akinchanayatana na Neva Sanyana Sanyayatana na Unloko na Paraloko no Ubhava Chandima Suryo Tatrapanam Bhikkave na Gatang Vadami. Monks, there is that base, that sphere. Monks, there exists that sphere, base or base of experience where there is neither earth, no fire, no air, not the base of infinite space, not the base of infinite consciousness. It is neither the sphere or infinite space, nor the sphere of infinite consciousness, not the base of nothingness, not the base of neither perception nor non-perception. It is neither the sphere of nothingness nor the sphere of neither perception nor non-perception, neither this world nor the other world, neither this world nor the other world. It is neither this world nor the other world. The sun and moon does not rise there. There is sun and moon does not rise. Monks, I do not speak of any going there, monks. I do not speak of any movement or going to that state. Yes, it's a mind, it's a state of mind. So for today, I'm going to conclude this. I'm going to conclude this session for today. Teruvan Saranai, I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our time. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma through every corner of the planet Earth to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai Dhamma. I pay my homage to Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I pay my homage at Aryan Hanse's feet. Tiruvan Saranai Aryan Hanse. May all of you be blessed by Triple Gem.
Uh, may all our friends who are helping with the uh, background work be blessed by Triple Gem. Uh, our Venerable and Champa has already joined the Zoom discussion. Our Sarai Venerable Sunanda. Uh, so this is our usual discussion session from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time, which is a part of this Buddothpado PeoTV English channel, making an attempt to take this true Dhamma message to the world, to the English-speaking community, and also our friends who are using both languages. So all of them will be joining. And because there is no separate question session for the sermons, this 2 hours is reserved for such purposes. So you are welcome to join us and discuss with us, because this is a forum where any level of doubts or questions can be discussed. Sometimes we tend to feel that what we have to ask is something too simple and shouldn't be asked in public like this. But there's nothing like that actually. Every point of discussion is very important for the person who is asking, as well as the persons, people who are discussing. It equally helps. And we know that if there is any doubtful place, we can always clarify it with our noble friend Aryan Hanse. So what we are trying to convey is actually what is the truth, irrespective of the background of the person. The truth is common to anybody, whatever the belief, whatever the religion that you are originally following, and your country, region, nationality, whatever, and even the age is really material, because truth is common to every person. So it's worthwhile finding out what is this truth. What is this truth which was initially disclosed by Lord Buddha long, long ago, and now it is coming up with clear, simple explanations, because we all had difficulties in finding out what is exactly meant by this in some of the most of the sutras, because they were in Pali, and our command in Pali is very poor. So that was one of the reasons. And also in sutras, Lord Buddha sometimes just with one word or 2 words gave a very deep meaning. So those things we wouldn't have been able to understand ourselves without the help of the our noble friend Aryan Vahase. So all of us are very, very fortunate because we hear it in very simple language, simple phrases, and more modern metaphors to suit the present time. And so many Zoom discussions are there each day, particularly for the Sinhala speaking people. Many opportunities throughout the day. And for the English speaking friends, these 2 hours, you can take the maximum usage of this. So until our other Dhamma friends join, we can start the discussion. I invite Venerable Sunanda and or Champa to bring up some points so that we can take the discussion forward from then on. Peruvan Sarnai.
Peruvan Saranai, Doctor.
Yeah, Peruvan Sarnai.
Have you listened to the sermon yesterday at Badulla, Aryan Wahanse's sermon?
Yes, I listened. Yeah, that long one, isn't it? Yes,
Yes.
yeah.
Not everything. I also heard a part of it.
Hmm.
Can you please explain something from that further.
Yeah, any particular point that you wanted to discuss?
He said the place where the self is creating, the self is, he showed a point where the self is creating. That means the when the thought is appearing and we are just thinking. That means it's like it's me, it's mine, like and the feeling of me, myself is there, and underneath that, the other than that, the feeling of keeping
Yeah.
everything, keeping
Mm.
everything with us, that is the self, we self perception, like that he said. Some, so it's a very deep discussion, and you can if you can say something, it's good, doctor.
Okay, okay. Yeah, Dr. Kokila also has joined. I will just briefly say what I can explain. Actually, the most important thing is that uh, self perception and the perception of existence, because those two go hand in hand. Whatever you feel, if you feel something is existing, something is, that means the ittha sanyawa, in other words. Wherever there is ittha sanyawa, that means the perception of existence, always there is perception of self. So perception of self, in other words, that desire to maintain it or desire to have it, maintain it. That is basically what is meant by the Atma Sanyava, or the perception of self. So whatever the stimulus which is felt as true, whatever the stimulus which is, mm, in other words, a thought, any thought which is felt alive, or the thought is real, whatever the way you are explaining, wherever the thought is felt real, there is a current there. The current means that, in other words, that is a self perception. So, in simple words, if a thought is felt as real, so I mean, you can take whatever is in front of you, maybe a chair, table, or even if your son is coming close near you, son, uh, whatever. If you feel that thought is real, if you feel that it is really existing, like the other side of the coin, the self is there always. So it can, now this self is felt in different levels. I think Dr. Kokila has explained quite often about it. The very small baby has the what's called the self vibration, which is the very subtle nature. The now when there is some sense of function, the baby feels something. So Dharma, yes, and so Dharma, yeah, okay. So the baby has it at that level, self vibration, which is a very subtle level, but still the baby feels as if the baby is existing. But when the baby grows up a little bit older, it becomes more specified, and baby will experience it as a light or a shape, sound, or a smell, taste, etc. So at that level, that self perception means it's a bit stronger than the self vibration. So in a more sort of prominent way, the baby feels that baby is there, the self is there. And when it comes to the level of the thought formation, which is a spontaneous sequence of the system, the sense function will combine together to form the thoughts. Thought means uh, thought means the combination of these sensor functions. And what you have to understand is that thought also can become more powerful when the repeated the same thought is coming. It becomes more strong and it becomes more empowered or fortified, whatever the word we can use. So that level, uh, which we call the abhisankarane or this volitional formation, that level, the thought is felt as real, a really existing chair, really existing coconut tree, really existing sound of a crow. So the thought is felt as alive, and that is because of that speed and this repeated stimulus happening again and again. So the child feels that these things are there really, and that level, the self perception is also stronger. So whatever the stimulus which is felt as real, the stronger that current is the one which is reflected as self. So in other words, the self means that existing thing, the desire to maintain that existing thing. So itta sanyava and atma sanyava to go hand in hand, and the existing thing, the desire, there's a desire, wantedness to maintain that existing thing. That means the atma sanyava. So further, what happens is this feeling that this perception of this self is further covered with all kinds of thoughts. So for you and me, it's full of thoughts now that I am here and I want these things I don't like. So all kinds of thoughts are there now, which is labeled as self-weave. So when we are breaking this, also very first thing is to understand that this is just a thought. Myself is also a thought. And this is a part of this Darshana, knowledge about Darshana, where you have to meticulously study, meticulously sort of try to understand this, how the thoughts are formed. Now we know that the thought means just a collection of perceptions, and it is due to the fastness, because of the speed, something is created, and as a result, as a result of the speed, a thought is created which feels as if it is real. So when you understand this mechanism, that it is part of the system, that alive feeling, or that real feeling, that we realize that this is simply a thought, and thought is just created just now, and it's not going to last. Just a fraction of a second, the thought will come up and it's gone with the next stimulus. So then that self weave will be broken, but still the self perception is there. Always when there is a stimulus, when the system sees something, hear sound, or experience some other sense of function, always at each stimulus, the self perception is also appearing. But what we do not understand is this self perception is just coming up instantly with each stimulus. We feel that there is a continuously lasting self perception is there. So that is due to the avijja or the ignorance. We feel that there is a continuously lasting sense of functions, and continuously lasting self is also here. So that is how you go down to the deeper levels, actually penetrating into one thought deeper and deeper. That is how you understand this creation. I assume that gave some coverage to your question, Champa. We can ask Dr. Kokila also has joined.
Yes, doctor. I appreciate your
description. It's very good. And I would like to listen some more details about the whole uh, session from Badul, from Dr. Kokila last.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay,
Dr.
thank you.
Kokila Therwan Sarnai.
Therwan Sarnai, I can't, remember the whole sermon done in Badul. Is there any specific thing?
No, doctor, I just asked Dr. Sakuntala about the self thing that in that sermon, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse is describing how the self feel, and that means the wanting to keep the things
Yeah.
like that. So it's a very long sermon, and there are so many points, some deeper points also. I would like to have some kind of a summary.
Yeah, that's a big one actually, because he touched a lot of stuff. It's mainly about understanding the chair is the only thing that is there, and for that understanding to happen, there's so many things that should be understood. I mean, it won't happen overnight. You have to understand how the light is formed, how the sound is formed, how the mind is formed, how touch is formed, and all that. And to realize that in the end, there has never been a me. It was all the time. It was either the light, either the sound, or either the mind, which has been there. So he covered so many stuff. I might have to listen to it again if I'm going to give a summary of it as such.
Anything, doctor, anything you listen, doesn't matter. It's a very good sermon, actually.
Yes, actually, did Dr. Sakuntala listen to that?
Yeah, I listened. Actually, as you said, it's a long one, and I can't sort of give a summary of the whole thing. Yeah, as you said.
Yeah, he actually covered kind of everything. Because the way he said about how one, he made a very good point. I mean, if someone is saying that something is a thing as felt as outside, still the self-view is there. He said that very clearly. Sakkaya Ditthi is there, the wrong view is there if you feel like something is outside still. And once it is clear, then mind is also should be clear. Then it would be only the life field which has to go. I think he made it a point. I don't know whether it is this one or something else, but he made it a point. Where non-returner, the mind is not a thing. When someone fully realizes Dhamma, usually that means loss of Sakkaya Ditthi means actually outside is not a thing. So it is kind of in a way, good, clearer idea, because the Sakkaya Ditthi means that any thought can't be a thing as outside. But it includes the self-thought as well, looking at the body and saying, this is me. Even that is included in that. Looking at a tree and saying, this is the tree. It's the same thing as looking at the body and saying, this is me. Same thing. Isn't it? What do you think, Dr. Sakuntala?
Yeah, whatever. I mean, if the tree is a thing, yes. Tree, that means me, yes.
Yeah, if you feel that the tree is outside, it's the same as me, this is my body and this is me kind of thing. There's something to show. If you have something actually, if you feel like this is the thing, If you really feel that is the thing, and the same as you showing your body and say, "This is me."
Yeah.
So there are, I mean, if you keep saying a point might come to me, but it was a very comprehensive, beautiful one. There's no sermon today, I think, because it's a holiday, kind of a break.
Yeah, I think tomorrow he's at some other place.
Mm-hmm.
Mahiyanga.
Anything else that did you jot down anything, Champa?
No, I didn't write anything because I have only heard part of it still, but he mentioned about that Anantaraya doctor. One day you said,
Yeah.
he said the
That,
mind and the Sasrava, both are like that. We can't say where it is appearing. Anantaraya means that it seems.
there's no place.
Yes.
You can't ස්ථානයක් පනවන්න බෑ. I don't know how to say that in English. You can't how do you say that?
You can't locate it. Can you say location? Locate it?
Yeah, you can't locate it as such.
Saranai, doctor.
Yes.
Sorry about the disturbance previously. Explain this. Sorry, I think we can't assign a place.
Yeah, we can't assign a place. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, we can't assign a place in the sense it is felt as that, you know, even the tree we feel as outside now, but that is also not true. Even the mind, we feel like it is here, like it is here all the time. It is here, but even that is not true.
So Anantare means you can't assign a place. Then Samanantare means
vibrations becoming similar and appearing as a previous one.
Okay.
Even though it is actually happening now. Now, when I talk about the fan, it's happening now. But even though it's happening now, you feel like that was the fan you saw yesterday.
Yeah. Okay.
And it can be more deeper than that. Even the self-perception is the same. Yeah, that is what even the quantum physics, the theories that if even in a galaxy, if something is happening and if the same frequency is happening somewhere else, you can't really differentiate them. They are the same.
Doctor, it's exactly what you explain as synchronization. What happens when there's thunder up there, windows shake, and as you rightly said just now, this teleportation of two particles despite the distance, even in two galaxies. Yeah, I also heard it. Right. Yeah, that's
So
it.
these all the Patana Karana, all the definitions actually is for understanding why we feel as a self and why we shouldn't. It covers both sides. How we feel as a self and why we shouldn't. And how we actually can have Nibbana, in the sense absence of power.
Right at the beginning, I remember one of the questions asked by somebody was that now when we talk about this hearing, you need a medium in between for the sound to be transmitted. So that was one of the questions that was asked. then how can you say that? How can you say there is no without a medium? How can that be transmitted? Because then when I thought about this communication from the not the satellites, or maybe from the spaceships which are going to the other planets or something like that, going to the moon or something, and they also do communicate. So then you can very clearly say that there is no medium in between, and that can be explained in that way, can't we?
Yeah, anyway, synchronization doesn't matter how. It doesn't matter how. Actually, it doesn't matter how, because you can say so many theories. But the synchronicity, even in two galaxies, synchronicity can happen in any way. So if the eye vibration is similar to light vibration, we call it light, but we can't really say. Sound anyway has a frequency. Sound, we can't hear a lot of sounds that animals do. So we have this ear vibration matches only like a range of frequencies anyway, and that's all we can hear anyway. So we can't hear more than that.
Yeah, what he asked was, now if there is a vacuum, there won't be any sound. So that was the question that was asked.
What did Aranwansi say as the answer?
No, somebody asked from me some time back in, I think, one of the programs, if I remember correctly, long ago.
Mm-hmm.
It's simply because the way that it is taught in the science subjects, because we still, I mean, we had that strong idea that rays are coming from outside. So I think that was the basis of his question.
Yeah, I think the medium is also in our mind, but the synchronicity whether it involves a medium or not, because it may need a medium, like, when you are inside water, if you are swimming, if you are inside water, what you feel is different. And if you are in the air, what you feel is different. And the ear also, the air conduction is different, bone conduction is different. But what matters is
equal,
not the
becoming equal,
conduction.
synchronization.
Yeah. Synchronicity and the actual hearing, whatever the medium is, actual hearing is happening because of the
synchronicity,
the ear function.
Yes.
If the ear function is not there, whatever the medium, who cares? You can't hear.
Yes. And doctor, at the vibration level, does it matter the medium of, I mean, now heat, whatever the energy, when it is, I mean, transferring or
Again, if the
transformation? Yeah,
temperature receptors are not working,
yeah.
medium doesn't matter.
Yeah, medium itself is another form of vibration. So when we go down to that level, no, the vacuum is, that's right.
So it all comes to the receptor level, in the sense actual organ level. So if the organ is there, it might synchronize to anything. It doesn't matter to what. So because even our ear has different modes of conduction. It doesn't necessarily matter, because if the eye is there, there's some form of creation. What matters is the creation giving you the life feel. Creation will continue. Who cares about creation? Creation will continue.
That's where actually this is a good instance where this science, knowledge of science hinders the full understanding of Dhamma, because mind always looks for those, I mean, rational facts. As in schools under science, we have always, I mean, studied this
We can say
translation.
yes to
Yeah, yeah.
any
It they,
scientific
yeah,
finding. Doesn't matter. What
true.
Lord Buddha is talking about is why we feel that there is a self.
Alive. Yeah.
Yeah, that is the only thing that we are talking about. We are not talking splitting hairs about. We are not splitting hairs about theories. We are not actually going into an argument with a
No.
scientists about the vision, scientists about the hearing, scientists about touch sensation, scientists about any physicality. We are not trying to have an argument with them. What we are actually doing here is trying to find out why we have a self feeling or self perception or self thought. Why it is happening? That's all we are doing the research about. When it comes to that research, what matters is actually there is a creation in the sensory organs. That's fine. But we have, due to the ignorance, we have attributed there's a self who is feeling this. That is what we are debunking, kind of trying to understand why the misunderstanding happened. For that, all these scientific things are not needed. Actually speaking, why that is why a village mother or even a 7-year-old can understand this now. So someone like imagine like someone like me hearing about Dhamma might go into details like this because of the data. It's a lot of data there, then it might be needed. Then everyone say, may have to tell these things, but not necessarily to everyone. If someone understand, okay, this is the eye function, but eye function is the only thing that is there. There is no self. Actually, someone might get it properly without going into all the details, But the details are needed if someone actually asks. So whether it's the air conduction, whether it's the body conduction, whatever the conduction, whatever the medium, whether it's metal, whether it is water, whether it is earth, whatever it is, the touch sensation is in the actual sensory organ. But the problem is when it happens, we feel like the consciousness is happening to someone. That is the problem. That is the problem. We are trying to understand how it is not the case. That actually consciousness didn't lie outside or the inside. It's just there. And consciousness itself doesn't necessarily worry about the actual how it happens. Because, if you go into the details about the touch sensation, there will be so many words which are unnecessary. Because at the end, what you feel is the kind of the solidity or liquidity or something like that. Or feelings in between that. Whatever the medical jargon or the physical jargon, physics or chemistry jargon, whatever used, finally in the end what you feel is what matters. And why you feel alive in that, why you feel that I am touching. Isn't it? What do you think?
Yes, doctor, that is that is the ultimate truth actually. The Buddhist philosophy, all, revolves around that, no, the self. That is the uniqueness of this philosophy also, as you
Yeah,
always
because
explain. Yeah.
nowadays there's so much science involved. Renansi
Mm.
has to put up with all the scientific stuff as well. And Lord Buddha's time, Lord Buddha described it in a different language. And he also tell the same thing. There is
Surely.
self,
Yeah.
no I, me, mine. there are 5 senses or 6 senses working, and until the system stops, they will be working.
Actually, Aryan Vahanse is customizing the philosophy to suit the 21st century, especially this younger generation. They are really lucky. This redefining of the metaphors, it's really important. And Doctor, in this Patana Sutra, basically it is the stimulus, how the stimulus arises in relation to six sense faculties is
It
beautifully
is said in different aspects.
different
We can see,
aspects. Yeah.
we can see how Lord Buddha has tried to say this as such. That is why Lord Buddha is described as the supreme, because he has told in different ways. He has told it in the food aspect as ahar. So he has told so many aspects like that. Anantara, Samanantara, um, causes. There's so many which I can't remember, and which I'm not sure about the meanings also. But all I can understand that is when you actually explore each by each, you can understand that there can't be a self.
Long time before, somebody, actually a friend who was practicing Dhamma, who was looking for Dhamma, told me that it is believed that Patana Sutra is the first thing to disappear from the world when Buddhist philosophy began to fade away. I mean, after another 2500 years, it will fully disappear. So there's a point, no, doctor, because this is basically about penetrative insight, this sutra. So that is again the basis of the philosophy. So just now it occurred to me. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah, true. Anything else? Suranka is also here. Anyone can join in.
Theruwan Sannai, Dr. Kokila, this Patana Prakaranam, I haven't been listening to the sutras for the last, not so much recently, so I missed the whole Patana Prakarana once. Are they all, meaning were there anything particular in any of those? Because it has been going on for some time, isn't it? The Patana Prakarana explanations.
Aranwansi, whenever joined, he used to say, and I saw there is a clip in the Buddothpado
main channel
where Rajangani Menin Vansi and Naran Vansi is talking. But I listen here and there. I haven't finished all the things as well. Whenever Naran Vansi joins, he used to say how, and it is all very confusing, but specifically when Naran Vansi says the list, we can understand how it is told. It's about a list of things that is there. All are about the non-vibration.
Yeah.
Or how the vibration is formed.
Beautiful.
Okay.
And
so Dharma, have you been listening?
No, Miss Rangika, I didn't listen, but I am also going to listen to it. And but Aryan Vahase, in other discussions, reminded that it is important nowadays. I'm discussing it, so I'm showing how Lord Buddha has done this. As now Dr. Kolikila also said, same thing is being repeatedly said in different ways. And what I actually wanted to tell is now Patana thing came all of a sudden. Now until the
What is actually
last year,
Patana Prakarana? Yeah.
That is in Sri Lanka, it is widely used in some other country. They said, I can't remember, Vietnam or Myanmar or somewhere. And one
Okay.
Thero from Sri Lanka, very well known one, Arya somebody,
Mm.
Thero visited the country and brought it, and he started culture. He kind of started this Patana. This is the best sermon done by Lord Buddha. It will disappear from the world. So everywhere, actually, I have attended Patana pujas in Sri Lanka because it's a beautiful way of now. It's a new culture actually, new way of reciting it. They display some parts, quotes of Patana Sutra all around the Dhamma hall, and then they do a special kind of Buddha puja.
Mm.
I mean, and then the monk is ushered and in a very, I mean, unique way. He's treated and he's paid
Okay.
homage, and then he starts chanting Patana because that's all they do whatsoever. It's beautiful chanting. It's a unique
Yeah.
rhythm actually. It's
Okay.
different from other Pirit
So that's what I have
sermons.
heard Aryan say denouncing Patana Prakaranya in the sense as to how it has been
Exactly.
kind of, turned on its head and used, or is just as a chanting thing, isn't it?
Exactly, and that chanting is also happening from mid last year, I think. Until
All right.
then, I
Okay.
mean, we didn't hear. As children, we never heard about Pattana. No, in overnight period ceremonies, also they
Yeah.
never chanted Pattana. It came from a country in the sense I can't exactly remember one particular monk. He goes like nowadays. There's a very popular, well-known young monk. I can't remember the name that Aryan Mahase always. He is not that one. Another middle-aged Thero.
Mm.
He is
Mm.
going around the country doing sermons and interpreting it and explaining the surface meaning of it, not
Oh,
this
okay.
definition. Yeah,
Mm.
that's
So done,
why
I
it
think,
is.
yeah, I
Yeah,
think it started
yeah.
well before the last year. Uh, I
Ah,
know,
really?
yeah,
Ah,
because
yeah.
I know
Ah,
that
There was
when, mm,
yeah.
Patanakaranya means the contemplations. Why our Aryan Mahansa said
yes,
just
that's what I was saying.
just chant.
Practical say. Hmm.
Yeah, practical part of this Buddhism. So
Hmm.
they are unable to.
Ah, is that so? I had somehow missed
Aryan
the
Mahansa
whole
is
thing.
now translating it in the Sutra Deshana. I think there are so many sermons I couldn't hear. Patanakaranya is
Yeah, I have to listen, as
contemplation.
Dr. Kokla says, at least the parts where Aryan Vahansa, I think he sometimes reads through the sutra and then he leaves it aside and then starts explaining in simple English, simple Sinhalese. That part has to be listened to, isn't it? Will be quite worthwhile.
Yeah, actually, what happened was, I mean, as Sudharma very clearly said, it was just read, like chanting Pirit. It was, what I heard was Pattani Kiyavanava. So
Ah,
in
yeah,
this
okay.
particular temple, Pattani Kiyavanava. So I know that there was a temple at Narahempita where they were having it regular basis, Pattani Kiyavima. So one of my friends
Mm.
also said that, why not, can't you come, because it's very good. Pattani Kiyavima Karna. So I had no idea whether it is whatever. Just I knew the word only. That was only a sound vibration to me. No thought at
Mm.
all about the Pattan Karne at that time. But that was about maybe like 8, 9 years ago.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah,
Mm.
yeah. So I didn't hear about it in other temples in the country, but that place they have started in that area, in that era, about maybe
Mm.
8 years at least.
But
So
it
that
must be very long, isn't it, Dr. Sakuntala, for it
must
to be
be
going
very,
on and on. Now, this
yeah,
Sutra
yeah.
Deshana, there are lots of talks on the Pattan Prakarana.
Yes, yes. Now
It's
I
very
think it has
long.
come
Yeah.
to, now it has come to the many other temples in the country. But I heard Aryan Maharshi saying that it is all about the contemplation. The practical pathway is what is explained in this Pattanakarane, but those venerables who recite it, I don't think have any idea what it is.
Yeah,
No,
good
they
point.
just
Good
chant.
thing.
Yeah.
Mm.
Excuse me, Peruan Saranai, because of how Aryan Mahansa is explaining each and everything, they couldn't do, they were helpless and they started chanting this. Then Aryan Mahansa said, no point of just chanting, you translate it. But they couldn't translate it. Now Aryan Mahansa is translating it and uh, preaching it also. That is what happened.
Mm.
No, I mean, at least
Champa,
the
yeah.
good thing is that it will, whoever who has the humility to listen to the R.N. Mahanse's talks and actually understand the correct interpretation will take something out of it, isn't it?
Yeah. Is it the same as Samantapattana? Samantapattana is the popular term used,
Yes,
isn't
yes.
it, Champa? Yeah.
Patana Karanya
Yeah.
means this was hidden for years because they
Mm.
didn't even look at these books, no. Because of Aryan Vanse only, these things they are helpless. They can't do anything. They just started chanting. Then Aryan Vanse said, "If you are chanting, then translate and show." So they couldn't do it, and now Aryan Vanse is translating and telling.
Mm.
Dr. Kokila, were you able to listen to not the Balangoda one, the other one, Nuarelia talk?
I actually didn't miss anything, but now all jumbled up. But
That was the one where he was talking about the Pityangshu, the particles.
yeah,
And he talked about the cake and
yeah.
that everything is made up of flour particles. Whatever you do, then it goes down into the stomach and then it's still particles. And one
Mm-hmm.
vibration he mentioned there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you can remember. I think it was Noah earlier. I just wanted to ask what he actually. So I think he said everything boils boils down to one vibration. Just wanted to ask you whether you can explain that a bit with that cake example that he gave.
Mm. I think the different vibration frequencies would be the cake. I don't know in what context he put that.
Yeah, it was. I also kind of didn't get it. I mean, we know that whatever it is, he gives the common example about making roti and pittu and everything is made up of flour. That part we know. Same thing with the cake, but I kind of didn't get it when he said cake and everything is. Yeah, he said butter and everything is mixed up, but ultimately it's kind of gets divided into particles. Or I think maybe he meant that the particle, when you keep on splitting, like how when you keep on splitting the atom, finally maybe it's just one vibration, isn't it?
That's Mr. Hangika. I have listened to same metaphor. He used it to explain that every entity, everything is made up of Shuddhashtaka, that smallest
Mm.
particle. So still, although things appear to be solid, liquid, then airy or whatsoever, ultimate, the smallest particle, as you said, when we go on breaking them into smaller parts, ultimately it's that eight pure elements, so Shuddhashtaka. So they are also that. particles in the sack of lies. It's not thick single unit always, it's just vibratory nature. There is always space in between. And keiko, a sack of uh, flour, I mean dog's poop, or the best meal, or everything ultimately is, is made up of the eight pure elements. Is that what he mentioned? I have listened to a sermon some time back. You explained it that way.
Yeah, that one, because the Shuddhashtaka is, I think, we call it 8 patterns of vibration, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And then he talks about the Shuddha Tuna for the worm. And that not to get hung up on the 8 patterns of vibration. That's because that's all that the human being can discern, isn't it?
Yeah, but
That
it's
doesn't mean
little
that there are only 8
confusing.
patterns.
Yeah, then the worm is also made up of the same compound.
Yeah, but I think he said something like that in a talk, Dr. Kokila.
What is the confusion about the worm?
Worm is also made up of the same, I mean, whatever the thing, I mean, appear to be in solid form or liquid form, only the ratio of the these 4 elements may differ, but
what are you talking
ultimately,
about?
Yeah, but
are you trying? You have to become the worm and see. So just by wisdom, try and see. You become the worm. What does the worm feel?
feel level the skin only. Here, this what we are talking about is, doctor, that composition of
Not the
the
skin only.
body.
I'm
But
asking 8 vibrations. I'm asking about the 8 vibrations in the humans. What vibrations does the worm feel?
feel only the solidity, liquidity, heat. That's it, no?
That's what Dharana says 3.
Right.
But Sudama, what were you trying to say that because the worm was described in relation to the 3, and that because of that the 8 must be true? Was that what you were trying to say?
No, it's a different thing. I was
Okay.
trying to say if all entities are ultimately made up of same, I mean, 4 great elements.
No. This is not about the 4 great elements. 4 great elements
4
is
great
just
elements are
part
also
of it,
subject.
no?
Yeah.
It's just a part of it. What made you to even say that? That's weird. What are you referring to? What made you to say that
When we
sentence?
to say is that, I mean, all in the universe, whatever the entity,
What are we talking about the
water or
universe here?
Yeah, all trying to explain the one
no,
vibration, Dr. Kokila.
somehow, yeah, that's what,
No, but
because
that sentence bothered me because now she is, the Sudharma is trying to say something. But when Sudharma is trying to say that, she is saying that everything is 4 great elements. But now she's actually forgetting that there is different other aspects. I was wondering how that came to her mind. She's only talking about the solid part, which is even not part of lot of worlds. So 31 realms, only the lower realms have this body material aspect.
I think
So
you
you have to
know
be
Sudharma, isn't it?
careful.
You already know that the 4 great
yeah,
elements are not really 4 great elements. I mean, there's no such thing
they
also.
also.
No, even 4 great elements, we talk about 4 great elements because we have a body, yes.
Yeah.
But actually, if you talk about 31 realms, I
They're
can't
all
remember
vibration.
now. 6. No. What are the lower? How many are the lower ones? Like 4, isn't it? 4 Satarapa, 4, and
Yeah.
human and something. So it's, I think,
Hungry
6 only.
ghost, animal, 4 hills. I don't know how. Then human. Then how
Yeah,
many heavens?
whatever. Very few
Yeah.
number. Like it's not a lot of thing.
Mm.
So because when you are saying everything is 4 great elements, you are actually restricting your wisdom.
To that. Yeah. That is
4 great elements is the Apo, Patavi,
Tejo,
Apo, Tejo, no?
Vayu,
So,
Rasva. Then it becomes 8 actually. Although we say 4, altogether 8. No, Varna, Gandha, Rasa, Vocha. That's what Narayana says. If one smallest particle has all 8 attributes, that is why it's called 8 pure elements. 8
yeah,
pure
and
elements.
then
If one occurs, all 7 is present.
That's human.
Yeah.
yeah, that's
So don't
that's
forget
true.
that.
That's only human because you
Yeah.
can have. He has said in several talks that there can be Shuddha Daha even.
Right.
That not to think about this narrow way of thinking everything is aligned
Yeah,
to human.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Even this 3-dimension thing is only because of the human body, no?
Yeah. The bee gets the 8-dimensional view, kind of.
Actually,
I don't know.
Sulanika, what is the meaning of Apo, Tejo, Vayu? What is the Tejo? Tejo is
Tejo is
heat.
heat, isn't it?
Yeah, what is the other one?
Yeah.
Vayu
is
is
liquid.
Yeah, Patavi is the solidity,
solidity,
liquidity, and the
heat and
heat.
air,
And
no?
what is air? Okay, those 4 things are actually only felt by um, the touch aspect of it. Touch aspect is only there in the lower realms.
Why did you say that the worm feels only 3 uh, vibrations? I thought when the skin is there, all 4, this temperature, solidity, liquidity, and this nature of the air, all 4 can be felt by the worm skin.
Maybe, I don't know, but air, RNA didn't take the air.
Okay, I didn't know that.
So the
He
Varna
keeps saying
Gandha,
Shuddha Tuna for the worm.
Varna Gandha, Rasa, Oja. What is Oja?
Oja is the flowing nature, no?
Yeah, energy.
Actually, Oja represents a sound.
Ah, okay, yeah. Okay, and that sounds great. Because
Sound and speed, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Speed is there
Varna
always, but
Gandha,
sound is what is
Rasa, Oja.
interpreted as.
So anyway, all the other 4 is for the skin.
Yeah, other 4 is for the skin.
So I don't know about there. Yeah, I don't think air is a feeling. Worm is just a piece of flesh. No, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not even worried about that. But
I'm not going to even go there because if RN was here, I would have got another scolding.
Yeah, of course.
About the air
That's what
business.
yeah.
no, but it is important to realize that we have just a very narrow outlook of this world. So that is through these 5 sensory organs.
Actually, today, Dr. Kokila, I was digging a hole to put a plant down onto the garden. And I had taken a uprooted a plant and it had quite a few worms. So I had to shake the root with all the earth to get the worm out before I put the plant into the hole I had dug on the ground. And then I watched the worm squirming, and it's blind, isn't it? So it's like it had that feel. You could feel the feel of the worm, because one moment it was there at the top of on top of the earth, and the next moment you could feel as if it's sensing the pores of the earth where it could wriggle in. So it did another wriggle. It put a little bit of itself in the earth, into the earth, and then another bit, and then he suddenly found a kind of a vacuum in the earth where you couldn't even feel. You couldn't see that there was a vacuum, So, we don't observe these things because I generally don't look at worms, but it just shows, isn't it, how it's more a feel for them rather than anything else, because it's the body sensation.
And see, earthworm may have a self vibration, but the thing is, at the end, we talk about it as it is, the showing the cracks in the. If you read about, go to the museum, you will see when they talk about some kind of stones, they talk about how earthworm has done this and this worm has done this, and there's so many descriptions in the museum. If you like, if you have ever read them, there are so many different type of stones in the Australian museum. So the stones, they describe the stones saying that this worm has done this kind of. There's so many definitions and describing ways. So from this point of view, like from human aspect of human view, that worm has done this, but actually when you go to the life field of the worm, it's just another life field which happened for some time and then synchronized somewhere else. Just it's humans, it's the same thing. Same thing, but we feel like as we are kind of in another level, like such a ego. But the same thing is with the worm. So when they talk about the Stone Ages, they talk about how the structure changes, how the cracks happen in the stones and earth. They talk about how these animals small creatures make these differences. And humans are making this story, like a beautiful story about that. But actually, to see that it's just another life field there, isn't it? And whatever the being.
Dr. Kokila, I have a stupid question also to ask. The body, how Aranvasi says, because the human has a body, a physical body only, you get the 3D. And then the whole deception is because of the body, the 3D aspect of it. And then he says, if you have been subjected to general anesthesia or you're in a coma, the body is dropped from a height and one does not know anything has happened to it, right? But so if I ask you, that is probably because of the human body being felt as solidity, but see, it doesn't involve the it doesn't involve the mind, isn't it? Just because it's not, the mind doesn't have to be focused on the body for the body to be felt as solid.
If the skin, so there's general anesthesia means it's like again a deep sleep, isn't it? There's no whatsoever vibration.
Yeah.
So
and then now say for example, true. So if the person is under general anesthesia or in a coma and the body is held at a height and then dropped to the ground, nothing is felt, true. But now say for example, a person is accidentally backing up against a wall, doesn't see a wall, and then because he or she is turning her back and probably say walking backwards or something, not a long distance, just walking backwards and doesn't see and hits a wall. So now the body hits the wall, but moment the body, so I mean, I'm just explaining in a conventional way. Let's say the body is hitting the wall, but that person knows the body hit the wall because of the vibration that happens at that point, and then the contact is the vibration, isn't it, which synchronizes, and the solidity is felt at that moment, and the focus is there then at that point, and then the contact becomes the stimuli. And because the contact becomes a stimuli only, that person incorrectly thinks that because my body hit the wall, I mean, like, it kind of reinforces the fact that I have a body and it hit the wall, isn't it? But if it didn't come into focus, that wouldn't have happened. Is that right?
Yeah. Now just imagine if you become the just this with wisdom, try and say this. If you become the light, you can't talk about a body or hearing or nothing. If you become the sound, you can't talk about the light or the body or nothing. So this
yeah, because the self has gone from this side, isn't it? The self is not felt.
No, I'm actually trying to say a different thing. Yes, that also is there. What I'm trying to say is the point you are trying to say, the focus, because Brahma, to
it
the other
doesn't
point
have the
that
body
Sudar.
thing, no? Yeah.
No. Why a human can feel it in one stimuli? I'm trying to say something about that because Aranhansi always says, no, Amma Divya Lokite Yanna Kamatida, Amma Brahma Lokite Yanna Kamatida. Aranhansi says, no, do you remember? Yeah, there's a reason for his telling that. So when the body is not the focus, the things are changing. It's just not in the focus. That's all what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, so and that comes from the having the correct angle, correct perspective and realization, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because as long as you are Pruthajjana, the body is real.
100%. 100%. Because if the chair is there, no, this one also came, even Badulla's sermon had this. The chair is real. You solid, you are there. I mean, Sakkaya Ditthi is there. If the chair is in front of you, if you really feel that chair is in front of you, you are there really nicely. solid. So the same thing, if your body is also taken as something, the same thing. There's so many other aspects also, why this body is not a focus. Just not a thing. That's what I'm trying to say. So that's why I was trying to remind Sudharma also that should never think about these things as they are just part of it. There are much more aspects than solidity, liquidity, and all this body consciousness. When the body consciousness is not a thing, means actually the body is not a thing, means the chair is not a thing as well. I don't know whether I'm telling the proper thing. Do I make any sense, Surangita?
Body consciousness is not a thing is quite advanced, Dr. Kokila. Isn't it more than the chair not being a thing, chair not being a thing? I mean, from my understanding, chair not being a thing is like...
Yes, but overall, if you feel that the chair is in front of you, that is your body also falls into that aspect.
Okay, that's what you're trying to say.
Yeah, self also falls into that aspect. Then when Aranwansa says outside, සිංහලෙන් කොහොමද කියන්නේ? බාහිර, he keeps saying බාහිර is the self is also බාහිර, outside, the self is also outside, the body is also outside, chair is also outside, ice cream is also outside, sun is also outside, daughter is also outside, mother is also outside, everything.
So if
I think you must have heard that.
The chair is felt because the chair is supposedly outside now. So if the chair is supposedly outside and you feel that the chair exists, that means the you concept, the self, is also outside because the self and the
body
stimuli
is also
are
true.
Self and stimuli are the same, and then the body also becomes true.
Yes, it's all in one.
All in one.
It's all in one. All in
one embodiment, right? No?
Yeah, that's where the release comes from. When you really fully understand this Dhamma, release comes from the body as well. So the other thing is, Aranhanse said, I can't remember whether it is the Norelia or the Badulla, he said release from mind is the non-return. So the release from mind is much more advanced, but the release from mind is actually the perception world. It is a bit tricky, isn't it?
That is a bit tricky there, actually, I noticed, because when he explains
Did you notice it? He said that, I don't know whether it's Norelia one or the Badulla one.
Or even before that, he has said, I think, several times.
Yes, 100%. He has told it multiple times.
Because he earlier I have heard him saying outside, if the outside is not a thing, then you are Sotapanna. And then there are talks where he has said, no, you have to, the mind, the I has to go out as well, no? That concept, as you just said, the fact that if that thing is real, that means you are real. So the Ajata Bahidha, that wrong split.
No, even the light is I get your point. So the light, sound, everything falls into that aspect. That is the problem. It's an umbrella term he uses when you say Bahira.
Yeah,
Light is
because
also
though you
Bahira.
say Bahira, the if the I believes there is an outside, then the I, as you say, is also in the outside, and you
Yeah,
have to.
light also becomes outside.
And then that has also got to be transcended for that
Yes, yes,
awakening to the moment.
yes. Yeah,
And
that is what the problem is.
And then that
Yeah,
second
true.
part that you said, where the perception also has to be realized as not true, is of course the anagami, which
The
is
mind.
that self part of the outside has now gone, but
No,
it's
it's not
still,
leaning outside. That means it's not leaning outside.
yeah, it's not
But it is leaning this side now.
it's leaning this side now. It's almost like there's a ghost of the earlier thing, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, like a shadow. The sanya, isn't it? The shadow.
Yeah.
But very much there, the shadow.
Yes.
No, I was
But why Lord Buddha saying that the 90% of the problem is always because when you direct outward, it's endless, ananta.
Endless possibilities, true.
Endless possibilities, because we never know what is going to happen, because it's actually endless. But when it comes to the inner, it's not endless. You can't add anything more. It's all about the perceptions you have at this moment. Like if it is million data, no further data can be achieved. Do you get the point? Why Lord Buddha said, the Himalaya. He said, Lord Buddha said, the careless, the defilements like Himalaya is gone, but the defilements are now like handful.
Yeah.
Why it is like so is, whatever you have now, it can be million data, but still it is never going to increase more than the million now. It's not going to be billions and billions from now on, in the sense, whatever the time you fully realize is some, after that, there you can't really add any data, because
It's
the
not,
outside is not a thing. So the
it's not
endless
going to
chances
expand,
are,
isn't it? Yeah.
no expansion. Then it becomes a heaviness of the million data that you have. That is the inner perceptions, kind of inner perceptions. I mean, actually, there's no outside inner.
Now, in the Badulla one, I think he said that everything has to go. You can't have one iota of perception where something has become a thing. Not even at perception or feeling level.
Even Dhamma can't be there.
Yeah.
That
so
hampers the feel.
So then something that crossed my mind at that time is now, I mean, we always talk about the mirror example. No, actually, that's a classic example. Not just for the person, for the Sakkaya Ditthi to get rid of the self-view. Because automatically the mirror is just used as a utility thing. No? But now even things like now that even the sun example, I don't know whether we go to that extreme, whether that is an extreme doctor. Now, for example, a person who is now one won't go to the sun, no, if it is too hot. But say one automatically takes an umbrella to the hand if it's raining outside. Sorry, maybe I'm getting confused, but is that also automatically taking a perception as real, or that's just a natural thing? Now, I wasn't thinking about the rain or the sun.
Tell that again. Sun means the sun moon or the sun daughter?
No, the sun moon thing. But anyway, I'll leave those two examples aside. The thing that I thought of at that time is now we go to the mirror and we don't think twice about the mirror not having actual people in there, and we do our job and comb the hair or whatever and come. Now, what is that? Say a thought arises to wash the hands, right? So automatically we reach out either for a bottle of water if there's no tap around, or we automatically reach to the tap, no? Because there's a perception that the tap denotes water and it is water that is needed to clean the hands. That water is a cleaning agent. Now we don't reach for the bottle of oil, no, to clean the hands.
Yeah.
Now that is also a perception, isn't it?
Yes, yes. But the thing is, once the self view is shattered, we use the outside as usual.
So that kind of perception is fine. I mean, I'm
No,
just
no, no.
sorry that
That what
I got a bit
matters
confused
is
when
the
Aryan Maharshi
shattering
said
of
that.
the.
Yeah.
What matters is shattering of the self view. When you understand, we have never ever had any actual experience with outside. I mean, there was never a outside. It was always this interpretation of the inner side. Anyway, we have inner thing. No, the tap works this way, the water is this way, and the oil is this way. Yeah,
No,
it will
but
be
I meant
used.
like, when we talk about the Itta Sanya, the existent field, nothing
Yeah.
can be existing, no?
Yes, yes.
In a perception form.
Yeah, yeah. Even the perception, now just imagine, now water perception or oil perception. We know the oil perception is not there. In the sense, it's not actually true. After realizing it, even an arahant can use the oil for lighting a lamp and water to wash the hands.
Yeah, I'm talking about before Arahat.
Yeah, the same thing.
No, because
the
Aryan Maharshi said
important
every
thing is,
perception has to be dropped.
yeah, every perception has to be dropped in the sense
Realized,
it has
actually.
to be realized.
So this automatic, the contemplation, what that means is actually the contemplation
no,
has
actually,
to
now
be.
I get your point. Now,
Yeah.
I get your point. Now, you can't say oil is thing to you. You can't say chair is thing to you. Then Narayan Hanse will ask, what is the thing to you?
Because it's not causing a burning, no?
No, yeah. Then he will make you talk about what things actually is giving the power in the perception side. Whether it is the mother or father or the job or the freedom or whatever.
But fundamentally, we are having actually, not we, there are perceptions about millions of things, isn't it, in the day-to-day life?
Yeah, but that is an arahant when the self perception is fully zero. Because I have heard listening to Aranhan say, I may be wrong here, but I have listened to Aranhan say saying even Avadiya can be a kind of a subtle thing. Very subtle though. It's a very subtle thing that can happen.
Subtle perception.
Yeah. But I don't know whether how he meant about that. So where even the no self-perception or the self-perception can hamper us in the mind side as well. So it can be in any side. When Narayan said to me, remember he was saying to me one day, I think you are thinking too much about Dhamma, I think he meant about the no self-perception. or the self-perception. I think he taught about the
No
self-perception.
self-perception, I think.
Whatever those two, he was referring to that it's stuck.
And
I'm
death or
stuck there.
something.
Yeah, I'm stuck there. So that means now it is circulating. It's circulating. It is kind of the thing that is maintaining. I mean, these things are really tricky because there can be other things also, like if the children are a thing, children maybe there are so many heavy perceptions now. So it can be that, but I don't know, say thought that I'm actually stuck in the Dharma perspectives. Possible. It's a very possible thing. And that hampers the feel as well.
It's like even the string of a balloon, however thin, is still a string, isn't it? Preventing the balloon from getting released if it's being held.
Yeah, because if none of the perceptions are a thing, then it is only the avadhi. But he has said that even the avadhi, to become the avadhi, there is a bit of a challenge there, but I don't think he has talked about that much. And that is where you, we'll leave it to Aran's.
He has said this before, and he said that to me also the last time we spoke. You accept death and death won't come.
Yeah.
That's it.
You accept the death and death. Is that what you said?
Yeah, he said that's what he said. He has said that before. When you accept death and say, almost like telling Maria, come and get me, do whatever you want, and then you don't die. But you keep fearing death and hyperventilating about it, and death is always there at the doorstep, either through an injury or through fear or shock or something, isn't it?
Yeah, true.
That's actually, he gave a similar example of the other flip side of the coin, which I can't remember now, but actually that's really true. Some time ago, there was another Mehenin Mahanse who said to achieve everything, you have to give up everything. And that is what precisely that the lay people can't do.
Yeah, you have to have like a good confidence about Dhamma to give up. Whatever
so the
happens,
word
happens.
Everything had two meanings there.
Yes.
But yeah.
Yeah, you can't have doubts about Dhamma. Then you don't give up also. You kind of, and ignorance.
Yeah.
Other factor is ignorance because we don't know.
And she said another thing which kind of stuck with me. She said she was addressing the audience and said, you people, you always tell me, man in Vansa, I have all these things to do, these problems, I'll solve these, I'll solve the child's problems, I'll solve the grandchildren's problems. And when I finish all that, I'll come and, devote my life to the Dhamma and things like that. And then I can find, and then I can focus and resolve whatever. No, and then I'll be focused to the, get to achieve Nirvana or whatever. And then she said, what you don't understand is all your so-called problems get resolved when you take on the Dhamma now. It's another way of saying that same thing. You are not embracing the Dhamma because you are saying you have problems and you'll solve the problems and come. You don't realize that the Dhamma is the cure for the problems.
Yeah.
It was actually really beautiful. This is what Aryan Master says, isn't it? It's that you don't have to go anywhere to see the Dhamma. The Dhamma is in the daily life.
Yeah. Very true. And it's such a beautiful thing. I mean, you don't, you still look after the kids, you still do the things, and yeah, the Dhamma is working as antivirus inside, that's all. Any questions about that? Actually, I saw Sudama unmuting. Hello? Can you?
Yeah, doctor, actually, I wanted to ask something at that point, but it
Can't
has all
remember now.
gone.
But
Yeah, so
did you understand that the body is just like a very junior level, not junior level, what does that mean? The very
primary,
primary
basic.
level that we
Yeah,
have because of the craving level, because the vibration was high. But the biggest chance of being a human is having this thought, which is the most beautiful thing about the humans. And that particular thought, whatever the thought, has all the levels of these vibrations. It can have all the levels of
yes,
the
yeah,
vibration.
yeah.
So don't forget, in that thought, even the higher vibratory levels, in the sense uh, higher realms, that means lower frequencies can be there. And the lower frequencies, they don't involve any body as such. So main focus is actually the mind side. This is in one stimuli, the chair. So the research should extend into that level. Because the feel or the actual the perception side is always in the mind.
Yeah, that's actually, if we relate it to the 4 points of contemplation, that's the second level that we try to realize it, that the perception is also not true. But it goes on till the non-returner level, no? Now I realize because
Non-vibration.
yeah, non-returner level, they are only
Not
fully
non-returner
realized
level. Non-returner, no, non-vibration. It extends to the non-vibration.
non-vibration. Self-perception
Because the
goes
last one is the non-vibration.
Arahant.
Fourth level is non-vibration.
This is like using a double-edged knife. There's a saying, no, uh, eating curd using a double-edged knife. It's like this. Yeah, it's because having everything, because those days the common question that I asked from Aryanvase was, Aryanvase, although the external world is a myth, why do we feel as if we are coming into the same house? I'm going to the same school, I'm walking along the same road. If it is instantaneous, how do we feel that it is the same road that I'm walking? So RNS said, "Oh, now I understand. You are going to demolish everything in the world. You want to destroy the. Are you planning to destroy the world? It is not this Dhamma. That is you want experience that never ever you will won't be. There would be the things made up of these four great elements, but they are not true. They arise. They all of them are in the vibratory nature. They arise when the sense faculties begin to function. Otherwise, that is the challenge. Actually, it is the challenge even right now after 3 or 4 years of listening to Dhamma. Yeah, it's so hard, but it is to be discerned through wisdom. Now at least we know that. So actually, previously also, Doctor, sorry about the confusion, that I was trying to analyze it from this the however there are entities, true that they are not what we assume they are to be. This assumption, the naming or thinking part is coming due to ignorance. Certain formations arise instantaneously. So this that that word used here is pure octed. I don't know whether it's the proper term. Pure octet is the word for Shuddhashtaka. Don't know whether we look at it from vibratory perspective. We have to use 8 patterns, 8 pure patterns, so something. Maybe the words are, I mean, depending on the writers, the words terms may change. So the smallest particle of matter is
And
the
Suddhastaka will never
pure.
change also. You have to get it. The
Yeah, doctor. Yeah,
thought will never go away.
yeah. The
Only
pure
thing is
octet,
there is
they
the
say,
perception
it is.
associated with that. Yeah. Is it
Yeah, doctor. That smallest particle, it has all the 8 properties. That's why it's called 8 octet. This solidity, liquidity.
smallest particle is again chair.
Again, the vibration. Yeah, it's the vibration. It's also a vibration, or the smallest particle means matter. It has all 8 properties. They say the solidity, liquidity, temperature, then airy nature, color, smell, uh, taste, and sound.
Yeah.
Actually,
That is
that's what
actually
I.
the
Or can
that's
we?
actually the thought,
Uh,
the chair.
8 yeah, this PeoTV's is itself a thought, no? Yeah, I mean, in that perspective, that's why
We
it's
can't.
so hard. Yeah,
We can't say the maybe. We can't say that the vibration has 8 parts, isn't it? It's the patterns of vibration. Patterns means the same vibration is manifesting in different ways, isn't it? It's not a
Yeah,
composition.
if
It's
you
not a
get the
composition.
chair vibration has all these characteristics.
Yeah, so
Actual
it's different manifesting.
vibrations are there, but you can't really say it in that way. But the main thing is to understand that the chair or the ice cream has ice cream vibration, not actual ice cream. I don't know whether we will confuse the listeners.
Yeah.
We are talking about actual the ice cream vibration. That ice cream vibration is a pure octave, yes.
Yeah. That's.
It acts like that.
Because it has all those patterns in it, isn't it?
Yeah.
It has the coldness, the liquidity, the solidity, the texture, the taste, the air, all those elements in it. But it's not elements, it's features, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Miss Surangika, here it is not the ice cream as one entity. Maybe you are actually, this is, I mean, you are having it in you, you know it. But just for my clarification, I'm asking it's not the entire entity, but the smallest particle that is even this ice cream is like a sack of flour. It's a collect.
Now,
Yeah, yeah,
Sudharma, you are putting it outside.
yeah. Just to, I mean,
No, go
just to
backwards. Go
explain.
backwards. Go towards you.
True, in that sense, it's an environmental construct that we
That is
associate.
the vibration.
Yeah. That is the vibration. Okay.
That is the one vibration. I don't know what you are talking about. That is the Pityansu actually.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Actual Pityansu is in the zygote. There are so many meanings then. I think that is the question Surangika asked. Right now only I got it. Right, Surangika? You were trying to ask something about that.
Yeah, one vibration, yeah.
Yeah, that's the psychotic
Actually, it
vibration.
can be confusing because when we start off, also we say, it starts with a vibration. The one vibration manifesting.
Yes, because it's actually a bit confusing because now going backwards, we never go forwards. We keep going backwards to the baby, to the zygote. So just to find ourselves, that's where we are trying to search for. No? So the actual vibration which gave all this trouble was the vibration with the power. So the vibration will be, the power will be gone in an, there's sopadisesa and anpadisesa, whatever the first thing, the power is gone. Actual skandha is gone in the second one.
Anupadisesa, yeah.
Yeah. So the main thing, so that confuses Sudharma's question. So I don't know what Sudharma was trying to say in the ice cream. Again, going backwards with the ice cream. Ice cream is a difficult area now. I'm studying on.
That formation.
Maybe we'll take a cake because cake has flano in it.
Yeah, true.
No, but I'm a bit scared whether Sudharma is actually taking the mental vibration or not, because I'm a bit concerned about that. When you say the cake or the ice cream, or whatever. Now, when we say something, whether it is taken as the outside thing, this is kind of going backwards to the baby level and then from baby level to zygote level. That is the Pityansu. That is the electricity. Appliances are different. I mean, this is my understanding, so I can be wrong. But the way I understood was that the Pityansu, the self-vibration, if the self-vibration is there, you can become a dog, you can become a Brahma, you can become a Peretya, you can become anything. The level of the vibration, to the level of the power, actually.
That changes the.
Yeah, whatever the name, you get the point. But that is what we are talking about. We are not actually talking about anything else here. So when we talk about the electricity, it is the same as the Pityanshu. Can we relate that to actually Surangika's question? Surangika, can you go back
It's
to it?
actually confusing, doctor.
Yes, it is confusing. If you thought about the mental vibration. Because mental vibration is not the self. Did you get it? That's very confusing. So
Doctor, mental
Aranhansi says
vibration.
no. Aranhansi says no. Is the body you? That's the first level that we have to understand. Is the mind you? No. Then what are you?
Yeah, so that thought vibration is now mind conscious. I'm explaining Sudharma because I'm also trying to get it.
Yeah.
So that second cycle, the Vatang Vattati, right? So now we understand through the philosophy that it's one vibration manifesting in 5 different ways through the sensory organs, right? And that is just different patterns of that vibration manifesting in 5 different ways. Then what happens? Second cycle, those get combined and the mind consciousness is a new vibration. So one vibration, otherwise known as thought, right? So that's one vibration. That is what I think Dr. Fokida says. Mental vibration.
Mental vibration.
Is basically the thought. That's a new vibration.
Yeah,
No?
thank goodness you actually put it correct because I was trying to see how to put it. That now, Surangika, you're much good in that now. Because I get confused also when you say, no, what is the thing you are talking about? And I'm saying, no, I'm talking about the light consciousness and you're talking about the mental consciousness and stuff like that. So that is good. Now at least that part is sorted. Yeah. Yes, go on.
Yeah, I've lost the plot now.
No, that you came up nicely. Patika sampasa and adivachana sampasa. Vattati. First, the vibration is initial. One sense faculty initiates always. Then.
No sense faculty. Zygote means no sense faculty as such.
No, this is.
No, I mean, the Surangika started from zygote. That's why I'm going back to Surangika now. Surangika started from zygote. Move on, Surangika, you did it correct.
The zygote level, Sudama, I think the issue there is now we are grappling with our knowledge, right? We have the knowledge also.
True.
The knowledge of the fetus. Now we have a mental picture of the fetus forming, isn't it? I don't know about you, but I'm having a mental picture of a fetus forming. And I, in fact, looked at a video also recently about childbirth. So I can picture the whole thing now. And I can see the cells.
But that doesn't help. You have to become the zygote.
Yeah.
You have to I mean, actually, that is what helps. Okay, now go on anyway.
So anyway, now in that video also they're showing it starts with this little cell, whatever that ovum and something gets combined, and then the cell, little cell, is that the zygote?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, so that's zygote, and then how it starts multiplying. Now it's multiplying the cells, and then so it is at that point when the multiplication starts, or the GV, isn't it? The GV
GV is
Sabhavaya.
there in zygote.
Yeah. That GV thing comes, Dr. Pokila, when the telepathization happens, isn't it? The self-vibration.
Yes.
Right. Otherwise, it's a dead cell, is it?
Not a dead cell. It has all the physical part of it.
Oh. But the multiplication or the growth starts.
No, it has a vibration. Don't forget, it has a vibration
of its own.
That matches with the self vibration.
Yeah, so there is an initial
no mother father there. There is a vibration because of the ovum and the sperm coming together now. There is a vibration that matches with the self vibration, whatever the level.
Yeah, I mean, if I make it a little crude, and if I say, I mean, if we say now every body cell is vibrating, no? So in the mother, also any cell that is splitting and forming.
No, you can't say any cell. You have to be careful because zygote is different. Zygote has this unique thing because not every cell is has the ability to synchronize with another vibration.
Yeah. So that's a bit unique, isn't it, in that sense?
It is unique, yeah.
Okay.
Just imagine as a skin cell is vibrating, but it can't. You can't really talk about a human life there.
Yeah.
Synchronize.
Yeah, okay. So when that is vibrate, so there is, as you said, the normal vibration of the sperm and the ovum coming together, cell vibration, and then there is the telepathization of the self vibration into that, isn't it?
Yeah. It's only chitta part, that power.
Yeah, just the power, which is the dormant thing that we talk about, Sudama. And then, so that lies dormant. And what actually happens through this process of birth and the
that was the Pituanshu, I thought.
You thought the self vibration in the zygote level was the Pityangshu. Okay.
Now get it.
Right.
Now, does it match though? Because I don't know what you are thinking.
Yeah, I was also thinking of when he said everything boils down to one vibration in the end. I kind of thought it was that, how he says at the Anagami level, everything is Uddipana.
Does it match though? Does it match though?
Yeah, but that confusion there was with the cake. Because
oh my God, what's the confusion?
The cake and the flour, I kind of thought that was that cell vibration.
Cake can be the human bunnies. What bunnies? Some bunnies, Kimberley bunnies can be the animal. Yeah, it can be anything.
No, the cake, the elements are the last particle is the flour, no? So
cake has this vibration in every cell, yes.
So that flour, I got a bit confused with, I think maybe Sudharma also got confused there, I'm not sure. But I got confused with that Anagami one vibration and that cell vibration that started off the whole thing.
Yeah, I'm confused too now what you're talking about Anagami thing. Actually, this is the non-vibration to vibration, non-vibration.
But actually, Dr. Pokila, maybe, Aranvansi always says, no, we are not worried about anything else. No, we are worried only about the self-vibration.
Yes.
So I think that is where the answer is to my own question. Stop worrying about silly other vibrations. And
yeah, I don't know why you're worried about other vibrations.
yeah, not that I'm worried, but I got confused. So that, yeah, should not be thinking about other vibrations, but just the self vibration. So when he says even the Pityangshu, ultimately, even in the stomach, it boils down to one vibration. That part I still didn't get though.
I can't remember it even in Sinhala. How did he say that?
It was in Norelia. He said, then cake එක කෑවම දැන් කාලා බඩට ගියාමත් ඕක දැන් disintegrate වෙනවනේ. He said some word for that. And then he said මොනවද එතකොට ඉතුරු වෙලා තියෙන්නේ එක අංශුවනේ. ඔක්කොම ultimately අංශුවත්
Same
බලනකොට එකම
example,
company or something.
same example, same thing to say the same thing.
Yeah.
Same electricity example is also the same. Just the flower making Kimula bunnies, normal bunnies, and all these bunnies are also the same. Now he has turned it the other way around and started to digest a cake. That is also the same. The same example in different ways. Yes.
There, electricity thing is about the thought power that starts with the vibration that telepathize.
No. The problem is in the beginning. No?
Yeah, that vibration.
That's what we have to
into the
find. That is the task. That's the challenge.
That is the same vibration that repeatedly happens with every stimulus. That's what he says, and it repeatedly happens. And once he beautifully said that
inside
this
the mind, you
power is
can't feel the
now
power. That's the
true,
problem.
but just to understand this power is felt in each and every cell. Also, he once said.
Yeah, but when you are inside the mind, you can't feel any cell. No? Then becoming the cell is difficult. Because you have to become the cell now to say that. What power the cell has.
I think, Sudharma, what you're trying to say is that feeling of being alive is felt in every cell, isn't it?
Yeah, that's true.
He said,
but that is the most difficult thing.
Yeah, at least first we should know it, and then maybe.
No, this is not like that. Always go by the chair. So the chair, actually, in the end, it is that same thing. So this, what you were trying to say was correct, but understanding should be deeper. Chair, the beginning of the chair is actually, chair has this 2 layers now. So the chair beginning is actually in the deeper level.
In the other example, doctor, it's that feeling is completely a different level of this. It's clear. And when Miss Surangika was explaining that again, what I got was this this small particle of fly example is, I feel it's not about power. It should be about the smallest particle, which all entities are made up of. So
Aryan Hansen never talks about this physical stuff.
Yeah, it won't be physical,
Never
Sudharma.
ever.
Ultimately, even that he would link it to the self vibration and ending the self
He
vibration.
never talks about physical aspects.
So if you are ever reconciling it, you have to always come to that point. And the confusion I had was, how do you get to that point? Because I got confused with the other thing. But ultimately, one thing has to be clear, even through knowledge, that ultimately we are what is trying to be dissolved. Finally, is that self vibration.
Of course, it is. Yeah, without listening to it, it's not fair to even talk
Aaron
about it.
Hanse, for the last 5 years, has never talked about this body aspect. He doesn't actually talk about the physical aspect of it. Long before Aaron Hanse, a lot of venerables used to say about
Kayanupassana as a body aspect.
no, even they used to break into all the
Yes, the 32 parts.
Neostica and all this neutron, proton, and all that, and trying to say this thing is wrong actually. Breaking anything in the outside is useless because outside we have no experience. It's all in the mind. If you are breaking anything in that mind, it's again in the mind. So piercing the mind is the only way to actually that is what Aranwansi always says. There's only one way to find the truth, and that is to pierce the chair. සිත තුලින් දකින්න. He said that to us, Lord Buddha said that to who, I can't remember who. Don't look from outside, look from inside. Buddothpado?
That's to find the world.
Rohitatta.
Yeah, same
Rohitatta.
thing. Rohitatta.
Yeah.
Rohitatta. It's the same thing. You never look at the outside. You do never look at the physicality. Physicality is there because of this skin or the whatever this body consciousness. Body consciousness is a very like
it's like a big rock that you can't see beyond, isn't it?
Yeah, only six realms have the body consciousness.
People can't get past it.
Yeah, that is a difficulty.
Very difficult, yeah. Not that the mind is any better, but
yes.
Yeah,
mind is, I think, worse because Lord Buddha once said, if you really want to hang on to something, don't hang on to the mind, hang on to the body, because at least body ends in 8 years. He said that. It's a statement.
Lord Buddha. I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, it's a statement. It's 100% sure Lord Buddha said that. If you really want to hang on to something, as you don't hang on to the mind, hang on to the body, because at least that ends in 8 years. Mind never ends. It's interesting. We'll talk about these things tomorrow. Actually, our discussion is good, actually, in different ways, because we are actually trying to focus on the inner vibration. Thank you, Aaron Hansa, for your noble guidance, and we'll talk tomorrow. Thank you, all Dharma friends.
Thank you, Dr. Kokila. Thiruvon Sannai, everybody.
Thank you. Yeah.
Everyone's Sarnai Dharma friends. So let's have a continue a talk for the next 1 hour. You're listening to the 24-hour English Buddothpado Zoom channel. And this consists of a Zoom discussion between 3 and 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time, and the rest of the time is consisting of talks of 1 or 1.5 hour duration. So we are imparting the pure truth of our noble teacher Buddothpado and Mahansa. The Lord Buddha's teachings has uncovered more than 2,500 years ago. This truth has been there has been certain misunderstandings about the way the Buddha's teachings have been interpreted. And as a result, the pure Dhamma philosophy and the truth as it should be understood and realized has been unfortunately covered and misunderstood. So that is why imparting these teachings, which our noble teacher has unveiled through his own search for the pure truth, is so important for the benefit and benevolence of all people in this world, and particularly through this Zoom channel for the benefit of our English-speaking audiences. When the Buddha actually went in search of the truth, he had only one end goal in mind, one end objective, and that was to end the suffering that all beings were facing. So if you know a little bit about Prince Siddhartha as he was during his lay life, he was an heir to the throne. But when he saw the premonitions, the famous scenarios of an old person, a sick person, a dead person, and was completely confounded by these scenarios, which he had never seen before, having been secluded behind palace walls and been given every luxury that can be given. So when he actually encountered these three scenes, it was a real shock for him, and he realized that there was such a thing as sickness, there was such a thing as growing old, there was such a thing as death. Now for us, in this conventional world, these are normal occurrences, isn't it? We think that these experiences are things that we know, we have heard of, and therefore it is almost normal for us, but not so for the prince at that time. So he questioned the charioteer at that time and said, what is this thing called sick? What is this thing called sickness? What is this thing called old age? Does this, or will this happen to me as well? And then the reply came, yes, sickness is everybody's cup of tea at some point or the other in life. Everybody does get sick, and everybody is subjected to old age, to disease, to illness, and so on. And then finally, everyone dies. And then the final scene that he encountered when he ventured out of the palace walls was this person donned in saffron robe, calmly getting about, begging for alms with a simple alms bowl. And having questioned his charioteer about who that was, he was given the reply that that was a person in search of the truth. So at that time, there was this immediate kind of making up of his mind where the Buddha realized, or the Prince Siddhartha realized, that as a king or as a prospective king, heir to the throne, that his primary concern is the benevolence of the citizens of the country, isn't it? And in order to serve his citizens best, the best thing that he could ever do was to assuage the suffering that was besetting all mankind, or besetting his trusted subjects, rather than even just being a king. that wouldn't be a solution to end the poor man's suffering or anybody's suffering for that matter. So when he went in search of the truth, that was his primary goal, to find the means of ending this suffering and finding the truth. So the Four Noble Truths that the Buddha, once he realized the truth, and when he wanted to impart this Dhamma, it was the Four Noble Truths that he discovered, and he communicated it through different sermons. We have about 84,000 such sermons in the Buddhist scriptures. We call them the Tripitaka in the Pali canon. And it is about 84,000 talks delivered to so many different people based on their own personalities, based on their Theruvan Sarnai Dhamma friends. So let's continue a talk for the next 1 hour. You're listening to the 24-hour English Buddothpado Zoom channel. And this consists of a Zoom discussion between 3 and 5 p.m. Sri Lanka time, and the rest of the time is consisting of talks of 1 or 1.5 hour duration. So we are imparting the pure truth of our noble teacher Buddothpado and Mahansa. The Lord Buddha's teachings has uncovered more than 2,500 years ago. This truth has been, there has been certain misunderstandings about the way the Buddha's teachings have been interpreted. And as a result, the pure Dhamma philosophy and the truth as it should be understood and realized has been unfortunately covered and misunderstood. So that is why imparting these teachings, which our noble teacher has unveiled through his own search for the pure truth, is so important for the benefit and benevolence of all people in this world, and particularly through this Zoom channel for the benefit of our English-speaking audiences. When the Buddha actually went in search of the truth, he had only one end goal in mind, one end objective, and that was to end the suffering that all beings were facing. So if you know a little bit about Prince Siddhartha as he was during his lay life, he was an heir to the throne. But when he saw the premonitions, the famous scenarios of an old person a sick person, a dead person, and was completely confounded by these scenarios which he had never seen before, having been secluded behind palace walls and been given every luxury that can be given. So when he actually encountered these three scenes, it was a real shock for him, and he realized that there was such a thing as sickness, there was such a thing as growing old, there was such a thing as death. Now, for us, in this conventional world, these are normal occurrences, isn't it? We think that these experiences are things that we know, we have heard of, and therefore it is almost normal for us, but not so for the prince at that time. So he questioned the charioteer at that time and said, what is this thing called sick? What is this thing called sickness? What is this thing called old age? Does this, or will this happen to me as well? And then the reply came, yes, sickness is everybody's cup of tea at some point or the other in life. Everybody does get sick, and everybody is subjected to old age, to disease, to illness, and so on. And then finally, everyone dies. And then the final scene that he encountered when he ventured out of the palace walls was this person donned in saffron robe, calmly getting about, begging for alms with a simple alms bowl. And having questioned his charioteer about who that was, he was given the reply that that was a person in search of the truth. So at that time, there was this immediate kind of making up of his mind where the Buddha realized, or the Prince Siddhartha realized, that as a king or as a prospective king, heir to the throne, that his primary concern is the benevolence of the citizens of the country, isn't it? And in order to serve his citizens best, the best thing that he could ever do was to assuage the suffering that was besetting all mankind, or besetting his trusted subjects, rather than even just being a king. That wouldn't be a solution to end the poor man's suffering or anybody's suffering for that matter. So when he went in search of the truth, that was his primary goal, to find the means of ending this suffering and finding the truth. So the four noble truths that the Buddha, once he realized the truth, and when he wanted to impart this Dhamma, it was the four noble truths that he discovered, and he communicated it through different sermons. We have about 84,000 such sermons in the Buddhist scriptures. We call them the Tripitaka in the Pali canon. And it is about 84,000 talks delivered to so many different people based on their own personalities, based on their circumstances. These sermons were almost unique to the circumstances of each of those people. But fundamentally, the Four Noble Truths deal with the suffering, the cause of suffering, the end of suffering, and how to end that suffering, or what is the means to end that suffering. And to do that, the basic aspects that has to be understood in when one actually understands and studies the first Buddhist philosophy. Firstly, the Buddhist philosophy is that this whole aspect of it starts with the mind, and that fundamentally all this suffering that we have kind of considered all this time to be something that is happening to me, or to our loved ones, or to people we know, or to a world, something is happening out in the world which is then causing me grief, causing me suffering, was all just an illusion of the mind. So the Buddha fully understood the mechanics of the mind and realized that this is where this whole creation lay. It wasn't anywhere else. It was something that was being constructed, an illusion that was being created purely in the mind. And because of ignorance, all living beings were unfortunately unaware of how this world gets created, how this so-called outside world that they interact with, that they believe that they have been born into, has got created, and as a result, the suffering that is felt is experienced and felt as if it is happening to the living being, whatever it is. Now, all living beings have some kind of consciousness, some kind of field, but humans have the most advanced state of consciousness, the mind, and as a result, there are two things to it. On one side is that is the very thing that makes the human uniquely positioned to understand this Buddhist philosophy, understand how this suffering comes about, the cause of the suffering, and how to end the suffering, and is able to use that mind to bring to an end that suffering through the full realization of this Buddhist philosophy and this self-vibration. But on the other hand, because the mind is so powerful, it is the human being who creates unwanted, unnecessary suffering and attributes all this suffering to this so-called self or ego or I, which has become completely magnified over the years, which we will come to and deal with in more detail now. So this world that gets created, which the Buddha said is only created in the mind. So how does that actually work? If there is, so this is called no self Dhamma, which means that there was not, the Buddha discovered that there wasn't any self here. There was only a wrong self view, that what is conceived or perceived as the so-called outside world is not true. That is something that gets manifested through our senses, and it is creation only in the mind. And it is that sensor-driven perception which has turned into kind of a feel that there is such an existing world outside is the thing that is causing, that is giving rise to the self-vibration and this sense of alive feel, which is what is considered as yourself or I or self. The self-notion comes about by the feel that arises when there is a perception that there is an outside world and that that outside world exists. And with that, the wanting, the needing to keep all those things that are very much part of that outside world going, the wanting, the feeling, the desire to keep it going is what is called the self-vibration. Because the self-vibration is the thing that gives not only human beings, all living beings, this sense of being alive. That self-vibration is actually there from the zygote level in the mother's womb. From the time the conception happened, from that point onwards, the vibration the self vibration has telepathized to that self, and from that point onwards, that is the vibration that then manifests as the sensors become more and more mature after the baby is born, to further accentuate or make more powerful that self vibration, which then turns into a self view and self perception. So saying it that way might be a bit too confusing. So let's just go back to how this world gets created. And the world that gets created in this mind, the Buddha says, is all because of the senses, the sense faculties. So it is the sense faculties that that create certain perceptions. But how does that happen? Because of the vibration. So the one vibration, the vibration that everything is subjected to, is also there in every cell, isn't it? So that vibration is also occurring in the eye, also occurring in the nose, in the ears, in the tongue, and so on. Whatever faculty that is there, there is vibration. And the vibration in the eye faculty telepathizes then with the similar frequency vibration outside, and that telepathization and the vibration happening at speed gives rise to a manifestation called light. That is what we call light, actually. It is not that light is actually existing outside, because the Buddha said there is no capability or capacity for any being, not only human beings, any other living being, animal or creature, to experience a world that is there outside. The only world they can experience is what is getting manifested to their respective senses, sensor faculties, whether it is one sensor or two sensors or two sensory organs, or even 5 like humans have. It's the same thing. Even for a worm, for example, which has only one sensory organ, the skin, the body sensor, the worm still has that sense of being alive, which we call the existent perception, the feeling of existence. And it is that feeling of existence that makes the worm go in search of the dampness of the mud, go in search of the cold earth, and wriggles away into the earth, into safety, into the coolness, even into sometimes, a dump of cow dung, which is cow poo basically, which we call the cow dung in Sri Lanka. Or, just some poo that is there outside, you find worms, isn't it, thriving in poo. For them, that is the world. That is their world. And in their world, as long as they have those, the whatever elements that are supportive of their sensory perception, that is their world, and that gives them the existent feel and the live feel. But so for different animals, different creatures, it can be different. Doesn't have to be the same. For humans, can we say that the world of the poo, where the worm thrives, is our world? Seriously not, isn't it? But then, can we also harbor the illusion that the world that gets perceived to our senses is actually the world that is there outside? But in that world that we perceive, the bat doesn't operate in that world. The bat operates in a different world. The bee sees things in a kind of an octagon shape, doesn't even see things in the way humans do. And then humans hear only, between a particular range of hertz. But we know that there are several creatures who can hear and see far greater than human beings. So does that mean that the world is only what the human see? And whilst commonly and generally human beings can see because they have generally the same type of sensory organs, can see generally the same 7 colors, generally some colors and the world in a kind of an average sense, depending on different people's attributes and any kind of sensory faults or deficiencies, the world and the colors, the patterns, the images that get manifested to that particular person can be quite different. So, for example, a person who's colorblind with the color red will not see anything red outside, or might see red in the form of pink perhaps outside. But and then somebody else might not see blue. And we know animals who can see only one color, like the cow can see only shades of red and brown, and the horse can see only some kind of different bluish type of shade. So there again you find that the world that is we think is existing outside, and that all other animals are living in our world, is not true, isn't it? So that is the way this the senses are the things that are actually creating this so-called world, which is what the Buddha said, that one can experience only what is being manifested through the sense faculties. So the vibration, the way it works is the vibration is one vibration really, but because of the different types of sensory organs, the manifestation is different. If you think about it in terms of a TV, the TV channels would basically show you the different sensory organs depending on what channel frequency is caught in different channels. You might come home and get hold of the sports channel, or the Discovery Channel, or the History Channel, or the News Channel, or the Movies Channel, isn't it? In all those ways, it's the same, it's a different manifestation, but all arising out of that current, out of that frequency of vibration, isn't it? So it's that one vibration that gets manifested in the light in the form of manifested in the eye in the form of light. What happens in the eye is just a spark. Because of the speed of vibration and the vibration that is happening in the eye, the vibration that is happening in the eye telepathizes with another vibration outside, or billions of vibrations outside of similar frequency. And that occurrence, that phenomena, is what is generating as a spark in the eye. And because it is happening at a speed, at an infinite speed, one can say, there is a continuous feeling that light exists because the sparking is happening non-stop. So when the sparking is happening non-stop, one gets the feeling that there is permanent light. It's like the same example of a light bulb. A light bulb is generally, if you look at those old light bulbs, they are generally flickering at so many times per millisecond or per second. And because it is happening so fast, we get the impression, the illusion gets created that there is permanent light. So it's the same thing that happens in the eyes. And so in the eardrum where the sound is concerned, same thing. It's one type of sound, but depending on the high and the low and the volume, the sounds are interpreted differently. But basically, the vibration happening at speed in the eardrum is what is called the ear consciousness. It's interpreted as a sound, and because it is happening at speed, one gets the feeling that sound exists. So in the same way, for the tongue sensor, for the body sensor, and the nose sensor, for the tongue, the taste gets manifested. For the body sensor, heat, cold, and solidity, etc. gets manifested. And for the nose, smell gets manifested. This is the way these types of sensations are felt. So if you actually consider at what point have you ever experienced anything in this so-called world that has not been discerned through these body faculties, through these sensor faculties? No, isn't it? You might think about the mind and thoughts occur, so maybe isn't that one, you might wonder. So we'll come to that now. So what happens with this whole phenomena of the mind is even the way the senses work is also because of the vibration that is there and vibration occurring in the senses. So as long as there is a physical body and the respiration is there, it is subjected to vibration, and the vibration that is happening in the different sensory organs manifest in the form of light, sound, touch, taste, and smell. But then what happens? The mind actually, there is a second cycle that happens, the mind consciousness, the phenomena of the mind, which is also something part of nature, is what it does is it combines the light, sound, touch, taste, and smell. It can combine two of those sensations, or it can combine 2 or 3 sensations, or all 5 sensations, depending on the stimuli. And then it combines these to form a new vibration altogether, which is what we call the thought. So for example, mother is a thought, father is a thought, chair is a thought. If you have been listening to this English Zoom channel, and you have heard some practitioners explaining this, I mean, there's nothing else to explain in when you come to Buddhist philosophy. What is explained is how the mind gets created, how there is no self, and how can one understand that there is no self, and how these senses manifest a world that is not here. That it by itself is a creation, a mind creation. Understanding this itself brings one to full realization with practical application of it. So what this mind phenomena does, which the Buddha discovered so many years ago, and as our noble teacher has explained with so many examples, is that, and the discovery of this mind phenomena is a revelation by our noble teacher, because the traditional Buddhist teachings have always assumed that there is an outside world, and the light existed outside, the sound existed outside, that one has to, the taste is something that comes from outside, smell is from outside, and so on. So that there is a perceiver here, but all these things are naturally occurring phenomena outside. But it was our noble spiritual teacher who, through his Abhidhamma knowledge and experiential wisdom, found out that through his own research and full realization that actually what is happening is a complete construct within, internally, nothing to do with the outside. And so the basic sensations of light, sound, touch, taste, and smell go through another cycle where they get combined in different forms and permutations, and then an interpretation is given to different shapes, to different sounds, to different images, tastes, smells, and so on. And then those are then given a name, and that is the name or label that is, or perception that is then experienced or thought to have been experienced. So the baby in the cot has actually no recognition of any words or names or any kind of thing like that at all. The conventional things that you and I experience and interact with in this world, in this society, in this country, you know, mother, father, jobs, neighbors, markets, people, vegetables, food, dinner, jobs, career, mortgage, houses, you name it. Everything has a name, isn't it? Everything has an image, a mental picture. And for every one of those things, there is some kind of feel that gets generated within you when you think about those things, isn't it? Some you might think fondly of, some things you might think with dislike. Some you might think, I'm not really, I'm not either fond of it or angry about it. I have no feelings towards it. I'm impervious to it. I'm non-committal about it. And so you might have feelings of equanimity about certain things. But either way, whether it is through a positive like or a dislike or an aversion or a clinging, or that you are completely impassive towards it, there is one thing that is still fundamentally wrong. And what is that? That is that there is an assumption, there is a belief that that thing that one is clinging to, that thing that one is fond of, that person that one is averse to, that habit that one can't get rid of, that activity that one can't seem to master, that concept that one can't get out of one's mind. All these things are still existing, isn't it? So the clinging is in relation to something. The aversion is in relation to something, isn't it? The equanimity is in relation to something. So that something being there is always taken to be true. It has always been the fundamental, almost like a bedrock of this entire existence. You are premised. The whole concept of self is premised on the assumption that something is there. If that something is not there, how can one describe oneself? That oneself is always in relation to something. So when the Buddha discovered this, that second cycle is the thing that actually gives life and gives all these names, all through illusion, all through the ignorance of this existence. Through ignorance, it is taken, those sensations that get manifested only. These are not actually there, but they are only simply manifestations. But these manifestations are taken, and then the mind does a spin of its own and says, this is what we call an apple. This round shape, this color, this taste is what we call an apple. This letter, the first letter of the alphabet, is what we call A. And A is for apple. So all these things are then learned at some point. When you think about something now, and you consider, say for example, you're thinking about, say, mother. So when did mother become real to you? And then you think forever and a day mother has been there for you, right? But is that actually true? So you have to keep going back and seeing at what point did this whole concept of a mother come to be. And then you realize that at some point back in the childhood, you keep going back to see how this thing got formed, and you realize that at some point, on some day, somebody has taught, isn't it? Somebody has taught you that this person with this voice, this warmth, this sound is your mother. And you, this, as a baby, you didn't have any idea of who the mother is. But certain sensations as the baby grows older, certain sensations, hearing the mother's voice, feeling the warmth of the mother, would generally give an inclination to the baby that these are like comfortable, this is a comfortable kind of warmth. And whenever I get this warmth, I get a good feeling. The baby would feel that way. So there are basic sensations the baby would feel. Nevertheless, there won't be any recognition. There is no putting together of the warmth, the sound of the voice, the image, all that type of thing at the level of the baby. Because at the baby's level, the mind is not formed. It is only when the mind consciousness gets formed, which is what we call the second cycle of this whole construction, where the mind consciousness gets created, is where the illusion starts. The root cause of the self-vibration, which then turns into these defilements by the worldly objects becoming true, we discussed, is there at that zygote level. The self-vibration is there, lying dormant in the zygote level. It is that then is still there and is continuing to now become powerful through the mind process. Until then it was dormant, just waiting to like manifest itself, become more and more powerful. But at the baby's age, at that tender age, you could see that it has still not formed, or it has not brought about anything of harm, really, or the defilements have even not started to grow. That happens when the mind consciousness starts to operate at probably an early age, maybe 2-3 years of age, at the Montessori stage, when the faculties are able to discern sensory perceptions, and those perceptions are then taught through repeated reinforcement of words and sounds put together, images and sounds put together by teachers, by the parents, and then the child learns again through repeated vibrations, because if it is being taught, it's just repeated sound, isn't it? So the repeated sound is then finally learned by the baby, as by the child, as mother, and as father, as this is the school, this is the teacher, this is the classroom, and so on. So that is the way that the senses and the sensor-driven world gets created in the mind, and the mind creates another mental picture. We call it a stimuli, we call it a mind object, but it creates an object which is not even anything to do with, which is something completely different from the perceptions that arose in the sensory organs. So in the sensory organs, it would have been light, but what is actually discerned to the eye, it's an apple. The teacher would have shown an apple, so an image, a light image would have occurred, in the eye, not outside, in the eye, all that would have occurred in the eye would have been an image, a light. But that was interpreted by the mind as the apple, because sound would have been associated with the image that is being shown. The child, now remember, the child is seeing it for the first time. Never seen an apple before. So he's shown an apple, or it's being shown a picture of an apple, and then the words, the sound of the apple is associated with that picture. So repeated reinforcement of that will, now the child will remember that, that color, that round, that shape means it's an apple. But what if the child is then given an apple to eat the following day? Then the child knows, okay, when you cut open an apple, this is what it looks like. When you eat it, this is what it feels like. There's a crunchiness to the apple. It's sweet, it's tangy, it's round, it has a glossy red skin, or it can be a green skin if it's a Granny Smith apple. Then it might learn about different types of apple. Right, so then the body sensor and the body sensations are also touched, isn't it? Are also contributing to the mind consciousness through the touch sensation, the roundness of the apple, the glossiness of the skin, the tanginess of the taste gives rise to the taste consciousness. So that's involved as well now. What about the nose? So there's the nice smell that is the apple. So the smell and the nose consciousness is also engaged. So now, if we think about an apple, if we say the word apple now, immediately the picture of the apple comes to the mind. But how is that even possible? Say you don't even have an apple in sight anywhere where you are seated. I'm just saying apple here. But immediately for you, if you have encountered apples before in your life, the word apple being said here will immediately bring to your mind the picture of an apple. You might even picture several pictures of apples, different types of apples, different names of apples that you know, that you have seen in the market. The type of apple that is your favorite, the apples that you use to make an apple pie, the apples that you might have gone and plucked in an apple orchard. Can you see the amount of perceptions that can arise in the mind immediately now? And all these will have images of its own, isn't it? If you have gone to an orchard to pluck apples, the orchard even would come to mind. Not only the apples, the experience that you had at the orchard will come to mind. The eating of the apple at some point in past would come to mind. All this would come to mind. But then in that, it's not just the light or the color that is coming to the mind, it's the shape of the apple, the touch of the apple, the crunchiness of the apple, the taste of the apple. Isn't all that coming to the mind now? And only what was uttered was the sound apple. So can you see how this mind consciousness, what it does in that second cycle of this creating this illusory concept of worldly objects, is that it combines those basic sensations of light, of sound, touch, taste and smell, and creates a completely different picture, mental picture called an apple. The apple does not really exist anywhere. Say you have apples on your kitchen top and your fruit bowl. Now say you walk from your bedroom or wherever you are, you go to the kitchen and you pick up an apple from the fruit bowl. What do you actually see? You just see an image. All that is seen is an image, a color, isn't it? And what is the touch sensation? Just solidity. The feeling of solidity. Now, how did that become an apple? You don't get the impression solidity. The word solidity doesn't come to mind. The word red doesn't come to mind either. But comes to mind is an apple and that you're about to eat it or something like that. So that has all those perceptions, isn't it? The past perceptions of everything that was associated with the apple is now entrenched, embodied in that experience. And when you saw the apple, or when you picked up the apple from the fruit bowl, you don't say the word apple out loud, but won't the sound of the word apple come to mind? It does, isn't it? So this is how the mind consciousness works. That basic sensations that we talked about are all embodied in either all the forms or in different forms depending on the object. And it is that from that combination of that another perception gets formed. And the fast occurring speed of vibration will then give that feeling that that thing exists. So first it creates an object basically out of these manifestations of perceptions, creates an object which is nowhere. It just creates a name, apple, creates a name, orange, and so on. And then but that orange or the apple which is then perceived or taken in as a perception has all the elements of those basic sensory perceptions, isn't it? Straight away when you pick it up, it's an apple. It's not solidity separately, red color separately, light separately. Is it like that, or is it just an apple? It's an apple, isn't it? But does an apple exist actually? Is there actually an apple? So this is the question. And so in this way, everything that has been manifested through these sensory perceptions are learned in the childhood days, typically in Montessori. And so in that way, the concept of a mother, father, brother, sister, all these things are learned that way, isn't it? Everything which is that small world that gets created for the child gradually becomes larger and larger as things, objects, persons, people are identified, given names to, studied and learned. And then what happens, there's a world now that gets created outside, and the child is also taught. So not only is here is your mother, here is your father, here is your sister, they will take you in front of the mirror and say, there, that image is you. You are Jack, or you are Jane, or you have blonde hair, you have blue eyes, and so on. So now the child thinks, when we were taught, it was like, that was mama, mama, mama. Somebody was shown, a color was shown, an image was shown, and then sound was repeated. And then the child, through the repetitive vibration, what will actually happen is the hearing, the vibration that is happening in the eardrum, and then the constant reinforcement of that will make the child get the perception of it being the mother. And then that perception is crystallized. And even the utterance of words through the voice box is just a reverberation of that same vibration. That same frequency, the air is used and the voice will come out and the sound will come out, as mama. So in this way, the child would learn all these different, nothing else but perceptions really. But the mind consciousness is a complex mechanism, and what it actually constructs within, internally, it actually projects outside, and the belief, through ignorance, the illusion gets created that these so-called mind constructs is something that is actually existing outside. Because when it is taught, also the people who taught it are also in ignorance. So they too are holding up an apple and showing the apple and teaching the child that this is an apple. They too have no understanding that they are just seeing, just experiencing a light or an image and a shape and only a sound. That they too have also been subjected to the same ignorance and is harboring the same illusion that that thing that they are holding and showing the child and teaching the child is an apple. But where did this apple exist? It's in the mind, isn't it? And is there anything in that apple, so-called apple? No, it's just a combination of those basic perceptions. So this whole world that gets created are just all these perceptions that are being associated because of the way it gets combined, that it has been combined and learned at some point in time in our lives. And with that, the perception occurs that there is an outside world. Not only is there an outside world, that this world exists. So one actually gets the feeling that the world exists. That feeling gets generated just like the eye consciousness, just like the ear consciousness. Because the consciousness denotes this feeling of something existing. And that feeling that one actually feels comes about through that speed of vibration. Because when we talk about vibration, it doesn't happen like a one-off. It's a constant occurrence, happening at such a speed that everything is almost deemed to be there, felt as if it's permanent. So from that only one actually gets the feeling that it's there. So the world is felt as if it's existing. And when actually one believes that the world exists, the wrong perception occurs that there is a self here, observing it and experiencing it and being very much part of it. But there is this observer and object. Object is created, the object is considered to be real, and then there is a person experiencing it. So immediately there is a duality that gets created because an object is taken as real. If the object was not taken as real, there wouldn't be anybody observing it, would there? So that belief is all fundamentally through the ignorance, as the Buddha said. And because of that ignorance, these worldly objects have got created and are thought to be there. But fundamentally, it is what? Just a thought, isn't it? But that thought has led to the defilements. The thought has led to people getting attached to things, people clinging on to things, people desiring things, people worrying about things, hating things, disliking things, getting depressed about things, getting worried about the next job, getting worried about not being able to pay the mortgage, pay the school fees for the children, worried about not being able to put food on the table, not having a permanent source of income. Everything is a worry, isn't it? But this worry is why? Because we have taken this whole world that is around us for granted. We have taken the world and for granted from the day that one was born, wasn't it? Obviously, you have no recollection of anything before that. You have no idea of the first couple of months or first 12 months of your existence. If you think about your memory, you won't remember the first 1 or 2 years, isn't it? Memory would start from early childhood. And before that, you would say you have no memory. What is it that you are actually calling as memory? Isn't it starting from the time or around the time where these perceptions started to form, where the mind consciousness started? Because it is from there, from that point only, these perceptions have been formed. The perceptions that give rise to these defilements, where the clinging, the aversion, the ill will, the delusion, all that happens when the mind started creating a world from these sensory perceptions. And from that point onwards, there was a desire for the pencil, desire for the school bag, isn't it? Desire for orange juice, desire for going on trips. Little things that the children started getting a liking to, crying about, wanting a toy, wanting something else, a bedtime story, wanting to watch TV. Now this progressively increased to become more complicated, more complex, isn't it? As the child grows older, teenage years, the difficult years as they call it. Exams, other problems, sports, injuries, teenage, romances, other types of infatuations. There can be drug addiction, all kinds of issues. But all these are but revolving around something which is common to every person. That is by taking a world to be true, isn't it? Taking all these worldly objects to be true, and not only taking objects to be true, considering that this whole self, this I, me and mine, is also equally true, isn't it? Equally very much part of this world. And what did the Buddha say? That this was completely out of ignorance. Because if this whole thing started off only from the vibration, and it is the speed of vibrations that even gave rise to a manifestation of light, manifestation of sound, touch, taste and smell, and it was only those manifestations combining that gave rise to an internal construct called the apple, the mother, the father, the job. And collectively these were called the world, and gave rise, because of the power underlying the vibration, gave rise to a feeling that a world exists. World exists outside, and then because the world exists outside, there is a person experiencing it, observing it here. So this self got created basically from what? From manifestations, from a vibration, from a single vibration. But where is all this completely pinpointing to this one thought that is occurring in this moment, that one perception? What is your stimuli? What is your focus now? What is your mind object now? That is what you identify yourself with. What is your focus point, focal point now? That is your stimuli. And it is in that stimuli that then you are born. When you are in deep sleep, are you aware of yourself? No, right? When you are in a coma, what happened to you? You are not there either. So you feel as you are alive when you are interacting with something. But every time, it's not as if you are encountering and interacting with this whole world. You have a general feel that everything exists, but the focal point is the stimuli occurring in this one thought, as Lord Buddha said. There can be only one thought experienced at any given time, this thought that is occurring in this very moment. And if you can understand through this Buddhist philosophy the truth of how this whole mechanism comes about, how this sense-driven world is an illusion, the truth can be seen for what it is in the thought that is occurring in this moment. And when one actually sees that truth in the thought occurring in this moment, there is no deception. There is no longer a deceiving about that moment, about that stimuli, because one understands that there is no such thing, because the underlying construct is known, that it is basically made up of nothing is known, made up of purely due to the sheer speed of vibration, purely manifestation. The perception has no substance. It's just a combination of form and sound, touch and sound and so on, is well understood. And when that is well understood, one realizes that there is still an activity that is going on. There is still walking, doing a chore, attending to a task. That thing is still being done. So then where is the self? The question comes around, the vidarshana, the penetrative insight that one engages in to come to this final conclusion, is then becoming quite clear, isn't it? If all these are just perceptions, form and sound, all happening due to vibration, there is nothing called an outside world, it's all in the mind. And then when we consider the perception, there's nothing in the perception either, just form and sound, or touch and sound. So then there's no such thing as the outside world, and there's nothing in the mind either. But there is still an activity, there is still certain actions being performed. But is there anybody performing the actions? No, there isn't. And this conclusion, this realization gradually comes with the practical application, the penetrative insight into this whole mind creation, this whole mechanism of the mind. So the Buddhist philosophy, the way it has been unveiled by our noble teacher, as it has been unveiled by Lord Buddha so many thousand years ago, is a unique truth, which is something that all human beings should know, because to understand the truth and transcend the suffering that is created purely because of this illusion that the mind creates can only be done by human beings. Because as we said right at the beginning, it is only the human being with this so-called vijnana or mind, which is quite advanced, which is able to use that same mind to first analyze, understand the philosophy, then analyze, and then engage in penetrative thinking. And then at some point the mind is transcended, because the mind is just a product, isn't it, of all those perceptions. The mind is actually an artificial construct, so its limitation is, its utility finishes there. But what happens with the doing of all those things? By engaging in the penetrative wisdom, insight, a wisdom arises from within. And then the mind is transcended and the wisdom starts to grow. It is that final wisdom that starts to grow, that then dissolves the defilements of clinging, aversion and delusion and ill will. And it is through that wisdom that that self-realization continues to happen on the path until that self-perception, that wrong self-view gets eradicated through one fraction of a moment, which we call the Buddothpado. The truth is seen, the defilements continue to dissolve, which we call asavakkhaya jnana, the wisdom of seeing and experiencing the fading of the defilements. And through that there comes that inner transformation, the full awakening, and that full realization, which we call non-vibration, which is basically not a different state or a new state somewhere, but the cessation of that self-vibration and the cessation of the self-perception. The self-view gets eradicated at that first, at the stream enterer or sotapanna stage, by seeing through this whole illusion in one fraction of a second, fraction of a thought. But after that, there is that self-vibration and self-perception that too has to be completely dissolved. And that happens on the path through the other stages until that final arahathood stage is reached, where the self-vibration comes down to zero, and the self-perception is no longer there. The perceptions, the mind, the thoughts still exist, because the thoughts are just a functioning of the mind, and the mind consciousness still continues to work as long as there is respiration in the body. But there is no underlying self-vibratory power behind those thoughts. They are almost like duds. The thoughts are there just to carry out basic functionalities, basic activities, but doesn't carry the defilements, doesn't carry that self-vibration, which is the very thing that was embodied in that zygote level that we talked about at the outset, which brings on this momentous self-vibration that has kind of perpetuated itself into this big self and ego, and that is capable of so much of harm and capable of so much of suffering, and which then, if not unchecked, if not checked, if not completely dissolved, will continue on from birth to birth in a never-ending cycle of birth and death, which we call samsara. But if one has realized the truth and fully realized the truth through practical application of it, that self-vibration is the thing that gets dissolved gradually until the point where it reaches that zero level, which is the non-vibration. So we'll stop there. We'll stop the talk there for today, but we invite you to explore this beautiful Dhamma and see the truth for yourself, and try to experience the calmness and the peace that it can bring, and the inner transformation that it can occur within you. Most importantly, to end the suffering, and be able to put a stop to this samsaric cycle of birth and death, and bring an end and find the cessation to suffering. So thank you, Dhamma friends, and Tevan Saranaya and Mahansa, Tevan Saranaya Dhamma friends.
Good afternoon, everybody. Teruwan Saranayi Mahansa. Teruwan Saranayi, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 84, second paragraph. As you continue to practice seeing the truth in each thought, the Pancha Indriya Dharma becomes Bala Dharma. This means that all these qualities of satta, virya, sati, samadhi, prajna begin to develop automatically without any effort. Now you don't think. As soon as you receive a thought, you automatically see the truth in it. This means that a spiritual development has started taking place within you. This spiritual development is known as the 7 factors of awakening, Satta Bojjhanga. The 7 factors of awakening are: first, mindfulness, sati; second, investigation, dhamma-vichaya; third, effort, virya; fourth, joy, priti; fifth, tranquility, passaddhi; sixth, concentration, samadhi; seventh, equanimity, without craving or aversion, upekkha. This spiritual development of the Satta Bojjhanga cannot be stopped by anyone. Just like how a chili plant would grow, the awakening process automatically works within you, and you will realize the pure truth. The realization of the pure truth is called Sambodhi Parayana. This means that you will never be born in bad worlds or hells. Once you realize the pure truth, you would attain the first stage of awakening on the supramundane plane known as Sotapanna. And thereafter, nothing can stop your spiritual advancement. You will always move forward within the supramundane plane of the Patisotaya. You will automatically begin to move forward on the path to nirvana. Once you realize the pure truth, you will never be born in unfortunate worlds as hells or animal worlds. Teronsan, everybody.
Therwan Sarna Shani, thank you for reading the 2 pages for us and starting the session. Therwan Sarnai Aryan Mahansa, we worship at your feet. Therwan Sarnai, all Dhamma friends who have joined the Zoom discussion. This is the English Zoom discussion, 2:45 p.m. to 4 p.m. from Sri Lankan time, to describe Dhamma pathway by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, our noble friend, our guide, and our teacher. So we have been discussing about the nature of the thought, how the thoughts are formed. If I just summarize what is mentioned, excluding the Pali terms which were mentioned in the 2 pages that Shani read, actually you should have the willingness to find out this pathway or understand. So your willingness is very important. And also you have to make an effort to understand this and concentrate on the facts that is described in these discussions and the sermons. So concentrate and then little by little with the concentration, there will be some tranquil feeling in the mind. And also, when you understand the nature of the mind and how the thoughts are formed, the mechanism, eventually every thought which comes up is automatically analyzed in that way. Right at the beginning, you have to use your own thoughts to understand the mind. So, thoughts are used as a tool to understand the mind. That is how it is when you start. But gradually, the system will feel that the detailed thinking is not necessary. With a little bit of concentration and little bit of thinking, can realize what is happening. And furthermore, when you improve further, or when the system gets used to this mechanism, automatically it will come as a feel. Actually, you don't need to think, but as a feel, when the thoughts are coming, it is realized that there is no value, or this is something, some construct of the mind, and that also is not something lasting. It's something that occurs then and there, now and here. So this is the rough sort of sketch of the things that Shani read for us. What we are trying to do with these discussions are to identify and understand the nature of the mind and the thoughts, and how this feeling of self occurs. And when you have an outline of these things, little by little, with these discussions, the gaps can be filled. And finally, you get freedom from this burning sensation, which is there underneath every thought. And when you come to a certain level with this understanding, there is no way of just going down the stream, because when you start swimming upstream, it's hard, it's not easy. But after a particular milestone, there is no way of turning back and getting dragged along with the stream. And then there is some assurance that because we describe and we believe about the birth cycles, the samsara journey. So there is no risk of falling into one of the bad levels, bad realms. So this is just a summary of what we read. If we have any questions, we can start with a question, or we can start discussing on some topic. Dr. Kokila also has joined, and all our Dhamma friends are there. Therwan Saranai, we can start the discussion. I think
Therwan
Aryan Wansi
Saranai.
also has joined. Therwan Saranai, Aryan Wansi.
Therwan Saranai. We'll start some discussion, and yeah, if as Johnny said, the implicitly the interest in finding truth is needed. It's actually it can come from various aspects. It can come from someone feeling the sadness, or it can come from when someone has attained everything and has life-wise, and try to think what's happening now, or if someone is anything. It can happen in any way. But then if you incline towards finding truth or finding, is there a liberation, or is there me is where my kind of question. So the main thing is the interest. Then, as Dr. Sakutala said, the keenness to follow and understand truth, and the effort, and the investigation. Investigation here is actually trying to find who you are, and trying to find who you are faces challenges. So challenges are like, because the mind plays a lot of tricks. Mind, it's not that mind is willfully doing that. It's just mind is like that because it's like a mirage anyway, and it gives a dream, and you tend to think in a way that we are existing, I'm existing, kind of outside is existing, I'm also existing kind of attitude. So we never knew anything else. The whole world is actually investigating on this, like true investigators. There are people who are really interested in science as well as the spiritual side of it. Whether there's a spirit, there are so many aspects of it they investigate. Even though they take Lord Buddha's view sideways, they don't really talk about it because it's not how they look at it. But they don't declare it basically that it is actually Lord Buddha saying that there's no self, but the vibratory nature of the sensory organs bringing about a feel of life, and that is all what it is. And how this circle of birth is ongoing. And even if we say circle of birth is ongoing, people tend to think it in a way that, okay, I am born somewhere, something like that. But actually it is not in that way. It is a kind of a way that can't be explained in that way. Because if you feel, I'm going to die and I'm going to go somewhere, it is not what happens. It's the vibratory nature of this. If there is an additional vibration, which is the power of thinking, or additional power of that existing thinking, which synchronized to any vibration elsewhere. It doesn't work like according to your wishes or anything. So it's very interesting to find out who you are, to try and locate who you are, and at the end, what we really understand is what Lord Buddha told us. Well, there is a stimulus, or there is a thought, there is a feel, but all this is just a function of the sensory organ and the speed. So anyone can, and they are the kind of in simple words for the effort and the investigation, all these aspects of your finding or become the truth, in the sense feeling the non-existence, or feeling the non-self perception. So you can ask a question at any time, and our answer is also here. I'm not sure whether he's free to join, but he may. Is there any question today? Yeah, and Saramika is also here. Yes.
Saranai. I will add few things as I felt. I mean, when we are talking about this, who am I? The topic, who am I? It's an important thing to discuss because that is the main root of this tree of defilements. Feeling the self or the self-existence or self-perception. We use it to describe it at different levels. Initially, it's felt that self is there, self vibration is there, and then it becomes stronger, and it's reinforced by thoughts. I am there, and my things. I like to do it this way, and like that with the different age stages. Various other colors or seasoning is added to this self feeling, and finally, as as an adult or maybe a grown up child, there are many perceptions around this self perception, many other additional things, and it becomes a strong world, thick world around the self, me, my, and myself. So, when we are trying to chip off this thick shell around the self perception, the thoughts, it's very important to know how these thoughts are formed, what is this mechanism. As we have discussed earlier, also, the little baby didn't have the thoughts, only the feels were there in the form of seeing, hearing, and feeling of the skin, tongue, and the nose. But gradually, with the growth of the physical body, some form of mechanism takes place, and there is some combination of these sensor functions to form thoughts. So this is where the problem starts actually in a major way. Not that it is not problematic before that, because even the sensor functions is a problem. But when the thoughts are formed, it becomes tougher. So when the thoughts are formed in the manner that a self is identified in a more stronger way, we need a detailed and a deep research on how these thoughts are formed. So in Buddothpado discussions, we have listened to these basic disclosures and the sermons done by our noble friend Aryan Mahanse. Right at the beginning, in the main website, that is www.buddothpadodhamma.com. That is the main website. This has many discussions on how these thoughts are formed. So when you understand this mechanism, you need to listen to this and then discuss and research and experiment yourself, going to the bottom of it to uh, understand that the thoughts, formation of the thoughts is a process. And when we understand this, then the question, who am I, comes up. Is this body myself? Again, it's a thought. We can realize now we have tied up the image, this physical body, to myself. So when you take different parts of the body, even in Lord Buddha's time, there has been some descriptions in certain sutras that different parts, the body is separated into 32 parts, yes. And then in each part, Lord Buddha was asking, is there myself? Can you name it as myself? So this is just an explanation that you can't say that this body is me. And also the concept that the body is myself has been given to the small baby by showing this is you, and that is where the combination of the sound and the picture occurs, and this image that this physical body is myself comes up. So if this body is not myself, then is the thought or the is the mind myself? Again, you have to research in detail how is a thought and how is the mind formed. So when you realize that it is something that occurs at each point, then and there, then it's clear that this mind is also not me. So like this, now these are two of the things that our Aryan Mahanse also has explained several times in the sermons, how to research who is this me. And finally, if the body is also not me, and if the mind is also not me, then what is it? Where is this myself? And simply it is a form of power or a current that is generated by these sensors. So this is basically something that is explained several times in the discussions. Maybe one of our friends can take
Actually,
it
we
forward.
will add something to there, Dr. Sakuntala, that it's finally when we understand that it's only the spark which was there, in the sense the stimuli. That was the only thing that was there. So the understanding that the chair itself is the thing that we brought up is the main issue. So like understanding this spark, the stimuli, the chair, if it is chair or if it is flower, if it is rose sound, it doesn't matter. If it is taste, whatever the pineapple taste, whatever that spark or the stimuli is, the actual the feel of that spark existence, or feel that is existing, is the thing that you felt as you are existing. This is the most important aspect of truth. If you don't get it properly and if you don't feel it, that is all what we had. And if you really understand that it's the vibration of the sensory organ only, you won't be able to feel the non-vibration, or in the sense where you will feel the function of the sensory organ, but not the live field. So it's very important to understand this. we hear it every day. We talk about it every day. We discuss about it every day. But it's really important thing is you have to feel it. Otherwise, the doubts will be there forever. Because you can tell that something is inside a box. It is fully covered. It's a present that has arrived in the post, and until you open it, you don't know. So you can really say this must be inside. This may be the thing. This may be the thing. Maybe this is a bomb. Maybe this is a good thing. Maybe it's a beautiful ornament or whatever. But actually, seeing it is the challenge. That challenge is taken by every one of us, and even that, the humans take challenge usually in a thinking pattern. So we take challenges like, okay, so someone tells you, you have to have money, you have to have money. So store as much as money you can. Just imagine this as a scenario. So we find ways and means to store money or store something that you like. So in that context, we try to do things in that context, but here is trying and understanding that the stimuli is actually is a mirage. That itself is a challenge because we don't like that. The mind doesn't like it. Mind is there for kind of existence. It's made up in that way. But the more important aspects of understanding the truth itself is understanding that there was no self at all, even before, at any time, but there was a pattern. There was a spark, like stimuli. But this happens so fast. The thoughts happen so fast that we feel like in the mind, we feel the time, we feel the past, we feel the future, we project, we can do anything. And the human mind is a fabulous function. It's a fabulous way of, it's all good. But understanding this is quite different thing, because we know how to handle that. If we are kept in an area where the survival is the mode, then we think about the survival. If we are thinking about that there's no survival issues, then we are thinking about maybe finding light or finding the computer, finding things to improve the world. So our mind can be projected everywhere. Mind can be directed towards something. But when mind is directed towards finding the truth of the mind, it does a lot of tricks. So we just can get caught up with that, but doesn't matter really. Doesn't really matter. So when someone feels sad, it's a function of the mind, like mind sensor, because the sadness, the baby, when it is exposed to severe cold weather, as soon as the babies are born, they are used to the temperature inside the uterus. So when they're exposed to the normal cold air, they cry. They don't cry because there is a self, because they have a plan. Oh my God, I can't exist in this cold. Can you call me up? They are not like angry. They are just crying because they feel the feel of uncomfortable feel is there. When the mind becomes powerful, we have a thing. We become sad because, well, I'm not rich enough to buy a coat. I should be able to find something to cover myself. Why did this happen to me? Why the winter came? Why can't I be living in a country without a winter or something like that? You can keep thinking and thinking and thinking, and then you can end up thinking like, why the things are not good for me, you know? So there are so many ways you can get sad just by thinking. That's different. So we just have to understand the way you look at life. There can be anything. Someone tells you to think positively, even that is just another way of thinking. So the way of thinking is what we are trying to understand here is not to change the way of thinking. We're actually trying to understand the thinking, or understand beyond thinking, I would say. Yeah, trying and understand beyond thinking, because the field didn't have any of these things, the problems, the everything. Yes, it feels the coldness. It might feel the, you know, the hotness, the uncomfortable. You know, if the skin is cut, you can feel the pain. If the tooth is broken, you might feel the pain. Yeah, bodily functions are there. You might get a headache. But the most importantly, the suffering aspect from the mind is not there. But for that to happen, you have to actually basically understand the mind. Here's the mind through your wisdom, and liberate from mind. Yes, anyone can add on?
Therwan Saranai Aryanasa, Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, and all Dhamma things. Dr. Kokila, it's a very beautiful explanation of the newborn, how the newborn feels uncomfortable with the coldness and all other external entities due to external factors. And there, Dr. Kokila, the newborn even feels uncomfortable, but the child doesn't know that it is heat or coldness or whatever. But isn't it the life field that makes the baby uncomfortable? The need to survive?
Yeah, but then he or she can't do anything about that.
Yeah.
The mind has to form to understand the mind.
Yeah. And Dr. Kokila, even though this self-perception gradually augments due to the factors, I mean due to the sensory inputs and making the world real gradually, this life field itself is a certain barrier that anybody has when getting rid of this self-perception. Isn't it so?
Well, you put it in you don't put it in that way, because that's kind of makes everyone make it like appear hard, because whatever we say can affect others negatively. So how I would put that is, if you try to understand one stimulus, how this happens, you can pierce it. It doesn't matter what it is, but you can pierce it. The piercing part is done through the wisdom, yes. So if it's a cross sound is how that sound doesn't have the cross sound. So one day, if you really understand that, one day it will just come like that, without that direct. There would be the sound, but the thickness of the cross sound line will not be there. You may have pierced it, and then there's the vibratory effect that you feel And if you already have practiced enough, that it is only the vibration of fear, then of course you can feel the non-vibration. There's nothing to say that you can't. It's just that the piercing part of the mind is the difficult part because it's thick. It's so strong. The stimuli is it's always there, which comes to us. It doesn't come as the vision or the function of the eye. The sound, it always is a horn of a car or mother calling you. You don't have to think about it. It's just mother calling you or dog barking in your house. So directly, it's that which comes. But one particular stimuli, if you feel the vibration of mind has happened there anyway. And the feel itself is just the function of the sensory organ speed. That's what we need to understand. It's all it's all in the Satyanama, the truth part. But experiencing this, to experience this, the thickness of the mind should go down. Actually, I have to add there, the understanding of the perceptions are really important here, because you know that the perceptions are not true. Basically, we all kind of have grabbed that thing, because we don't really get shaken like before. All of us, probably all of us, we don't get shaken as before. But as Joel said that day, Joel really beautifully said that there comes a thought. There comes a thought, and you don't know what to do with that thought. The thought arises. I'm fed up. I'm fed up with this, with life. So that's a thought. So we actually spoke about everything, but the perception, this mind sensor works different aspects. So the mind sensor works as a sensory organ itself. There comes, suddenly, the thought comes. A person gets an idea, suddenly a scientist gets an idea, this whole world is in darkness. Can't remember whether it's John Logie Baird or who it is, but suddenly it comes to his mind, the world is in darkness. I should find a way of a light without making fire, like without making a fire lamp. Without making a fire lamp, is there another way of light? That's how the bulb was formed. The mind, when fixated, it can do anything. So how does that thought process work? So when a thought arises, thought it comes again. So just imagine you get an idea that you feel something different, and you feel, oh, this person is weird. Sometimes you might feel that this person is weird, and then this might come again, and in a few days it might come again, and then suddenly you will find that completely you have come to the conclusion that this person is weird. You can't even remember that it was a thought which happened before. Likewise, I'm fed up with this life.
Dr. Gokila,
The thought, yeah, Jack.
that's what I'm going through. Like a thought comes, like this person is weird daily or at times, and there's a confirmation saying it's weird. The mind itself says he's weird, and I make judgments.
Theruvan Sarnai, with deep gratitude, I worship my most venerable teacher, the most venerable Buddothpado Aryan Vahansa, who compassionately reveals the profound Dhamma in a way that awakens wisdom in the heart of many. Under the noble guidance and blessings of the most venerable Buddothpado Aryan Vahansa, I humbly begin today's Dhamma sermon. Today, we'll switch on towards Arya Kamatahan. Who am I? When you are on the spiritual path, you have to go beyond words. The words are simply pointers or labels to indicate inner experiences that cannot be explained by using language. The inner feelings, sensations, and knowing are impossible to put into words. If you follow Buddha's path, you will get knowingness or awareness that you are becoming free from the impacts of thoughts. This is inner knowing. Moment to moment, thoughts appear and disappear. It is mostly experienced by us. Thoughts are the result of sparks happening through the six senses. In fact, it is due to the tremendous sparking speed of sensory perceptions. Sparking happens through eye, ear, nose, tongue, etc., etc. Once a thought appears, naturally we get the feeling that it represents something. At the same time, we get the feeling of living I. We feel an existing individual or living entity. This is the Atmiya Bhavaya. All thoughts that appear and disappear give rise to sense of feeling or existing I, the Atmiya Bhavaya. With this sense of I, we feel we are living. We do actions and we think. This is actually a natural process. This sense of existing I, living I, thinking I, etc. is a delusion. False belief, false identification due to ignorance. From moment to moment, we get different impulses. Sometimes we are sorrowful. Sometimes we are happy. We are oscillating between pain and pleasure all the time. This oscillation of mental status depend on the degree of attachment, that is called raga, aversion, dosa, and ignorance, moha, that it has. What are these? Raga, dvesha, and moha. These are actually forms, thought forms. In other words, impulses. We feel the effects of these raga, dvesha, and moha very clearly. Why we are sorrowful? Why we are happy? Why we are subjected to such impulses? If you analyze with keen intellect, you will understand that it is due to emerging thought patterns, what we call as aramuna. This is not coming from outside. We are oscillating in accordance with our own thought patterns. We are oscillating between our own thought patterns. One time, your home comes to your mind. Another time, temple comes to your mind. Another time, a person whom you met yesterday or sometimes ago come into your mind. Sometimes you just keep thinking about the past and future. In this manner, we are subjected to train of thoughts. We are getting impulses through different thought patterns. We feel we are living. We have a feeling of a living entity here. The sense of living entity or sense of individuality or me is called bhavaya. In this manner, bhavaya is created each moment. The creation of bhavaya, moment to moment, is called punobhavika. In other words, repeated thought patterns generate a power to sustain the sense of a living entity. This I-ness, sense of I, is like a whirlpool. It has its own pulling power. It gives a sense of doership. It gives a sense of an existing entity or living entity. I exist. This is me. I'm living, etc. It binds us. It keeps us in samsara. In reality, Do you think that there is any living entity? No, there is no such living entity or I. It is just a process, just a functioning, just a happening. I as a separate entity is a wrong identification due to ignorance. I sense is simply a thought. In order to further explain this, we cannot say that a thought cannot eat, a thought cannot drink, a thought has never walked, a thought has never sat. Finally, we understand the thought has not done anything. However, thoughts give us a feeling or sense that I exist, I eat, I walk, I sit, I study, etc. Where is this I? Where is this thought? Who is the I? Is this form body? I is this sound I? Is I the name? Is I, then who is this? Can you find any entity called I here? No, there is nobody, no entity. Then why do we feel this I-ness or existing I, living I? We should catch this feeling of I or sense of I by being aware. For that, we should be in Sihiya, mind concentration. We should catch this I feeling or I-ness whenever it raises its head. This non-existent ghost like I-ness or sense of individuality needs to be caught and questioned. By being aware, being in here, you should be able to identify and catch this non-existent separate entity, feeling or individuality is due to our ignorance. Not knowing the truth behind thoughts. When caught and questioned, you will notice it does not exist. We have to catch this I whenever it raises its head. Just like cutting a stack of paddy, harvest with a sickle. We have to catch and drop our ignorance of being a separate entity. For this, what do we need? We need to have the awakened wisdom. We should see the truth through wisdom. This will happen only when we know the Buddhist philosophy and we see the reality of thoughts in day-to-day experiences. When you do everything with the concentrated mind, obviously you will realize your truth, your wisdom will be awakened and you will see the truth as it is. Those who know the Buddhist philosophy and who see it in practical life can be free from this ocean of ignorance. If one lives without Dhamma, he lives as if he is sunk in the ocean of ignorance. Unless you are free from this ocean of ignorance, it is impossible to be free from this ignorance. Fading away of defilements, klesha, happens only when you know the philosophy and you try to see it in your practical life. Otherwise, knowing philosophy is just bookish. It's another source of knowledge. The way to freedom is solely on wisdom through the right view, samadhi. You should attempt to see Dhamma, nature of thoughts, from moment to moment in your practical life. This is the way to freedom. At a glance, you may be thinking, this is something very deep to understand. But this is something very simple to understand. To comprehend this truth, one should have to have an awakened mind. He or she should see the reality of thoughts. Unless a person stays with concentrated mind, he or she will never see the truth. Want to understand? These thoughts are not true. he or she should analyze it well. This can be done only through a concentrated mind. One should be wise enough to comprehend this Dhamma. Arya Kamatahan, the illusion. We must see the truth to get out of the illusion, Maya. Every moment we are surrounded and bombarded by illusion called manifested world. Now for an example, when a small child, say a baby, is adopted in Australia, he says mother to that color and form appearing to him over there. If the baby is taken to China, he says mother to different color and form. To this baby child, the mother is born through his seeing and hearing. That is through the eye and the ear. To this child, he himself was born through his eye and ear. The eye and ear here mean the activity of seeing and hearing. The binding of color here includes both the color and form, and sound together create seeming objects of the world. Mother is born through the eye and ear. If we ask the child, where is your mother? In his language, he replies, there is my mother. That is my mother, etc. Language does not matter. Only mental projection that relates to the sound matters. There is an immense illusion happening here. What is an illusion? It has no real existence but appears to exist. For an illusion to happen, a number of conditions to be satisfied. Was there anybody to get deluded? No, there was nobody. Then who got deluded? Are we saying the chief got deluded because she is not his actual mother. The child didn't get deluded. No, she is his mother to him. Here we must know the truth behind how the mother is born or created by the child. Lord Buddha says, the birth of the I is the birth. Is there anything or any object called a mother? Here the great mistake is taking the mother to be an existing object or thing outside. The untruth here is the projection, mental projection, of an existing thing or object outside. It is a mental fabrication, a falsehood. It is not a matter of his mother, is not the actual mother, and the other being the actual mother. Even if he says that mother is the actual mother, even this is untruth. Why is it so? This is due to abhisankaranaya. Recurring thoughts creates seeming object or thing because of ignorance. It adds value and seeming reality as well. This is called abhisankaranaya. Seeming phenomenal manifestation occurs due to the tremendous sparking speed of sensory inputs. This is the nature. If one tries to change, then it will be a disaster. Nature cannot be changed. Even if a wave wants to change the ocean, the wave cannot do anything. No matter how hard a wave tries to become a very high wave, it cannot become separated from the ocean. Does the birth happen from a womb of a mother? Inquire this question. This by using wisdom. That is why Lord Buddha explained in details in the Jati Dhamma Sutta, Vata Sutta. No pregnant woman gives birth to any child. But household people cannot believe this truth. How could we believe this? Is something gone wrong with Lord Buddha to say so? No. There is no mistake with Lord Buddha saying. The fact is that we are not spiritually mature enough to grasp the pointing that Lord Buddha is making. We need subtle and keen intellect and an understanding of Buddhist philosophy to get the meaning. We must see this through wisdom. What we need is to come out of deep ignorance. We need to recognize the key teaching. Mother is born through the eye and the ear. This is the momentary projection or creation from sparks through the eye, ear, nose, tongue, skin, and mind. If you see this truth, you can spend the whole day with this contemplation. Every step you place while walking should remind you that it is not the truth as the mind projects. Every sensation one perceives is not the truth. This is a magnificent illusion, a maya. Wherever we see it is not the truth. Whatever we hear is also not the truth. If we could see this moment to moment, we will be at peace. A great relief. Then we are seeing only the truth each moment. Seeing only the truth. One needs to have the good fortune to see the truth. Now, my eye of wisdom blossomed. Dhamma chakkusa opened. Now, chakkum udapati, vidya udapati. I'm no more in ignorance. Why do I need eyes? It does not matter even if I am blind. My eye of wisdom is open. My ignorance is totally vanished. I can still see the whole world as before. You are seeing the world only through your flesh eye. But my seeing transcends the flesh eye and sees the reality behind the illusory manifestation. You may think that I'm blind to this world. Am I so? Are you blind? Having confused about the lost in the illusory world. How blind are you? You will not know your own blindness. Having seen the reality on my own, how could I convey this truth to you? It is indeed a mystery. Are you prepared to accept your blindness or ignorance? As long as you believe the things you see through your eyes, you will not accept this message. You cannot own the wisdom eye, Dhamma Chakkusaya, since you believe the things You see through your fresh eyes. You no longer qualify for the Dhammacakkusaya. Since you are caught up with the illusory manifestation through your senses, eye, ear, tongue, nose, skin, etc., you are not eligible for Chakkum Udapati, Aloko Udapati, Jnanam Udapati, Vidya Udapati, Panya Udapati. When you will open your eyes to this truth, when will you transcend these illusory sense objects and awaken to the truth? You will need inquisitive, sharp and one-pointed intellect, Vidarshana Samadhi for this. Lord Buddha said, those who have eyes will see. This means those who got Dhammacakkusa will see through the illusion, which cannot be seen through the flesh eye, will be seen through the Dhammacakkusa, mental eye. This is the Panya, or wisdom, that is not getting deceived anymore by the illusionary world. This is extinguishment. This is Nibbana. Your internal fire and restlessness are extinguished. Do you feel this Dhamma is somewhat difficult to understand? Yes, you may. The reason, what we have heard before, is not the same Dhamma. The Dhamma expounded by Tathagata Samma Sambuddhajan Vahansa was not properly revealed to this world before. By listening to different kind of Dhamma, we try to attain Nibbana. Right from the beginning, you may have thought to find the way to Nibbana by listening to Dhamma preachings. Therefore, you went in search of Dhamma, thinking that you would definitely come across the path to Nibbana. But instead of finding the correct path, the exact Dhamma expounded by Tathagata Samma Sambuddha, we were taught something else. We, just like blind people, tried to touch in the darkness. We were forced to collect merits by doing meritorious deeds. So we did that. We wanted to collect merits, but until we listened to this Dhamma, we never thought that merits make our sansaric journey further long. We were put into the sansara either merits or demerits. Give us the rebirth. We were unable to understand this because we were not fortunate at that time to find a Kalyana Mitrayan Vahansa. The true Dhamma of Lord Buddha. We here today shows us the correct path. Now the green light is lit towards Nibbana. We can understand the difference between the true Dhamma. Because for many years we lived in this false world. We always believed that there was something outside. We never felt that there is no outside. We thought that there is somebody called I. But fortunately, we have met our Kalyana Mitrayan Vahansa. Now we feel the truth of Lord Buddha's saying that the sasana depends on Kalyana Mitrayan Vahansa. Unless the guidance of the Kalyana Mitrayan Vahansa is given, nobody can get away from this sansaric journey. This journey is very lengthy. Unless otherwise, we met a Kalyana Mitrayan Vahansa, we would have gone in this sansara for many years. We wouldn't have seen the cessation of this sorrow. My dear Dhamma friends, if one, after having met the Kalyana Mitrayan Vahansa, lose this path, that cannot be accepted. His preaching is totally to attain Nibbana. This is the correct path. When one listens to this Dhamma, he or she will never find another path. This path is very clear. It awakens our wisdom. It awakens our mental eye. It is not the flesh eye that should be awakened. It should be the mental eye that should be awakened to comprehend this deep Dhamma. Our journey no longer will be lengthy because what we listen today is the exact Dhamma preached by Lord Buddha. That is to help the people to get away from this sansaric journey. It gave us abundance of sorrow. That sorrow is no longer existing if this birth can be stopped. If the birth and death can be stopped through listening to this Dhamma, how fortunate we are. My dear Dhamma friends, for any reason, you should not miss this. There can be hindrances, obstacles in this path. If one is intelligent enough to remove the obstacles and hindrances in the path, he or she will definitely proceed towards Nibbana. Nibbana is no longer far from us. Every moment we see that. The people in the rural areas, they listen to this Dhamma. They too understand this is the exact Dhamma towards Nibbana. That is why they gather around Aryan Vahanse's Dhamma discussions. Those Dhamma discussions give us the insight. From small age to elderly age, this Dhamma explains very clearly. It awakens our mental eye. Maybe a small child of 6-7 years old can still understand this Dhamma. It's seemingly deep, but exactly not. The truth hidden in this can be easily understood, but effort, perseverance, determination, those qualities are needed by a person. This journey to be ended up, one should put an effort. That effort will definitely take one to the end of this samsara. Buddothpada Aryan Wahansa. May you get the strength. May you be free from sicknesses. The helpless people are listening to your Dhamma. Since everybody has understood this is the only path, no more path can be found. One day, many of them will end up this sansaric journey. May everyone attain the bliss of Nibbana. Teruvan Saranai. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Good afternoon, everybody. Terasa sir. Terasa everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 82, second paragraph. When you apply some effort to go on the path, you might feel that unlike other days, you don't get much attached to anything, neither do you reject anything. Whether you get what you like or not, it would not matter much to you. You would not feel like running after things that you like. You begin to feel a difference in you as your mental fetters such as lobha, attachment, dvesha, ill will, moha, delusion begin to dissolve little by little. You begin to feel the wisdom of feeling the dissolving of your mental fetters is called asavakya jnana. Asavakya jnana is a feeling that you feel within you. It is not a thought where you think about. It is only a feeling, not a thought. One day you would be able to feel the wisdom of the Asavakya Jnana. That would be a huge achievement. You will realize that you would not get disturbed, flinch, or waver when you are confronted by the Atalodhana. The Buddha taught us about the Atalodhana, also known as the 8 worldly conditions that influences and agitates the human mind. The 8 worldly conditions are profit, labha, loss, alabha, insult, ninda, appreciation, prasansa, fame, kirti, disrepute, apakirti, sadness, dukkha, and happiness, sapa. 8 worldly conditions are profit, loss, insult, appreciation, fame, disrepute, sadness, and happiness. You will realize that you will accept all these conditions without creating any reaction towards them. You will remain calm and not be shaken by them. You will begin to develop a calm nature towards everything that you would have to face. Finally, you will also realize that you will find yourself just watching everything come and go. At the beginning, you had to put some effort to practice the Pancha Indriya Dharma, 5 spiritual faculties, which are seeing the truth in a thought, saddha. Second, applying effort to see the thought, virya. Third, seeing the truth in each thought and letting it go. Satya. Fourth one, seeing the truth in each thought and letting it go becomes an automatic process or becomes a normal, continuous thing. Samadhi. Fifth one, wisdom that develops and you continue to see the truth in each thought. Prajna. Everybody.
Thervan Saranai Shani, thank you for reading the pages for us and starting the session. The book is The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. Thervan Saranai Aryan Hansa, we worship at your feet. And Thervan Saranai, all our Dhamma friends who have joined the program. This is the English Zoom discussion starting at 2:45 p.m. Sri Lankan time. If I sort of summarize what was read by Shani, it shows the advantages or the benefits a person can achieve by understanding this Dhamma, true Dhamma. Actually, what is experienced by a person who is on the path. Also, it was mentioned that about the 8 worldly conditions, which are described as profit, and the opposite is a loss. Insult, opposite is appreciation. Fame, opposite is a disrepute. Sadness, and opposite is happiness. These are the things that we experience in our day-to-day life. And at least every time there is one of them being experienced. So depending on the ability to tolerate them, there will be ups and downs in the life. So when we understand this mechanism, what is this mechanism and how it happens, how you feel, it's always orientated around the mind, around the self-feeling or the self-existence. So actually, when these facts are clarified, how the thoughts are formed, how this self-existent feeling occurs, then automatically the system or the person will realize that the ability to face these situations become much more easier. Kind of tolerating, the ability to tolerate everything, to tolerate everything with a neutral feeling will be achieved, which is something great, I would say. And also the Panchendriya Dharma also was described, I think, for a person who is interested can read from the book because there are 5 steps which are described there. Seeing the truth and then applying some effort and seeing the truth and letting it go, and then it becomes an automatic process subsequently, which is samadhi, and then the wisdom that develops. So those are the 5 spiritual faculties which are described. And also it was mentioned about the ability to understand that the defilements are dissolving. It's called asavakya jnana. It's a kind of wisdom which is realized by the system. The self or the system is capable of identifying the own defilements and the fact that they are getting less and less. In other words, the attachments or clinging, aversions or rejections or dislikes, and also the delusion of feeling of existence. So these are the 3 main defilements, and it will be felt, actually it's a feel, it will be felt gradually that these defilements become less and less significant in the day-to-day life. So briefly, those are the advantages or the benefits that a person will feel, will experience uh, with the understanding of these Dhamma facts. So either we can discuss along those facts, or maybe if there are any questions, we can start from there. And we welcome all of you. Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, we can start the discussion.
Therwan Saranai, worship Aryan Wahanse. I am not sure whether it's Aryan Wahanse who has joined. When we say when we were talking about the advantages, actually we can't really say like, I don't know whether we can really say like that, but the path itself is something that you can feel when the burning goes down. So something you feel, but when we explain, we use so many words to give different ideas. Yes, but it's the same burning or same vibration which goes to kind of which not goes to, but which is not going to have the vibration as before. So this is something you can feel, and with you know that there were some words used, I can't remember now. When we understand that none of these thoughts are true, actually they are constructs. They are mental constructs. So mental constructs are not true at all. So to understand we have to understand how the mental constructs are originated. If you understand the way that they are originated, only that it won't be a magic. So if someone is knowing how the magic is performed, it doesn't become a magic anymore, and you are not going to love magic output, like if it is a mirage. Basically, if it's a mirage, you never would like it or dislike it, because you know it's not actually there. So likewise, this feeling of self, or the I feel, is that actually it is something which is there because of the misunderstanding that the vibration is actually the sensory organ vibration only. So if we keep understanding that this unusual power we have, power which synchronized to the Psy-God, that power is already here. And if you feel the non-vibration at least once, you will understand the difference between the sensory function with the power, without the power. So that gives you so much wisdom, because you know the power is actually synchronized in the one particular spark, or one particular thought, or one particular stimulus. We can say any word. if that spark is originating from the eye, it can start from the eye, it can start from the ear, it can start from the touch, smell, taste, as well as it can start from thoughts too. So Joel can, or anyone can ask a question as well. Even we can have a discussion about anything. So or anyone can bring up a point which you would like to add to the forum as well. But it's important to know that it's something you feel, and the non-vibration is also something you feel. That's the beginning of the no self, non-self perception. Do you have anything to add, Suranika, or
Dr. Kokila,
yeah,
that those conditional states, I was also going to point out the same thing really about one can't really say benefits or disadvantages because there's no such thing as disadvantages or benefits really. All these are just, even though those conditional states are also there only as long as the I or the self view is there, because all those are connotations of the mind. And I mean, who feels happiness? The happiness is in relation to the I, isn't it? The sadness is in relation to the I. And there won't be those things if there is. That notion itself is a fallacy. So one can't really say these are advantages, disadvantages type of thing. All that is like conventional terminology that is generally used in this mundane world to describe different feelings and sensations, because those are the criteria in which living beings are oscillating, isn't it, in terms of two extremes. And just trying to find something where they can latch on to, whether it's a craving or even an aversion. And those are the things that are typical features of the mundane world, which through the true Dhamma, then the fading of the defilements, they gradually cease to exist, cease to have, there's no meaning, there's nothing that comes out of that kind of terminology, because those things are all understood as you said, constructs of the mind. Sensations and feelings and all are stemming from the mind consciousness, where attachments have been given to various concepts, feelings and sensations, and they have magnified over time through self-vibration. And then those are the things that are constantly latched onto, so all that dissipates with time, with the understanding of the Dhamma and the inner transformation. Yeah, that's
yeah. Actually, when there is no, no thing, we can't talk about the good or bad, or the right or wrong, what are the 8 things that was told was like all the adjectives that we use, but there should be something if we have to put them. So if there's no thing, the value for all we give actually this is not even talking in the level that the value, the value, how you feel the value is actually something you feel. So that is what is going to actually disappear, the thing. So in any particular stimulus or spark, what you feel is that not the sensual world, even in the feel, it is the, if you take the chair, there's so many levels of value, so that you can say, I like my gold chair, but then that would be a different level. But even if the chair is in your dream and you feel it as existent, it's another one. And also, if you're seeing that the seeing part is also rapid vibration of the eye. So it just constructs everywhere. It can be an organ construct or it can be a mental construct. So whatever it is, this burning or this life feel is actually because of not knowing, because of not understanding that it's the speed, vibration, speed actually, speed. Mainly it is the speed or the rapidity of the vibration or the frequency of the vibration basically, which gives you that feel of system, which actually goes to feel like the feel of alive feel. So when we take like that, it's if you don't have the if you don't feel the chair, basically there's no thing as there's no, there can't be a good chair or a bad chair. But it's very important now. When Joel used to ask us in the beginning when he joined, how he felt very anxious when people ask him questions in relation to the topics that he doesn't like. So he's kind of trapped in that. So it becomes a thing. And when one becomes a thing, it becomes a thing more and more. It's like, because you try to hide it. You try to hide your, the problem. Because you don't want to show your weaknesses. And then it becomes more powerful, that particular spark becomes more powerful. So more the power, the more the suffering is. It's just the way that is. But when you keep understanding, actually there's how this magic has happened, how this mind works. Mind is actually, I think, the most prominent organ that any being can have, because it has the ability to give you the world that is there, that as the manifestation. At the same time, you have the ability to understand this all three levels: the form level, the non-form level, the form level, and the sensual level. In human this spark, it is very easy to understand all these levels, so that you can actually get go to or feel the non-vibration level, because it's difficult. The worm really can't do that. Worm is already in the feel level mostly. There can be some kind of like minor perceptions, but they are all the perceptions of one kind of maybe the touch, the temperature part. But still, there's a feel of existence and the life is. But the thing is that worm can't sort it out. But the humans with this big mind, with full of all the defilements, still that is where you can actually feel this non-vibration too. So you have to have the mind to actually feel this and also feel the non-vibration. So kind of you feel the one vibration when the vibration is there, you know the difference. But with the time you will keep understanding more and more, and it's very automatic path, or in the sense involuntary path. So you can't really do anything. If you are trying to do it, is voluntary. So you are trying to do something, we call it voluntary, but then this path is involuntary. That is what people get confused, because they want to do something. All our life we wanted to do something. So we want to, we want to make our parents happy. We want to do something good. All the good side, bad side, right side, wrong side, everything. It took them as literally as they are. So we had almost every day we have a need to feel the next moment, because we have so much hopes, we have so much ideas. Everything is real. Everything is felt as real. And the feelings are actually masked by the mind. So it's all the thought world. In the thought world, you have this good, bad, the right or wrong. Everything is in the mind world. Basically, the form world. All the perceptions. You name it, you have it. So any perception, any spark, it's just a production of the sensory organ. And sensory organ, when they're synchronized, it forms like a vibration which acts as one vibration, but actually it's not one vibration. It has all the features of all the sensory organs. So even though it acts as one vibration, it has the all other features of the eyes, the ears, the nose, the taste, the touch. In the touch component, you have the temperature or everything. So it literally acts as another new vibration, but actually it's just a combination of. That's why we actually discussed this one day when we come to the house and you smell that burning smell. You know that there's some problem happening, or if you know that maybe someone is cooking or something like that. How do you get that? How do you get the whole picture? So if you get the smell of pineapple, easy example. You enter the house, just get the smell of the pineapple. How come the pineapple come? But when it happens, just the smell came. You haven't seen it yet, you haven't touched it yet, you haven't tasted it. You just opened the door. You haven't gone to the kitchen even. So, but only one sensory function was there. But everything is coming. So that's how it works. It's like in iCloud, if you type something, everything closer to that comes forward, like comes up. So if you type A, everything will come. I mean, you won't be able to find anything just with A, but it's coming with the all the vibrations in even going close to that. So it's really interesting to understand this, how this mind is formed, because more you get this correct, less surprised you are, and it's very difficult then to actually look forward to the spark, because we usually look forward to the spark, the next one, the next one, the next one, because we feel that there's a next one. But whether there's actually a next one, you have to actually feel the non-vibration at least once for you to actually understand it's just in one spark. This whole story is in one spark. So it's really interesting to do this research. I think we are trying to make it easier for you. Joel, do you have any questions today? I think you have asked a lot of questions before, according to a lot of the current issues in the country. You were concerned about stuff, how people were suffering. You wanted to know why people are doing bad things like that. They were like really interesting questions that you were asking, very genuine questions. So, but it brings up the idea that again, we are biased according to our views. So in a tribe, one type of attitude will be taken as godly, very good. But then the same attitude in a European country may be taken as not interesting or not good or anything. You can compare in any way like this. So we have this good and bad, up and down. So many ideas. But if there is no thing, all these adjectives, all these ideas, all these affirmations, or all surrounding things, the views, they get nullified actually, because you keep understanding to what are we doing this, to which stimuli you are putting this to. There must be, if you think about good, there must be something good. So what is good? So good apple. Well, if you understand that the apple is actually a mental construct, and mental construct means it's a perception. Perception is like a current. How can you otherwise see the apple in the dream? So mental constructs are actually perceptions in the system. They are it's like a current. So in the current, is there apple? Not really, but there's a manifestation. So finally, when you come to understand that even that current you thought that is there, it's actually the speed. It's actually the speed which brought you all that, the manifestation. So that's the beauty of this Dhamma, understanding how apple is nullified. It's not that you can't see the apple. You can eat the apple. You can smell the apple. You can wash the apple. You can do anything with the apple if you like. You can cook the apple also if you want. But that's not the thing. You don't feel that it is actually existing. You know, basically you are fully aware. If you feel that the apple is existent, that is the feel that is the life feel, basically. That's how the life feel has come. So understanding every and each stimuli is not our plan. I mean, if you have about a billion thoughts, are we going to like cut each and every thought and say, is this a thing to me? 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 No, that's not the plan. Understanding this, and actually when you understand that the power goes down, and you might feel in one particular, whatever the stimuli or the spark, that the non-vibration. So you will feel the vibration as well as because you are fully aware that it is the speed of the sensory organ, that you will feel the non-vibration at the same time. So it's really, this is the point where you turn, because you know that now there's no doubt now. There's no doubt because you have already felt that if the spark or the stimuli is not a thing, feel of existence, or the feel, alive feel is not there, you still can. You still may have the sound part of it, not full part of it, but it will be. It's not strong, but still the power is gone. That itself give you the so much opening to the whole Dhamma, because you know it is happening in one stimuli. The self perception is going to break down because you get the non-self perception now, and you're definitely going to get this again and again, because this is going to get powerful, because it's a very strong step. So the Lord Buddha reassure you, this insurance. This is that if you have, or not if you actually, if the system has felt the non-vibration at least once, that system is definitely going to become the non-vibration. There's no doubt. The time duration matters. I mean, some people, the non-vibration is so close to them, their vibration is so close to the non-vibration, they might immediately become the non-vibration. Anything can we add something, Suranka or Dr. Sakuntala?
Yes, thanks to both of you for making the corrections. I think the wordings need to be corrected. Thank you. And something along with the line that you were trying to discuss, actually, now I can see a tree. I can see a coconut tree through the window. So what Lord Buddha said was that if an object is taken as existing, that means it becomes a thing. Or in other words, we have been describing it as giving a value. So all these wordings being used to describe something which is taken as existing.
In one of the sutras, it is described that there will be 11 descriptive features or 11 descriptive points which come along with that. So if I take the coconut tree as existing without realizing that it is a mental construct, actually it is just a shape to the eye, and if I touch it, it will be just the hardness to the skin, and maybe the particular smell, if there is anything particular like that, it will be to the nose, and the sound, the name will be a sound to the ear. So altogether, collectively, there is mental construct that the coconut tree is a mental construct. But to different sense faculties, it's different perceptions. So if you take this as a really existing coconut tree, or if you take it as, if you do not realize that this is just a mental construct, then there are 11 descriptive points. So the coconut tree could be uh, could be the one which was there yesterday, that means the past, which is there now, present, and it's going to last maybe for the next few years. So there are three time wise, past, present, and future. And also you can describe it as something which is near or far. And also you can describe it as something pleasant or unpleasant. I mean, it may not be directly applicable to the coconut tree, but depending on whatever the stimulus which is taken as true, so it could be a pleasant one, something that you like, or something that is not pleasant or disliked. And it may be something fine or something crude. And it may be something like beautiful, ugly. So like that, there are many descriptive patterns which are attached automatically to any stimulus which is taken as real. And that is how the defilements are formed. Now, if the tree or whatever the object which is taken as the example, if it has these descriptive patterns, then automatically there will be defilements attached to that. So even talking about a person, say brother, තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ.
What you try to say?
The 11 descriptive patterns are answer when we take a stimulus or a particular object as real, as existing, the 11 patterns which are described, like the far away and the close and the timing.
This is skanda. What is this skanda? 5 aggregates? No.
5 aggregates.
Yeah, 5 aggregates is a skanda. Skanda meaning is something there, no? So
yes,
something there is 5 aggregates, or also that's talking about the feeling is something there. The existent feel.
Yes.
That's eye, ear, nose, mouth, skin, and the thoughts. So the eye, so look and see something, no? You can hear something.
Yes.
What's that? Crow sound we are talking. Something there is a coconut tree or anything. It's okay. What's the smell? It's jasmine. What's the taste? It's pineapple. You're talking about this. What's the taste? It's okay. We are what we are talking about? Taste, pineapple taste. What's the pineapple? Pineapple is a thought. Everything is thoughts. Otherwise, but this 6 senses is your word. But otherwise, this world is not real. This sense of creation is not real. You are also not here. The important thing is who have this? Nobody here. No one nobody here, because normally everything is there. But what's the feel? It's okay. Normally you don't know the truth. You don't know. You're not changing your life inside. What's your type? What's your life style? What's your idea? Somebody say the world is real? No. That's the Dhamma guys. That's the spiritual guys. Somebody know the truth? That's the truth. He know the truth. He know nothing here, anything. But normally everything is happening. But we are talking about this 11 you talk about, no? That's okay. What's this 11? Is we are talking something there. It's a past or future here, because chair, the future you can, future you future you have chair. It's okay. This present moment, what is this chair? Normally chair is here, but feel is what is the feel? Not inside pain or not inside any vibration. Meaning is chair is only the picture, chair is only the sound. No chair is here. But chair is also here. But no chair is here. That's the meaning. It's a double meaning. What's this? It's a chair is also here, but chair is not here. Like a mirror. Mirror, you can see the chair, but no chair is there. Where's the chair? Just your mind. Outside is chair. No, we are talking about we are talking about outside chair. But we are thinking there is chair. But no chair anywhere. Chair is your mind. Sound and form. There you can touch his feels or also there. Solidity is there. But where's the chair? Chair is your thinking. Not chair is not anywhere. You can't find the chair anywhere. You can't find the chair because where's the chair? Chair is a thought. But it's okay. You can see the picture. You can hear the sound chair. You can touch. Yeah, feels there. But what is this chair? Sounded from me. It's a thought somewhere. And that is why. Chair is here? No, chair is not here. I ask, we are not talking about not here any chair. Chair is here. It's okay. Chair is here. But not chair is not here. What is this? Chair is not real. That's why. So, can you explain this?
Dr. Kokila?
Yeah.
Hello? Dr. Kokila?
Yes.
Sorry to say this, doctor. Today I feel fed up and frustrated. And I don't feel like living. This is helpful, but I just feel fed up.
What's the problem? Stop.
I'm not sure. Is this just regarding this Zoom meeting, or generally you are feeling fed up?
Yeah, I'm just feeling fed up with my life. Nothing is working on. Everything going out of my control. Just sucks me, man. I just feel frustrated. That's all about life.
Because the mind is the case. This Dhamma, someone getting first, he's thinking. His thinking outside is not real, but it is thinking. Thinking is not real. Be careful, because I think you can hear the Sinha Dhamma discourse because you know the Sinha language. I think this mind, this Dhamma is not a mind. we are doing this mind understand. How is creating this mind? So how is these thoughts are coming? How is this lights also coming? How is this sound also coming? These are sensor creations. We are only to understand how is the system is going on. How is these thoughts are coming? Before kindergarten time, the baby on the cot, baby in the cot, the baby don't know anything. Baby haven't defilements otherwise. Baby don't know death or birth or girl or woman or anything. That's a radiant mind. That's our beginning. After what happened to us? How is coming this world? It's our sensor creations. Our eye creation, our eye creating this lightful world, colorful world, this picture world. Our ear creating our sensor. Yes, sensor creating the sound world. Our nose is sensor creating the smell world. Otherwise, our tongue creating the tasteful world. Otherwise, our body sensor creating this smooth and rough and solidity, liquidity. These are our body feeling, our skin sensor creating. This sensor creating is not real. Various of living beings have various of sensors. Example is the buffalo looking the red color, otherwise the horse looking the blue color. Otherwise, the various of living beings have various of type of sensors. This sensor given them the world. World is not real. This sensor nobody is doing. It's a system. It's the dharmata. It's a process. Nobody is doing. No one is doing. You also not doing. Systematically is happening. This is a nature. We understand the nature. We understand our sensor creations. Kindergarten time, what happened there? That you can realize, you can experience it. Yes, red, yellow, blue. These are sounds. Sri Lankan not talking about like this English words. Ratu part, nil part, ka part. What is this sound? Indians are talking other. Chinese are talking other. What is this language? Only the sounds. No? Sound and the picture. Kindergarten, you see that picture given the eye and given the sound. Sound and picture together coming. That's the thoughts. Simply you can experience. What are these thoughts? Thoughts is not real. This thinking world is not real world. How you are drinking pineapple? How you are eating the pineapple? Your tongue making this taste. But taste, what is the pineapple? Pineapple have a picture, pineapple have a sound. Are you eating pineapple? Picture and sound? No. It's thoughts. You are eating the thoughts. You are smelling the thoughts. Jasmine. What is this smell? You are talking about jasmine. Jasmine have picture and sound. It's a thoughts. What is your world? It's a thinking world. It's not real. It's a simulation world like that. It's a program. It's nobody's. This is understanding. You see, this is understanding only. Normally you are living, your lifestyle